millions of people die without nuclear
Yeah,
weapons
but
being dropped
right,
on
but it
Hiroshima and
could have taken
Nagasaki.
us right, but it could have taken us like way longer, right? Like it would have taken like, generally speaking, like a long time. And so say.
What do you mean way longer? I'm pretty sure I might be wrong. I have to check this again, but I'm pretty sure with Japan, they were ready to sign a treaty if it were to keep Hirohito in office, right? And they didn't want that. They dropped the bombs and then they let Hirohito stay in office, like as like some
Right,
diplomat,
but
like not like
right,
not like
but
someone in
like
his power, but like a
yeah,
figurehead.
but the whole reason, right? But the whole reason why that happened to begin with was because of the push that Germany had. Well, because of the energy that Germany had fed into the people around them due to their extreme views, right? Like that's a fact.
Thank you for the
So
subscription. I
yes,
appreciate it.
like
So
there was
okay,
a lot of
here.
horrors.
So you look at any point in history and you look at horrors and you say that like, okay, there are some good things that came from this. Is that what you're trying to say?
Pretty much, yeah.
What makes you think that there are good things that came from this? Right? What makes you think
Well,
that it's directly associated with this bad event happening?
because like throughout history, right? If we're being honest, society has moved on, right? And they've been able to transform based off of the hardship that has
Nani, thank you. I
plagued
appreciate the
a
meteor
society,
shower. I
right?
appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Every time something bad seems to happen, you know, like humans have this thing in them where we wake up and we're able to make something change forever too, right? And so like it's the same thing with a pandemic, it's the same thing with a war or with mass
Here,
murders,
Johan,
right?
can I say this real quick? Just because
Yeah.
just because change is something that is fundamental and necessary and something that's good in some scenarios doesn't mean that change is good in all scenarios. Right? So this is a composition fallacy. You're saying that just because a part of changing is a good, right? Some changing is good, doesn't mean that all changing is good. Right? So like that's or the whole of changing. So like that's what doesn't make sense about this at all to me.
Right, but would like again, right, but like would you say that change is a big part of what makes us move on to the future as humans? Like would you
Yeah, but not all types of
yeah.
change, right? There are some types of change that would be very bad. We could change to like allow like murderers to like get off and not go to jail or something like that. That would be a bad change,
Which
right?
that would never happen, right? Due to what I've just told you, right? Say, right? If the most powerful in charge, right, is in danger, right? He's going to produce something that is going to cease that danger, not only for himself, but for those around him that he cares about too, right? And so, like, yes, it would come out as a good thing, right? Like that particular change, right? And every time a hard time has come about, those changes have come about. That's all I'm trying to say. Like it's not a hard thing. So like it seems to me that every time that an extremely hard thing comes to be, we tend to fix things in a period of time that is just magnificent, right? So like again, we've always had wars at a
So what we
global
do is
scale,
we
then-
recognize these bad acts and then we try to do things that are meant to counter these bad acts that happened in the past.
which is a good
So-
thing.
Thank you for the shiny
Which
air
is a
balloon. I
good thing.
appreciate it. Thank you so much, Matt. Which can be considered a good thing if you isolate it, right? But understanding that these types of events are not necessary for us to be able to have these types of changes to society is fundamental
That-
to understanding this. Because like,
I
there's
think-
really
I
no
think
reason
that's
to be like, okay, there are some people that decided to be good people because they saw bad things in the world. That doesn't mean that the bad things were good or the bad things were necessary or like it should be this way or that has anything to do with the fact
Listen,
that, right, we should
Parker,
enforce
right?
bad events
There's
to happen
no
so that
doubt-
people can learn
listen,
from
right?
them, right?
So there's no doubt, right, that World War II inspired a lot of things to move on at a rapid pace, right? There's no doubt, right? First of all, listen, I'm gonna name you a few things so you just know, right? It fueled the progression of chemistry, physics, mathematics, right? And then military weapons. Why? To prevent another war from happening. Plus, people were more engaged into more important ideas as the things around them were in a dire state. And so that gave us almost like a superpower in a way to progress on in a way that now today we aren't quite doing, right? Because like now we are all too peaceful and progression is coming about very slowly, right? Look at physics, for example. It hasn't moved from its place for the last, 50 years?
It has.
And why has that come? Okay, go on.
Yeah,
Go on.
yeah, obviously that it's changed. I don't know what you're talking about. There's been progression.
No,
There's been lots of progression
we
within
still
many
use
fields.
relativity. We still use
That doesn't wait. We still use Newtonian
still-
physics.
No, but like again, the point is right that we should have progressed
Scotian,
on
I
from
appreciate it. Thank you so much.
relativity already, right? Like we
No,
should
it's a
have-
very useful model. So like the idea is that we can
Right,
use
yeah,
it
yeah.
in many circumstances
It
because it's
is.
useful, right? And we don't have to use other models that could be considerably more complex, even though they have the ability to explain more things, right? But the idea here is that, realistically speaking, you're just not acknowledging what I'm saying, right? None of these things are necessary. None of these things are foundational. We don't need a wartime economy in order to produce people or to get people to do these types of things. What we need to do is invest in our people. Instead of spending money on war, we spend money on our people, make sure that they're fed, make sure that they have healthcare, food. They can worry about things that are not based upon worrying about their own security.
Socialist type of behavior, bro. Oh my god.
You mean social democracy?
Oh my god.
Like they already
Yeah,
have
yeah,
in
bro,
Scandinavian
like,
countries? Where they're happier
it's
than
just
we are
like-
here?
Again,
Where they have better quality of
like-
life for the average person?
Yes, Parker, yes, it sounds great, yeah. Don't get me wrong, bro. But it's just like as Jacques Rousseau said, right? Leave your childish childhood behind. Or leave those childish things behind. It seems to me that those things are just like a daydream. A nice daydream. And honestly,
You mean things that actually exist in the
doesn't-
world? Is there a single place where a wartime economy is doing extraordinarily well and somehow has revitalized their economy just because of war? Thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you, Don.
What you don't seem to comprehend within this entire argument is right that like if a certain amount of shock, right, is given to the people are going to react from this shock in such a way that they're going to just revolutionize everything that has come before this shock. And
Because now there's an incentive to do so, but you can generate these incentives by like having subsidies and like incentives inside the market, making sure people are stable so they don't have to worry about sufficing their own will to live or their family, and instead they can worry about things that benefit them, right, even greater,
Bro,
or
look
that
at
you know that
today's
they
society,
enjoy
bro.
or attained by, things like that. That's where creativity is spawned in society, right?
right, but if that
Wait,
were
by the
true,
way,
right?
but
I mean,
Johan, people are saying it says it's
civil
7.
society.
How old are you, Johan?
I'm 19.
Why are people saying that you have 17 in your YouTube bio?
No, it's just a thing that I've put there like for like a very long time ago. But I'm actually 19, so that's my old account. But I'm actually 19.
Johan?
January 8th of 2004, bro. I'm not lying, bro. January 8th of 2004, bro. I'm 19. Trust me, bro. Relax. All right. But yeah, trust me, bro. I'm 19. This kind of made it a little bit awkward because like you kind of like know me, and I've told you my age over like
Yeah, I
a
know,
lot
but
of
like,
time,
why
right?
would you keep it in your bio on YouTube? That's just really dumb.
I
Like, I
forgot
don't
it,
trust
I
you,
guess,
but I
like,
don't think that you're 17. You know what I mean?
Right. Wait. Why don't you trust me? That's kind of crazy, bro. I'm not
Johan,
gonna
because
lie.
you like, do you really blame me?
Have I done anything wrong to you? Have I like wronged you in any type of way? Like I don't see why you distrust me. You know, I'm a kind-hearted individual. I don't know.
Johan is not self-aware, chat. Okay,
What
okay,
do you
you
mean?
can continue.
Anyway. Yeah, and so again, like within today's society, like things are happening where people are becoming more and more comfortable, where they're given more and more freedom, right? And yet still this level of progression is still not going on, right? Like as if we were to induce like a massive shock onto them, right? And so like that's the point I'm trying to make here. Like yes, like what you're saying is a very nice thing, but yet it's not holding out because we are seeing the results right now, right?
Yeah, and they're doing way better than any nation that you could relate to. It's currently a wartime economy.
Oh my God.
Johan, the empirics are not on your side, bro. You know that, right?
Listen, I don't care who's on my side, bro. All I care is about getting my very logical opinion out there. That's all I care about.
Yeah, there's nothing illogical about a unicorn floating, right?
I mean, there's a possibility where it could
Yeah,
be
but we're
the
talking
case,
about
like-
whenever we're talking about models or like explaining things, we not only talk about the possibility, we talk about the probability, right? Or how likely this would be,
Yeah.
right? So when we look
Right.
at the empirical evidence and we don't see any nation in which is utilizing this type of economic structure in order to incentivize innovation, and we don't see any country doing well based upon the notion, I think it's very clear here that we don't really have a very good empirical basis for saying that this is beneficial for us at all.
Well, yes, we do, because if we look at the massive historical evidence, by the way, right? Every time something has come up, right, and conflict has been a thing, or great death has been a thing, right? Great results have been produced. Things have been revolutionized, and nations have moved on, and the world has become much greener, right? Like,
I'm not sure necessarily. Like what happened with the
Oh my
Industrial
God.
Revolution?
look at us now. Look at us now. It is because of the Industrial Revolution, right, that we were able to advance a lot within a society.
And
It's just how
and
things
what led to that?
What led to the Industrial Revolution?
Yep.
I think it was a plague of some sort.
No, it spawned up in Europe, my guy, in the UK. That's where like the Industrial Revolution is like originated
Okay,
from,
but,
and
like-
I don't think that necessarily related to a war, necessarily, or anything like
but
that. So like,
right, but like it could be induced by any great horror, right? So like a plague or war or death or just some kind of rule that like,
just seems
the
to be an
people
assumption
were not
to me.
happy with.
because
Well,
like
it's
I
not
see
an
points in history in
assumption.
which we've had extraordinary technological development, and a war wasn't involved necessarily, a plague wasn't involved necessarily. What you're also doing is you're saying that because a war is associated with this development, that then means that the war caused this development, right? This is a correlation causation fallacy, my guy.
No, again.
What do you mean no, right? You're saying that because there's an association, that means that this is going to be the causal factor. Were you not saying that?
I'm saying that it has a significant influence on these factors. Yes, like that's what I'm saying, and it's a fact. It's not disputable at all. It's a fact, right? When great change comes about, it's when great horrors has been experienced, and it's a fact. And there's no way that you could try to put this argument down. It's everything that humans have been doing up until this point, right? Like it's just how things are, right? Like our brain, scientifically, it works much more efficiently when there's danger around, right? Like we tend to heighten our senses, our creativity spawns out of that, and then great scientific change is able to come about. That's just how things are. Now, whether the war inspired this or a plague inspired this, it doesn't really matter, because at the end of the day, a great shock had to be the factor for this to even come about to begin with. And yes, I do agree that at some point it would have come about, but it would have come about at a much slower pace. Didn't that thing happen, right? Like, so that's just my double sense on it.
So you have a conditional here. If this, then this, right? You're saying if there are bad things, then good things will result from the bad things. So any time in history in which, say, a country invaded another, took it over, and raped everyone in the village, right? What good came from that? Because you said if this bad thing happens, what's the good thing that results from that?
Well, better military sense, I suppose. Like if somebody were to go into, wait. So could you restate your question again, so I know where to go down to? Because I didn't listen to that.
Okay, so do you dispute the notion that throughout history, right, when countries have taken over other nations, they have raped many members of the village?
Okay, right. Yeah.
That happens,
And
right? So that's a bad thing that happens.
Yeah.
So, like Genghis Khan, for example. Right. If this happens, bad event happens, then what good results from this?
Okay.
What good resulted from that action? Thank you. I appreciate the
What good?
description. Thank you.
Again, greater military advancements, right? Like that's a natural thing. So that in itself would be a progression, right? Like
Johan, what military advancements came specifically from the graping of the people, right?
Right. So because the people of the army knew that their people were being raped, they worked harder towards a new style of fighting, say, or they worked harder towards producing something that would disable this from happening again, right? Like that's the advancement that I'm talking about. Well, again,
Johan, this event already occurred. I'll give you a more clear scenario. How about this, right?
Yeah.
Someone gets raped at a bar. Okay? Like they got someone put something in their drink or something, right? And then took them home and raped them, right? That's something that happened. What good comes from that?
Well, if this person were to go out into the news and expose the cases that are happening, just like her case, right, what would happen is that people would be more cautious, and the punishments would be more severe out there, as we're seeing right now. So yes, a change would come from that, right? Like, are you?
Yeah. So how come those things are in the? How come no laws are being changed right now, yet that still happens?
No, I mean, have you seen the attention that grape has had for the past 20 years now? I mean, grape is a big subject amongst even men by today's standards, right? Well, let's say 50 to 40 years ago, because I've actually spoken to my grandfather about this, that wasn't such a factor in conversation compared to today. So it just proves that change is happening, and that people are speaking.
Didn't it happen more prevalent back then than it happens now, under your view?
Right. Yeah. Right,
so if it happened more prevalent then, there would have been more talk about it then, and more change then than there is now.
No. So before it was happening more, but not enough people were talking about it, because I guess they didn't.
There you
care.
go. You just literally that was perfect. You ran yourself right into the wall of the argument, right? The issue is that there was happening at a greater degree, yet there was not things being fixed due to that bad thing happening. So now there are less bad things happening, and yet there is more fixing.
But it was because of but Parker, you don't understand, right? The reason why this was not being spoken of, right, was because there was another system in play that prevented for such a thing to even be voiced out there. But now that this system has been changed through some other ulterior motive, right, let's say, something else has happened where people now are able to talk about things, right? And now these things are changing. So you see where I'm coming
from? But Johan, the idea
is
still that there was greater levels of change when there were less bad things happening. So the idea that greater amounts of change come from these bad things happening is not necessarily true. It's not necessary for bad things like this to happen for us to grow and for us to change. Right, Johan, this is exactly what I'm saying, is that it's better to build ourselves up by ensuring that people are stable, ensuring that people have houses, ensuring that people have healthcare, ensuring that people have education, ensuring that people have bright futures, ensuring that people are optimistic, rather than tearing them down to get them to do some hopeful. No, it's a fairy tale to tear someone down and hope that they just somehow will become an insanely better person because they were traumatized and because they were put in a bad circumstance.
Well, it's more common.
Do you understand how ridiculous that sounds?
No, it doesn't sound ridiculous.
No, obviously
at
it
all.
does, bro.
It
What do you mean?
seems to me that no. Parker, bro, Parker. It seems to me, right, that you've clinged onto an idea that everybody else is clinging onto. If we help these people and we feed them and we give them houses, maybe they could do something about something else. But like, no,
No,
that's
they're
not
more
the
likely to do
case
something
at all,
about
right?
it, right? Because when you generate
Right,
community,
but they're
right,
also
right, when you make people feel like they have purpose and they have meaning, they're more likely to do these things. What you're doing is you're misunderstanding my explanation here, right? Completely.
no, I'm not. The hell? No, I'm not at all. Because like what you're trying to
You're
say
acting like mine's
here
not
is,
realistic.
right,
That's
right.
what you're trying to say. And I'll let you speak. I'm just saying that you were acting like mine's not realistic when the reality of the argument is that this is the realistic option. You're the one that's being unrealistic. You have no reason to believe what you're saying. There's no evidence indicating that this is required for us to be able to grow and to be able to build ourselves up. If anything, the economies
The
that are
reason
to invest
why,
in the world
right,
don't do that.
Parker, right? The reason why we're able to grow by today's standards is because of the numbers that we've accumulated via intercourse, right? Like now we've got a bigger population and people are able to generally come together and discuss ideas like, before they did not have access to such a thing, right? And this actually furthers to prove my point, right? Because you've got to think about it from this point of view, right? Yes, we are advancing at a fast rate by today's standards, yes, and that's due to the technology that has been given to us and the chances too that have been given to us by such systems that have been put in place, right? Okay, cool. Now, if we were to go back in history, right, people didn't quite have these chances. People didn't quite have these opportunities, right? And yet, great change was able to come out of the great dangers that surrounded us, right? Now, this great danger, what it did was it made us have access to everything that we've got right now, right? Every major piece of philosophy, every big technological advancement, every big field in science has had a hand in war or in great tragedy, right? And that's just the truth of it. And when you sit down here and you say, oh well, like if we give somebody this and that, well, it increases the likelihood that they'll do something. I get that part, right? Yeah, but like if we were to put, like, let's say if we were to give these people these things plus we give them tragedy at the same time, that would accelerate exponentially and greater, right? Like that's the point.
Yeah, can you give me any empirical notions to justify this?
Look at history.
That like taking the economy that we have today and then just making people have tragedy and suffer a bit more, and that's gonna make it better. Like I would love to see any type of empirical data that would support this.
Right. Are we suffering by today's standards? Like,
Well,
are we suffering
yes,
greatly?
people are suffering,
Right.
but at
No.
lesser extents than they
Oh
have
my
throughout
God.
history.
Right. And what has come out of this comfort that the West have gifted these people, say? What's come out of this? I mean, nothing really significant has come out of this. Why? Because like things have been. Right. Okay. So
What are you talking about?
let me try
People
to
are significantly
explain.
less likely to die due to famine and starvation now. People are significantly less likely to
Right,
die
yeah.
due to poverty, right, and conditions like
And
that. People
war,
are less likely
too,
to die due
and
to
war
war. They're less likely to
also,
die to natural
yeah.
disasters. Right. This is not proving your
Right.
point.
Well, it is because things
No, it's
haven't
not.
moved right, but things haven't moved at a drastic pace now, right? Drastically, right? Where one day we might be at a green area and the next we might be at a blue, right? Things haven't moved to that pace yet within the 50 years of comfort that we've had. And if it has happened, it's happened at a very, very slow rate, right? And so the point is that we should push to make things a little bit more dangerous. I think, like not
Dude.
fatal, but a little bit more dangerous.
Johan,
think-
this is like the
and
worst
it's
argument
just-
I've ever heard in my life, man.
Well, how? Explain to me how.
We should make things more dangerous. Just like say that in your head, man.
What's wrong with that?
Give me
like,
any
what's
again. What's wrong with that? Give me any evidence to say that making things more dangerous will make outcomes better. Because I know many nations around the world that are more dangerous than the United States, and I don't think you're gonna say that they're better, right? Or like better than Scandinavian countries, in which are significantly less dangerous, right?
Okay,
So give me
okay,
any
so-
country that is in extraordinarily more dangerous than us and has a better system.
Okay, so Parker, you're misinterpreting the whole point once again, bro. So let me try and break it down once again, right? Okay, so I do agree that there needs to be a place where people need to have access to things, right? So to houses, to cars, and so and so, right? But there's also needs to be a risk factor that comes with that, right? Like, let's say, right, by today's standards, people could just stay at home and the government will pay them like through a welfare check. Why the fuck is that even a thing, bro? Like, what?
You understand? You
right?
have to like
But,
qualify for those types of things, right?
Right.
That's not often
like
how
still,
it works for most
bro,
people.
listen, bro, I've got a friend, right? He has nothing wrong with him at all, right? This dude lives in the UK, right? He gets £450, right? Which is around 500 US dollars a month. And this guy has nothing wrong with him at all. All he does is stay at home, play games and eat stuff, and that's about it, right? Rinse and repeat. I'm pretty sure that he has worked in the past, but he got tired of that, and now he's through this, right? But the point is that just like him, there
I don't know how he's living on 500
millions,
a month, dude. Honestly, like I just,
well,
can you explain that to me?
also his
Does he live at
parents
home?
are helping him. Yeah. So he's got this 500 plus his parents help him also. So it's like he's
So it's not because of the
living
government
such
that they're able to like just like do nothing,
my God.
right?
Oh my God, there you go, bro. Yes, the government has given him an excuse to essentially stay at home.
No, I think
Right,
it's probably more like their parents in that circumstance, and also I don't think this is reason to like not give people who are in these types of circumstance access to money that could be used for them eating. Right.
Well, he uses it. Well, he doesn't really use it to eat. Actually, again, he uses it on games and on Friday nights and on snacks. That's about it. Like it's not something that he needs for survival. It's more so something that he has out of just like a
And how did he
pocket
get
money,
this?
right? Like, I'm pretty sure that he told me that like he faked having like a psychological issue and they just stamped his shit, boom, and that's about it.
So
got
you just agree that he's doing fraud, like
okay, well, yeah, he's doing fraud, but
yeah,
just like
someone
him,
who's
right?
committing fraud, of course they're going to be getting money from the government.
But listen, right, just like him,
Johan, man, come on,
thousands
bro.
of people out there, bro.
This
There are
is a
thousands of
government
people out
issue.
there.
This is a government issue with
Well,
public
bro,
programs.
why? No, but
Because
oh
there's
my God,
fraud.
bro.
There's fraud. Of course, there's going to be
No,
fraud
bro,
in some circumstances.
But
dude.
the point is, right, that
Still be faking it.
that the government isn't really like truly trying to help these individuals at all. They're just trying to just stamp.
Sure, I'm not disagreeing
something
with that, right?
next,
Like,
right, just fast, right, and that's why he's got this this opportunity in front of him, because he, like, again, they haven't truly thoroughly looked through his things, right, and they've just stamped.
well, they might have
next,
because he's faking it.
and
Who
that's
knows?
it.
They might have because he's faking it. So like the point I would get to is that sure, there's going to be circumstances where there's going to be fraud within these systems, right? The point is to like reduce the likelihood of these types of things happening, right? And when we look at across the entire world, right? If we make people, or I mean not make people, if we give people the resources that they need in order to be stable, they make better decisions about their lives. Right, they're going to make better decisions when it relates to pulling out student loan. They make better decisions when it relates to whether or not they go to education or go through school or go into trade and stuff like that. Right, people require stability to make good choices. When people are fearful, when people are anxious, right, they actually become less intelligent. Like this is literally, I can send you evidence of this. People become less intelligent
but, like,
when there's high
that's
rates of
why-
anxiety and this type of stuff. So you
But
saying that
that's
things
why
should
there
hold up,
needs to be-
Johan, for
Okay,
you saying that
yeah.
things should be more dangerous, that is meant to increase anxiety and fear, which is literally making people less intelligent. Literally makes people engage in
Right,
less
but that's not
or
true.
activities that are less good, right?
Parker, I could disprove you right now.
No, that's empirically true. That's empirically true.
No, look, right? Check this out, right? There was an article that came about, right? First things first, right? Would you agree that the United States is kind of like in a very comfortable state, right? Where people are able to live comfortably, right? Like,
not many people, like some people in
right,
America,
but
not
like,
other people.
Again, the average, right? They are able to live comfortably and safe to
Depends on what you mean by
some
comfortably.
extent. On average, right? On average.
What do you mean by like
Okay, so
like the median income in
so-
the United States is $30,000 a year.
Okay, so are people able to feed themselves and have a roof over their head with no problem at all? Well,
The average person, sure. Well, they have problems.
Right? Yeah.
They definitely have problems. They have a lot of problems.
Yeah,
But yeah,
like,
they can get a food over their head
right,
in many
right.
circumstances.
Okay.
The average person.
Well, okay. So if they have so much comfort,
Or a
right?
shelter over
Tell
them,
me
sorry.
why. Tell me why an article came about. I think it was last year that said that IQs have dropped for the first time in like what in 70 years. Like it's actually dropped, right? And again, this drop has come due to the fact that comfort or big amounts of comfort have come about, right? So what I'm saying is, right, that there should be a medium where danger and comfort should both be a factor in a
Johan,
person's lifestyle. That's
it's
about
literally
it.
because of
that's what I'm
COVID,
saying.
right? It's
Oh
because
my
people
God,
were not
that's
going
cool.
to education as much, and they were doing online school. Right? People were
Bro,
using their brains
but-
less often. That's not because they were like comfortable. If anything, people were less comfortable in COVID. Right, there's actually a huge
That's
issue
not
with
true.
pandemics.
That's not true.
No, hold on, let me
That's not
explain.
true.
There is a huge issue with pandemics the lockdowns, because it made people very anxious because they were less able to engage other people around them. Right, thank you for the mini star, I appreciate it. So it made people oftentimes less comfortable.
Well, no, because again, it's as you said, right? If people were staying at home like constantly, right, and they were staying around stress free, and then on top of all of that, they had online school, right? They should have advanced at a much quicker pace, right? According to what your standards
No.
are, right? But like again, according to what my standards are, they oppose each other completely, right? It's because again, this situation
Going home
proves
is not
my
stress
point, and it
free.
disproves-
You're empirically
serious?
false. Yes, you're empirically false across the board. Johan, literally, lockdowns made it more stressful for
God.
people. Like, I'm not joking. It actually was more stressful. Engaging with people, communicating with people, building relationships is foundational to human beings feeling like normal, right? When we're out of these types of circumstances, that generates stress, that generates discomfort, right? This was a huge issue that we had with lockdowns, actually, right?
You do realize that people were quitting jobs on purpose because they knew that the government were gonna pay them if they stayed home.
Yeah,
during
but I'm talking about the
during
average
COVID, right?
person. We're
You
talking
do
about
know
impacts
that,
people
right?
across the board. That was not most people.
But you do know that was happening due to the comfort that came into the equation, right? Like you do.
Yeah, and that affects some
realize
people. That was not the average person,
yeah.
though, right?
Right,
The point
right,
is,
but like-
we're talking about the average person, right?
Okay, but even the average person wasn't all that stressed. I mean, yes, like some households, sure, they were stressed because their husbands or whoever was gaining the cash there was out of service for a long time. But the point here is that a lot of them didn't lose their jobs at all, right? And they were just watching the news just like everybody else, and things came to pass, right? And things just backfired on them because they found themselves with all this free time, with all of this comfort, and with all of these advancements that they were able to see themselves now sat at home without doing anything at all, right? And like this caused IQ decrease in those few years, right? And again, this goes
Oh,
back
I like
to
how
my
you
point.
infer this cause. Right? Where did you demonstrate this cause? You just showed me that their things are associated.
Well, because it's no coincidence, right, that this paper has come out relating to what happened during the pandemic,
Correlation,
right?
causation,
And
by the
during
way.
these. Okay, well, it's no coincidence at all, right? And so like these things at some point met hands, right? And so like yeah, they definitely played parts in each other's thingies, right? So anyway, so the point that I'm trying to make here is, right, that like danger at the end of the day is needed for progression, whilst also having
No,
enough
no, that's
comforts
completely
to a
false,
point
Johan.
where,
Completely false.
hear me out. Again, it's because I say half a sentence and then you cut me off, right?
Because you said something completely false.
No, right? Again, let me.
And we've
hear
already
me
gone
out.
over it, Johan.
No.
Like, if you're just gonna
This is
imply the
a
same thing
different
again,
view.
like I don't want to hear you're like preaching at this point.
This
bro.
is a different view, bro. Listen, we should have danger whilst also having enough comfort to a point where we are able to recover from such danger, right? That's just how things are. That's all I'm saying here. So yeah, at the end of the day, I won the debate, the argument, the intellectualized side, and I'm making my dream come true. Thank you, bro.
Johan, you're so funny, bro. You're so funny.
Thank you,
Like,
bro.
that's actually so Delulu. Joker, I appreciate the hat and mustache. Thank you so much. That is the most Delulu statement I've ever heard in my life, chat. That is unbelievable. I didn't even kick him out. I'm gonna go on to the next person though. Send a guest request if you disagree, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Sorry about that. Yo, can you hear me?
How old are you?
Yo, I am 17. Is that cool or no?
Nope, 18 plus. TikTok rules.
18.
All right, everyone, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 150,000 likes. If you disagree, make sure to send a guest request right now. Please only send a guest request if you disagree, if you believe, or I mean, if you're a Trump supporter. We're probably only gonna be doing this for a bit on the live. We'll see how this works, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
How you doing? 25?
For sure. Do you think that, or do you support Trump?
Absolutely.
Yeah, for sure. Why so?
What was that? Why is
Why
that?
so? Yeah.
Yeah, we just never hear a guy saying the things that Trump is saying.
And what do you mean by that?
I mean, he was talking about Mexico. He said they don't send their best. Just recently, he said that he wanted to... Sorry about that. He said he wanted to enact the largest deportation America has ever seen. That's awesome. You never see anything like that.
Yeah, so are you just like super against against people coming from Mexico? Right? Because you
Not
know what he
just
said
Mexico.
in that statement,
Look at
right?
France. You think they like people coming from Africa? No, he was also talking about France too.
Yeah, so France and Europe, they also have issues with racism as well, right?
Whoa, so immigration is racist now?
Well, no, because you're referring to like his statements about like Mexico not sending their best people, and then what he said after that, they're sending right their grapists and their criminals.
Is that
Some
not
I
true?
assume are good people. Them
that's true.
sending right is implying that they're picking particular people that are not good. Secondly, it's also implying that only some of them are good people that are coming to the United States, when in reality, most people who are coming through the border right are coming to better their lives. Okay.
Do you really think they're all good people? Or are we going to sit here and be like,
I
every
never
single
said
one
I never
is
made the
good?
claim that they're all good people, right? What I'm
Okay,
what I'm
so what is the
saying
problem with
what
the
I'm saying
statement?
is that most are good people. Okay? And if you
do
can't
you
make
know
the claim
that?
that most are good people, well then you have assumptions about immigrants and which are heavily not true. Because we actually see based upon the data that undocumented immigrants and people who are immigrants coming to the country are less likely to commit crimes than natural born US citizens.
Yeah, I have heard that, but if you ask any person in France, they wouldn't tell you that. There are plenty of studies that would say that. I do agree, and that's not my problem. Whether they
Yeah,
commit
so
crime
if you
or not,
look at
I don't-
studies economically related, immigration is significantly more beneficial for the country rather than negative. Significantly more beneficial.
no,
So there's
they're
no
drained
economic
on
reason to
social
be against
services,
immigration.
Actually, they're more likely to be on social services.
I
Drained
actually you don't
social-
have justification for that actually, like long term speaking. It's actually
talking
equivalent across. If anything, immigrants, especially in the United States, are less likely to because they're only allowed in the country if they have higher skill jobs and whatnot.
I'm still against it.
Yeah, so like, why are you against all immigration?
Well, I think it's, this country is, when you change the demographics, you would change the nation, or, the composition
That's
of the
tough.
country.
That's tough. You wanna know what's crazy, bro? This country's not gonna be white anymore. That's tough. That's tough.
No, that's an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. That might get your stream taken down. You don't want to talk about that.
What do you mean?
I was being glib. Yeah, I know. Sad reality, but that happened in about
Sad reality? Why is it a sad reality?
Well,
The fuck, dude?
Don't you think, like, it's kind of sad? Like, if you go to if I went home to where I grew up.
No. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Okay, so let me ask you this. Japan is...
No, wait. Why? No. Tell me right now. Why is that a bad thing?
Yeah, so for sure I can explain that right now. So let me ask you this. Japan, 95% Japanese. Everyone would agree across the board. If we went and dumped 50 million Guatemalans in Japan, it would suck for Japanese people in the country of Japan, right?
Bro, what are you talking about? 50 million people of any group in the world might make it go weird because there's like different conditions in a system, right? That would cause market conditions to go out of whack, right? You don't just put 50 million people in any economy around the world. Has nothing to do with a particular type of people coming into the country. Has nothing to do with immigration in general. Right? You understand that what you just said there is completely useless. And actually, if anything, an increase to Japan's population would be beneficial. They've been dealing with issues related to economic growth since the 1980s because they have a reducing population. They need young people to immigrate to Japan. You know that, right?
So like 20,000 African migrants pull up to Japan and the economy goes up. I just don't believe that.
That 20,000? Yeah, that could. Yeah, definitely.
Dude, listen to yourself. Come
Yeah,
on.
that would make the economy do better. Yeah, absolutely.
There it is. All right, for sure.
No. Do you know how economics works, right? When you have more people into the country, you have more people that are demanding goods and services, and you have more people that are supplying goods and services. That adds to the economy.
Yeah. So, what about all those people engaging with the police in France with full automatic weapons because they think they deserve to attack them? Is that economically?
What does that have to do with anything I just said?
That's
what does that have to do with anything I just said?
Migration, buddy. That which is so positive and amazing.
I never said mass migration is positive and amazing always. Thank you for the box. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you for the unicorns. Thank you for the coins. Thank you. I appreciate it so much.
Well, studies show diversity increases.
This is so loud.
Efficiency.
It's over him. Yo, thank you so much for the gift. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
You think immigration?
I appreciate it. W's in the chat. Let's go, everyone.
Okay, so what it looks like is you think immigrants are awesome and amazing and a net positive for the
economy. I think economically speaking, it is. Oh, it just went off for you. So economically speaking, it's very important for the economy, especially around 1.5% to 2% population growth is beneficial for economic stability and economic growth long term. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I would point to this. Just look at the amount of immigrants entering our country, and then you can look at the value of the dollar. Does it go up or down? It's pretty obvious. That's correlation, not causation. Do you want to give me any type of study that would justify the idea that immigration at around 1.5 to 2% is going to be negative for our economy? Because every single immigration study that I've seen, economically speaking, has been beneficial. There have been very, very low negative impacts. Only 0.4% wage reduction for people that do not have high school diplomas, right? And everyone else, wages increased, okay? Every other group.
Yeah, so we don't see a 1% increase. You literally just pointed to white people are going to be extinct soon, or whatever glib comment you just made.
I never even made that. What I said is that white people aren't going to be the majority because why? You care about shit like that. Right? Who the fuck cares what your skin color is? You live in 2023 and you care that the country is going to look more white. That is how ridiculous your brain thought processes are. That has nothing to do with how good we are going to be as human beings, has nothing to do with how productive we're going to be, that has nothing to do with human beings being in better circumstances or increasing quality of life. It simply has to do with your bigoted opinions. That's it.
No. So let me explain this to you, how I can put this so everyone can understand.
You muted, bro. Thank you for the paper crane. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Kate. I appreciate it.
I got a call. Can you let me back on? I got a call.
By the way, I wanted to say, or whoever sent the gift, I appreciate that. Can I take the heat? Thank you so much. I appreciate it so much. Thank you. The absolute W's in the chat, by the way, everyone, for them. Absolute W's in the chat for that guy. For the person who sent the gifts, not the fucking guest. That guy's disgusting. Thank you for the hand heart.
Sorry about that. Yeah, so I can explain this perfectly. You got tons of people celebrating that, 8% of the global population is shrinking and soon going to be extinct. And, I think, if you're part of that 8%, that's a sad reality. Imagine if you were look at the Native Americans. Those people got wiped out. And that's a sad reality for them. I don't want to join them.
What's the point of what you're saying right now? Right? Like, okay, so like,
do you think it's okay?
You understand that there's no
them?
issue. What do you mean? There's no issue with people deciding to engage in intercourse with others, and then naturally particular types of characteristics don't become as common in the population. Thank you for the corgi. I appreciate it. If it was going to be the case that people aren't going to have blonde hair, I don't think people are going to freak out that people are going to have blonde hair anymore. There's no issue with that, right? So what you're doing is you're looking at a specific characteristic in which you associate this historical traditional past with, right? In order to have some sort of national identity, right? This is called nationalism. Okay, you're taking a cause and wanting benefits around a particular social identity. This is white nationalism. Thank you. I appreciate that.
No,
thank you so much. Yeah, this is.
Well, I happen to be white and I'm a nationalist.
Right. No, this is white nationalism because it's about, right, invoking this idea of whiteness behind the identity of the nation, right? That's why you're against this idea that the demographics of the nation are changing.
Well, I don't think it should be celebrated, right?
Well, there's no issue with it happening, right?
There's no issue with celebration of demographic change.
No, there's no issue with white people not being a majority of the country anymore. There's no issue with that.
Why is that?
Well, because that happened consensually.
Oh, so when they flood the borders and ship in all these people,
when people are let into the country the same way we've done so, like throughout all of our history, you understand that this nation was literally built on immigration, right?
Yeah, for sure. I'm actually a descendant of an immigrant, so I can actually go into this.
Well, okay, so you're against your own descendants being allowed into the country. Okay, so his reasoning right here is going to say that, white
I'm
people.
So sorry, I got another call. I'm so sorry.
So his reasoning is going to be the case that since white people originally are all immigrants in America, they should leave and give all the land back, right? That should be his view, right? Because we're against immigrants. We're against immigrants, right?
Immigrated here, he made sure he learned the language. He made sure he had a skill that would fit into, society and would be able to fit in. Nowadays, you just don't see that. These people move here and they expect you to speak English, and not even so. He immigrated and he wanted to assimilate to America. Now you see
why do you sound like you're some like no here dude? Can I ask you a question real quick?
Which is it's completely backwards. They're assimilating.
Yeah, so I'm going to ask you a very, very weird question. Why are you trying to sound like creepy talking to the mic? Like you have some evil fucking plans? Like ready for everyone, bro? Like, why are you talking like the Joker, bro? Come on. Dude, you're not the Joker, man. Right? Who do you think you are, bro?
I'm not sure what you're getting at there, but when it comes to immigration,
why these people they don't
sorry, yeah, I'm a
like
I don't have my own
our
space.
country anymore.
Yeah,
like, dude, like, why are you talking like that, bro?
Yeah, if it came off like that, I'd say it's definitely kind of weird. I'm trying to be quiet here, and I don't have my own space like you.
No, I'm not laughing with you right now, bro. Come on, dude. Like, this is actually very cringe, dude.
Okay, sorry, I can't afford my own space. I'm on the beach though, which is cool. Okay, so what's your thoughts on what I just said about immigration?
You have no empirical basis for it. It's just bigoted. That's literally the only reason.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you have absolutely no empirical basis for being against immigration. Yeah.
Well, yeah, for sure. Oxford or Harvard isn't like writing up studies showing this stuff, but you can point to crime statistics or even look at France. You think they're so happy?
You mean look at correlation? Would you like to give me any type of study that would indicate that crime statistics are going to get significantly worse off by allowing people to immigrate into the United States as we've done so throughout all of history so far?
Well, yeah, for sure. It's obvious when you immigrate people from a third world nation who are more like where crime is ridden. Do you think those people?
You want to know something crazy? That's why when they come to
the
the nation, they're less likely to commit crimes than natural-born U.S. citizens.
Yeah,
so
I'm
it seems
aware,
like you should be
but
more
I know
concerned
there's
about the
like a-
natural-born U.S. citizens rather than the immigrants that are coming to this nation. Thank you for the roses. I appreciate it.
Why is that? We don't even throw the people here in jail. Why should we take on more people? We won't even throw our own criminals.
Well, your
in jail.
issue was the fact that crime is going to increase its crime statistics, but crime statistics are more likely to be higher up if, natural-born U.S. citizens make up a more predominant amount of the nation because they're more likely to commit crimes than immigrants.
So you're saying if we closed off all immigration full stop and did a full deportation process of the...
Long-term speaking, given this data, yes, that's what we would expect to see. Yeah.
Okay, so here's why I reject that data. First off, once you're an illegal immigrant, boom, criminal right there. So you already committed a crime. So you already lost that argument.
You understand that we're not talking about illegal immigrants, right? I said immigrants, right? Undocumented immigrants, right, are also immigrants, and oftentimes the undocumented immigrants that you're referencing are ones that have come through into the country through legal asylum processes. Okay.
I hear you. Well, that's not what we're seeing today. Look at the drone shots.
That is
on these
literally what we are
Texas
seeing
bridges.
today. Dude, you're just against all
yeah.
immigration. You have no reason
100%,
for it. You're
yeah, for
just
sure.
bigoted.
No, I'm not bigoted for it. Look at
No, you absolutely are, right? Like, you've given no reason.
Do I want to be? Oh yeah, for sure. Look at the country of France. They have tons of immigration, and it sucks. They're engaging with the police, and you have liberals over there saying that it's a good.
They
thing.
literally
We need more
have less
human nature.
immigration than we do.
Well,
We
yeah,
allow more people to come into the country.
not from sub-Saharan Africa.
Oh, so what's wrong with people coming from Africa?
Well, they seem to be angry. If you look at France, they were engaging with the police and shit.
So there were some people from Africa that were engaging with the police, and that somehow was representative of all people from Africa? Okay, so some European people engaged in imperialism, colonialization, and like mass genocide, right? Therefore, that's going to be representative of all European people. Does that make sense to you?
Well, yeah, you hear that today. That's why.
No. Does that make sense to you, though? Does that make sense to you?
Sense, but that's the
No, it
rhetoric.
doesn't. So
Look at-
the
that's
same
the
reason
rhetoric.
that doesn't make sense is the same reason why what you're saying doesn't make any sense. Okay.
Well, no, but mine's actually based in like logic. Yours is just based.
No,
on,
yours
like,
isn't.
sort of-
What is logic? Tell me what logic is.
logic? Is like reasoning on
No.
facts and stuff.
Thank you for the hint. I appreciate it. No. Logic is generally speaking going to be referring to the laws of logic, right? Law of identity, law of non-contradiction, law of excluded middle. You don't even know what logic is, and you're saying it. Okay. Thank you for the hint. I appreciate it. How can you, bro? You're just lost, man. You're absolutely lost. You
Okay, so let
literally
me
just
ask
have
you this.
bigoted
Do you think the
opinions.
people in
You don't have
France like
evidence for your
immigration?
positions. Right?
Well, yeah, ask any French person. That's pretty simple.
Yeah, I know French people, and they don't fucking think that.
Wait, they
I know
love
people
the
that live in
African
France right
migrants
now.
attacking their police. They enjoy.
Yeah, and
that.
they don't blame it on fucking immigrants. You know?
Wait,
Like,
who do
what?
they blame
I
it
literally
on?
know
Do they
people
blame it on their
from France right now.
accountants and they're like bus drivers, or do they blame it on the people committing the crimes? Right?
Yeah, which are not all
Give me a break
immigrants.
here, bud.
Which is not all immigrants. You understand that, right? What you're doing is called a composition fallacy. You're saying because a part of a particular group is this way, the whole is that way, right? The same sort of way. This doesn't make. I'll show you how this doesn't make any sense, right? Atoms are not visible to the human eye, right? So when I look at you, I shouldn't be able to see you because you're made up of atoms, and atoms are not visible to the human eye. Therefore, you aren't visible to the human eye because you're made up of atoms. Right, that
Yeah, that's
logically
cute, but
follows.
when I look at all these
but it's
immigrants,
composition
they're literally-
fallacy because it's bad reasoning. Okay, because you're saying that a part determines how the whole operates, when in reality we see that does not occur. That's not entailed.
What are you talking about? They literally, the rhetoric is in South Africa right now. Kill the bull, kill the boar, kill the white farmer. What are you talking about? Do you not understand anything
And
about
do you not
geopolitics
consider
or
that that can be wrong as well, right? To say that you should kill a particular group of people for nothing particularly.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to
they
write this
did?
out for you. Okay, I don't understand this. These people are chanting.
Wait, do you want to
like-
respond to that? You think it's bad?
Yeah, for sure,
So if you
exactly.
think that
I'm about
that's
to.
bad, you have to
Don't-
call it
don't
out the other way
interrupt me.
around as well, where you do it.
Okay.
You're hypocritical as fuck, my guy.
Whoa. Calm down and let me explain to you why you are.
I'm completely calm right now, right? I think that you're, realistically speaking, you're the only one that's angry. You're the one that decided to come on and show your bigotry, right? You're the one that's angry.
Well,
that's why you have these beliefs.
Prove me right here. Okay, so let me just win that conversation in 10 words right here. Okay, so you got the people.
There's
from
no
South
possible
Africa.
way you could do that, Joker.
You got the people from South Africa chanting, kill the boar, kill the boar, kill the white farmer. And then you're sitting up here and saying, why is it bad to immigrate those people into France? Boom, you're an idiot.
You understand that they're not the same people, right? This is a composition fallacy again, right? You love terrible reasoning, don't you? Right? You love using bad reasoning. Is that your favorite thing to do? Was that, the 10 words was a logical fallacy, y'all, right? His argument was a logical fallacy, and somehow, right, that makes me lose, chat. That makes me lose.
You literally
Crazy,
just
bro.
lost. I won.
Do you know what a composition fallacy is? I just explained it to you.
Wait, do you not think the African people want to kill the white people?
No, I don't think that African people in general want to kill white people.
What happened in Montgomery?
Thank you. I appreciate the champion. Thank you so much.
You can scroll up or down on the TikTok right
you
now,
understand that not every. You understand that
advocating
hold
for
up.
white people to get hit in the chair. With the chair because slavery existed. I talked to 10 of them last night.
You understand that just because some people have said that does not mean all people who are part of that group say that. Thank you for the hint. I appreciate it. The same way that because a part of white people have done something does not mean that all white people do that thing, right?
Well, yeah, for sure. So the difference in that is if a white person goes out there and commits a terrible atrocity, white people from the hills will scream that they're not racist. If a black people does that, well, you committed lynching, well, slavery. You'll never.
Well, what do you mean? Wait, say that one more time. What are you saying?
Okay, so a white person goes out, like the Christchurch shooter or whatever. Every single person from the hills, including that guy you were talking about last panel, Nick Fuentes, denounces him, says it's terrible. But if a black person beats someone over the head in Montgomery with a chair, everyone says, well, it's okay because of slavery, because of lynching.
Who said it was okay for someone to kill someone?
Well, you'll see it in the chat right now. How many people in the chat who are black thinks it was okay for the people that hit that person?
Why does it matter that they're black? What the fuck is wrong with you, dude? Dude, no, actually though, what the hell is wrong with you? You're literally coming up with things, you're making things up and then getting mad at them.
I'm not making things up. This happens all the time. It's the rhetoric. What do you mean?
No, you're using what you consider. Wait, hold up. I think this is very hypocritical because you're using what you consider to be bad reasoning to justify your reasoning. You understand that, right? So if you already consider it to be bad reasoning, then you're agreeing that your reasoning is also bad.
Not necessarily, because it's.
What do you mean, not necessarily?
It's based off what they're saying as a reaction. It's reactionary.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything, right? Like they could say, anyone can say that their claim is reactionary, right?
And then you attack me. You're not wrong for
That's self-defense. This is not self-defense. Yeah. This is not self-defense.
It's preemptive self-defense.
What does it mean? What is preemptive self-defense?
So for sure, you got all these people saying, kill the boar, we deserve to kill them because of slavery. They owe us all this money. Would you want to ship them and them to be your neighbor? Obviously not, right?
You understand that you're literally trying to generalize everyone in Africa because of some people in Africa making these claims. The same way that you could say, hold up, stop talking, bro, stop talking, right? So the same way that you could point at racist people in America and then say that everyone is racist in America because there's some racist people in America. That makes no sense. You understand Africa is an entire continent, right? There are so many different countries in Africa. You're talking about an extraordinary aspect of the world. 2 billion people live there, and you're trying to categorize the 2 billion people because of a few people that you might have saw on the internet.
Well, it's like this is ridiculous, my guy. Let me respond to that. So, like I said before, a white person goes out, commits atrocity. Even people as far to the right as Mr. Nick Fuentes will disavow.
Dude, can you just actually respond to a point? I'm not worried about your whole spiel of, oh my gosh, right? Some people out there said that something was justified that is probably bad, right? You're not actually engaging with anything that I'm saying.
I'm engaging. You're not. You're not. To what I'm saying.
No, I already responded to it. I already gave you a response. I showed you how it was a composition fallacy. I showed you how if you were already referring to it as bad reasoning, and this is why you shouldn't hold to it, then why are you holding it on your end?
I'm explaining why you're wrong.
How are you explaining how I'm wrong? You're not even arguing against me. Thank you for that.
So you're explaining that it's a reactionary cause, and what I'm saying is when these black people Okay. When a
You're
white
literally
person goes
fucking
out,
insane, dude.
when a white
You're,
person
like,
goes out
really
and commits an
insane. Thank you for the
atrocity,
hand
it's literally denounced
bro,
across
like-
the board 100%. When a black person does it, it's cheered and say it's going to happen to you.
Thank you for
And
the
that's
hand
the rhetoric. You'll never
No,
see a
it's
black
literally
person
not,
denounce
dude.
happened
What are
in
you talking
Montgomery.
about, dude?
Show me one person who denounced what happened in Montgomery. I'll tell you.
I
I'll show
don't.
you
I don't
100.
even. I don't even know what happened there, so I can't even say. You understand? There are bad things that white people do all the time that aren't called out.
What do you mean? Name one.
What do you mean? We can talk about the fact
Name
that
one
white
thing
people
that
commit
would-
lots of
like-
crime that's never talked about in the United States, right?
Wait, so violent crime offenders, if we look at per capita, you're looking at
You're
the
not.
wrong
I'm not talking about per
demographic there,
capita. Thank you for the
buddy.
answer. I appreciate you understand that I'm relating to particular ideas
Why
that
would we
white
not
people
lose
commit
Why
crime.
would you not use per capita?
I'm literally just
buddy?
talking
Why
about.
would
I'm
you
literally
use
just
per
talking about the fact that all I'm talking about is the fact that people commit crime and then we never talk about it, right?
This is so funny. You go, well,
And you
white
understand that the reason why there are differences in this is literally because it's specifically targeted toward different communities. You understand that, right?
Parker, I don't
If you
know
look
if
at all
you're trying
types
to,
of
like-
immigrants, right, you're not going to see that violent crime is high within all types of immigrants, especially if you look at per capita rates. If anything, you'll look at them at lower rates comparative to white Americans. Yet you won't even refer to that at all when you talk about this.
Wow. Okay, Parker. I don't know if you're trying to like prove my point here, but you go.
I like how you just don't acknowledge any of my
No,
points.
I'm 100%.
I'd love to hear you respond to
I'm
one.
literally going to engage with what you said before if you
Go for
don't
it.
freak out with it. So you go. If we look at racial demographics and white people and their violent crime, oh man, those numbers. 13% of the population commits 52% of the violent crime per capita. That's
You
like
understand that that's
10
literally just arrests, right? That's literally just arrests. That's
Yeah,
not
they
talk.
should be
If you
way
look at
higher.
conviction rates, black people are significantly less likely to be convicted once they are actually like arrested in the first place. So you're only looking at arrest rates. You're not looking at the actual data. Secondly, right? This isn't even relevant, right? Because if we were to relate to per capita rates, hold up. Well, if we were to relate to per capita rates of violent crime, right? Immigrants commit lower per capita rates of violent crime comparative to natural born U.S. citizens, right? Therefore, shouldn't you look at natural born U.S. citizens in a more negative connotation or talk about that more than the fact that you've been bringing up immigrants this entire conversation?
Well, no, for sure. So let me address that.
No, this
you
is
got
hypocrisy.
13%. You got 13% of the population.
It doesn't
committing 52%
address
of the
anything that I
violent
just said, by the way.
No, 100% of this.
That didn't address a single thing that I said, by the way.
You got 13% of the population committing 52% of the violence.
Do you want to address anything that I said, man?
Yeah, for sure. I'm getting into it. Just
You're not doing it. No, you're really not.
Yeah, baby. You're not letting me speak. How can I address what you're saying if you're not going to let me speak? It doesn't make any sense.
Because you're not
an adult,
addressing
bro.
what I'm saying at all. And I'm trying to
No,
hold
I
you to
will.
addressing what I'm saying, man.
You want to lock me in your little destiny debate, bro tactics.
Thank you for the
defeat
butterfly.
by,
Appreciate it.
it's-
No, I
it's
want you to
not even
actually respond to the
intellectual.
points that I'm making. It's nothing
for
to do with
sure.
the
So you got,
fucking destiny or anything. Respond to my points.
Yeah, so for sure, you got 13% of the population committing.
Doesn't respond to the point.
52%
Respond to the point.
violent crime.
Respond
And
to the point.
then, okay, you have people like you going, well, it's just arrest rates, and then you say it's over policing. Look at the fucking
Arrests and it's actually evident that it's actually over policing because the convictions are significantly less likely to go through. That is literally evidence of over policing. The fact that black people are arrested at significantly higher rates and then they're not actually found to have committed the crime. Right, that's the issue, and you never look at that. You never actually look at those statistics.
Full of them, though. Why is the prison?
Well, because drug crimes were specifically targeted within black communities, right? This is like historically proven, right? You know this is historically proven, right? Right, like there are
Okay,
actually
so
like
it's
drugs that were
not-
put into black communities by police and by like different types
The
of
CIA,
like
yeah,
communities.
100%, I
Yes,
agree.
literally, in order
cocaine,
to
yeah, that is
increase the
real.
amount of
That
black
is
people that were in
probably-
prison. Right, that's literally the basis of the drug war. You can hear
It's the
people like
same thing
Nixon.
with the Planned
Hold up.
Parenthood.
You
I
can
know
hear
about
people. You can hear people like Nixon. No, it's not. You can hear people like Nixon, right? Also make claims that this was specifically the intention, literally on call, right?
No, I agree with that. Crates of weapons, crack cocaine, 100%. They're not a fan of the black people, the government. I would agree. That's why they put Planned Parenthoods in liquor stores.
And then you fucking
blame.
blame black people whenever the government is what creates the fucking issue. Right, so you're not actually blaming anything to do with people, right here.
No, I'm willing.
What you're doing is you're not acknowledging the
I
systems,
literally
right? The
just
systems that
acknowledged-
cause these
I literally
issues.
just acknowledged it, though. I literally just
No, not within what you were saying earlier, right? You only acknowledge it when it's called out in front of you. Whenever you have no argument against anything that I'm saying,
No, I
you didn't
already
respond to
knew
anything
about
that I'm saying, and you even gave a point that
literally
actually
did.
justifies what I'm saying.
Yeah, sure. There were like CIA gun runners shipping the cocaine, and they had the legislation with the crack cocaine penalties and whatever. Sure, yeah, that happens. Whatever. I mean, it's not like the criminals or the crime, the prisons today. They're still full of them, and we still don't have the ability
letting him do this. There's actually no point there to actually even go over. I've gone over every single point. He's failed to actually reference any of my points, and all he's trying to do is just spread the bigotry, right? There's no point to get to there, right? There's a bunch of loose screws, right? There's not a very bright bulb, right? And there's no way to make the bulb brighter, okay? That's not possible. All right, yeah, that was fucking insane, bro. Holy shit. But yeah, everyone tap the screen. Let's try to get to 250,000 likes. If you disagree, make sure to send a guest request right now. Please only send a guest request if you disagree. Or get some debates in here, everyone. Yo, what's up? Do you support
What's up,
Trump,
man? What was the question?
Do you support Trump?
Do I support Trump? I think the better answer is I don't support Biden. I think that's a better answer.
I don't support Biden either, but I would vote for Biden over Trump. So do you not support Trump?
I'm not political in any way.
Would you vote for Trump over Biden?
Yes, I would. 100%.
Okay, why so?
Well, so you look at the approval ratings of Biden, right? And you look at what he did and like how he was approved as a president, right? And how like the people that voted him, the approval rate came back and it was at like what, 20% of people that voted Biden. So that must mean that he's obviously collectively not doing a great job, right? And then you look at what Trump did, and I feel like Trump was bashed for his social
Wait, Thomas,
media.
can I address the first claim? That was an ad populum, right? So you just said that because a majority of people like something or don't like something, or a lot of people like something or don't like something, that then implies that it's correct. That has nothing to do with it being correct at all.
How? So you're telling me
If most people believe Islam is true in the world, does that mean Islam is true?
It's a good point. It's a great point. But man, I got nothing, honestly.
So you don't have reasons why you vote for Trump over Biden, yet you still think that you want it?
No, I don't know. I'm not political in any way. I don't really support
Yeah,
politics.
you'd still say that you'd vote for someone. That was almost immediately, bro.
I think I look
This
at
is
our
exactly
economy
why
and the way our
America is
economy
terrible. This is exactly
the way
why
our
we're failing.
economy is plummeting. I look at the way our economy is plummeting and the way our economy was. I think that's the only depiction I can make there for the two presidents.
Yeah,
the
so
flow-
like
the
then
flow
why
of
don't we
the
look at how
economy.
bad it was when Trump was in office, when COVID hit?
What did you say?
Why don't we look at how bad it was when COVID hit with Trump?
Well, that's because COVID was going on, though. And
Okay, well, the same thing can also be the case here, right?
I
Inflation
would
is a
say- I
global
would say
phenomenon.
that he was able to make the economy thrive through those hard times. I feel like if Biden was
15%
president,
unemployment.
You said what?
15% unemployment.
Okay, but let's put Biden in Trump's position, right? And let's put him in Trump's seat, right? Do you think
The same things would happen.
No, I think our economy would probably collapse or would have collapsed.
Yeah, can you give me any evidence of that, Tom?
No, not off the dome. I'm not good for this debate. This is not a good topic for me to debate. So
Well, I don't think any topic is good for you, Tom. Let's be totally honest.
No. Yesterday, when you started debating with that other dude, I wanted to come back on so bad because I would have destroyed you. Oh my god,
Tom,
I had
you were
so much-
making terrible
I had so
arguments
much
in the
to
comment
say. It's
section.
so hard. It is really hard to debate with somebody when you come in unprepared. You don't have a script in front of you. It is hard. So I condemn you, and I did sub to you because I like what you do. It's entertaining to watch. It is really hard to put together a good battle or a good fight when you're unprepared. But when I left and as I was listening to J-Rob speak, I was like, bro, I would literally bash this dude right now because he was bringing up good points and good, and things I could bounce my ideas off of that I'm just not generally thinking of off the top of my head,
Sure. Well,
It's a very complex argument and,
no, the argument I was going over was very simple. Like
no.
this is one of the
I'm
simplest.
talking about the topic in general, the whole shabam. It's a very complex topic. It's not.
Okay, sure, yeah. I mean, I'd agree with that.
So and we didn't just go over one part. We went over, a few different segments and a few different things. It wasn't just one thing.
Thank
And
you,
I was
David. I
totally
appreciate that
unprepared. And I was getting choked up and caught in my word because you're arguing. So I'm arguing for something. You're arguing against something. So I think it's a way easier for you to combat me in the position you're at to go against me than it is to be like, ready for an argument. But
I can do a theoretical comparison between hypotheses, right? In which I can show you that one posits like a more likely explanation due to the theoretical virtue of simplicity. So that's a comparative analysis of the different types of explanations between the naturalist hypothesis and the theist hypothesis. So I can posit a particular view and still say that I reject yours. And that's only talking about probability. That's not even talking about the possibility arguments that I was bringing out.
I think it's a lot easier to do that than to compile and give evidence and to actually argue for what you stand for. When somebody's just combating and saying like, and it's a very, that's why I said it's a very complex topic, because a lot of it is faith based, like the topic we were on yesterday. And a lot of people are confused right now and just like, what the fuck are they talking about? Because they probably weren't.
Yeah, let's get to the topic.
Yeah. I'm gonna head out and just keep listening to your debates and stuff, because I don't think I'm the right man to debate politics.
All right, bro. You don't have a justification for why you'd vote for Trump? No reasons.
Approval ratings.
Okay, well, so his approval ratings are really bad, right?
But they're not worse than Biden. That's what I'm saying. Like if it was.
And they actually are. Slightly.
No, they're not. I have a computer right here. This is actually good. I have a computer right in front of me now, so I can actually.
Yeah, poll numbers, Biden and Trump. Last time I checked, Trump was worse.
Approval rating. Isn't it crazy how so many people want him back in office now, though? Now that like Biden has became president. Like
that's likely to happen always, but like it's a bit ridiculous.
No, but I have a question for you. This is actually a good argument. If Trump was such a terrible president, why is his candidacy still running strong? Like, why is his party still running strong? His presidential party, why is it running strong if he was such a terrible president and he was disapproved? I think a lot
because
of it,
Biden's also terrible, right?
I think
because Biden isn't a great alternative. Right, but a lot of people hate Trump, and like, why do you think 80 million people voted for Trump?
Well, yeah, I think a lot of
people for Biden.
I think a lot of people hate Trump because of the way that he was depicted by the media, right? And you talk about like, you cut me off my train of thought, but I was gonna make a really good point. All right, let's look at Trump's.
They're tied right now. Both at 43%. This is from Siena.edu, Siena College Research Institute.
What did you say? They're tied, you said?
Yeah, 43-43.
Where is that from? Siena. What is that website? I've never heard of that. All right. So his high point for approval rating was 49%, and his low point was 34%. Let's look at Biden's.
You want?
I don't know.
Find a different one. Go for it. Yeah. So well, I think that if you want to go based upon poll numbers, then you're even. So that's tough, bro.
I think that even if they were similar, they're similar because of the way that the media absolutely destroyed Trump and how the media really doesn't cover Biden really at all. I mean, like,
they do cover Biden, and I mean, yeah, there's a lot to destroy Trump on. I mean, like, he literally lied about the election.
They don't question Trump, or they don't question Biden the way they question Trump. Like when they have interviews, or like when they question or they ask like the president.
I mean, the same thing happens with like Fox and OAN.
But I'm
and
saying,
stuff
like,
no
that. Reporters were asking like what flavor ice cream Trump was fucking eating, right? Like but you see, that's
Trump eating ice cream?
No, I'm saying
I've never seen Trump eat ice cream. I've seen Biden eat ice cream though.
I'm saying, I was just using that as an example. Like, reporters aren't using that question with Trump. They're asking actually hard questions about our economy or, what's going on around us in our country. They're not asking what.
Yeah, we could probably expect that from CNN or like democratically leaning like media companies, but the same thing happens when we relate to Fox News, right? Or we relate to OAN with Trump. They throw them like low balls. I think they should go hard on both of them. Right? I hate the fact that we have to fucking vote for Biden.
They go harder on Biden.
Who?
The news outlet, any news outlet.
What news?
The media.
It depends on the news outlet.
The media in general.
Media in general. I think they go harder on Trump because there's more to go harder on Trump about. Thank you, Haley. Thank you so much for the Draco. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. W Haley in the comment section. Let's go.
Why do you say that though? Why do you say that they go harder on Trump more than Biden? Why do you?
There's more because Trump literally lied about the election. Right, like he's been held liable for sexual.
He lied about what? He lied about his election. Are you talking about with Russia helping his polls?
No, he lied about the election fraud. Right, like he said there was election fraud. He said the election was stolen. It was not stolen. There's no evidence to support that notion. Right, this is the safest election in recorded history. No, like I'm not joking. Like he's literally every single person has come out and been like, yeah, he lost, right? But he still literally thinks he won. He's like the QAnoners that are running with the fact that he won. They think he's in office still or some shit. Like it's crazy. He's like controlling the military, right? Like these people have no clue what's going on.
Trying to look for like a credible source to cite.
Ollie, thank you for the Cooper skates.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Trump and to just compare their approval ratings and whatnot.
Yeah, so I've seen it to be equivalent, but I don't think approval ratings means one's better than the other. Right? I mean, there could be 90% of the country that supports someone that's bad, right? That's very clearly possible. How do you think Schmittler got into power?
I don't know much about Hitler. I don't know enough about Hitler. I don't know.
By rising up within the party within a democratic country. That was within a democratic country, right?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so these same sorts of things can be popular, right? That doesn't mean that they're correct.
But it's just like Biden, or it's just like Trump. When you make a like you're pleading your case, right? But are you going to follow through with your case? And that's where we see your approval ratings, right? Are you going to follow through with what you set out to do as president of the United States, right? Why is Biden at 27%? Last I checked, and you said something about
I don't see 27%.
You said something about 43%. Last I checked, it was 27, and this was like credible. Like this was like CNN or like a big time, like, and that's why I don't know why I'm having.
I got this from this is the source that was linked with Politico and CNN, so I don't know what you're talking about.
I remember that. I
appreciate the hand mustache.
It being 27%. So I
I would have to see the 27. Is that a Gallup poll or something? They give you the Panther pause. I appreciate it.
No, I told you it was on a credible
site.
It was on a credible site. It was a long time ago. It wasn't today. Like I didn't just see this today.
Oh, okay. Well, like, dude, I mean. I don't like Biden. I wouldn't make up numbers like that. But like I don't like Biden. I don't want Biden to be in office. Right?
No, I
He's
don't
obviously
either.
old. He's obviously like let's be totally honest, right? He's lost.
He is. He's very lost.
Right. The reason why I want Biden in office is so that Trump or conservatives can't put more federal justices into office, right? Because the more federal justices that they put in office, the more they're going to be able to block progressive legislation in the future. Taishi, I appreciate the confetti. Thank you for the Georgia hat. I appreciate the cowboy hat. So like that's going to block progressive legislation in the future. Plus, right, when we have that administration in office, they're going to be significantly less likely to move the Overton window to the left. So what that means is that if we have someone like Biden or moderate Democrats in office, they're more likely to move the country towards the types of policies that I would agree with, or that would be like social democratic type policies. Like the Scandinavian countries and stuff like that, how a bunch of European countries have adopted universal healthcare systems, broader access to education, trade programs. Thank you for the cowboy hat. I appreciate it.
We need another Reagan. We need somebody that's for the people, right? I don't like this. I don't like the political party system.
Bro, what do you mean Reagan was for the people, bro? You understand that, like, You understand that like there's a huge tie of the fact that wages have been stagnant since the 80s due to the
No, I said
notion
he
of
was for the
trickle down
people. I said he
economics
was-
implemented by Reagan.
I said he was for the people. I said we need someone like him again.
Yeah, I don't think he's for the people when he ignores AIDS. I don't think he's for the people when he literally like is it for trickle down economics, which at this point has been proven
Ignored
to be
what? Did
ineffective.
you say AIDS?
Yeah.
So you're gonna take his whole presidency and run it off because he ignored AIDS? You're talking about the disease?
Yeah, that's also one part that's terrible for him, of course.
But how did he ignore AIDS? I'm confused.
He literally didn't address it during his presidency. And there were like, I'm pretty sure there were calls about how he was like talking about how it's like impacting people who are gay and stuff like that. He heavily increased military spending when it wasn't necessary. There were many things Reagan did that we probably would look at that are not beneficial.
Do you believe that our political system is broken, Republicans versus Democrats? Do you feel like I feel like there's good things in both? Like there's good things I find in the Republican Party, and then there's good things that I find in the Democratic Party.
Well, broken implies that it's been working, right? I think there are issues that have been in our system for a very long time that have not been fixed, whether it be related to like the corporate influence over our political system, or it relates to like our healthcare systems, education, stuff like that. We have a huge corrupt system in the United States, right? And it's not getting fixed due to our current political structures because of the two-party system, right? We don't have the ability to kind of like, support libertarians or support social democrats or go away from what the establishment notions are, because essentially all we're voting for right now is that I don't like the other side, right? That's literally like Biden's like, oh, Trump's so bad, vote for me.
Right,
Trump
and why
is like,
is nobody-
Biden's so bad, vote for me. Like, why are we voting on people because we don't like the other side rather than voting for people because they have policies that are going to benefit us?
Yeah, it's really bad because it's just like it's like once a Democrat, always a Democrat, right? So even if the Democratic Party, who's representing the Democratic Party, if they're terrible, bro, it's just like if you're a Democrat, you're in. You're just like, I hate Republicans so bad, and they go off this. There's just this
and then Republicans
nature,
are just like, I hate Democrats, right?
Yeah, there's just
that's
this
why a two-party
nature-
system is just it's terrible.
It's so bad, and I wish it could be like abolished, and we could start with something new. Like how or like what, but there needs to be a new system because this Republican versus Democrat thing, it's literally, it doesn't matter who's. I feel like our last presidency, it didn't matter. You could have had. Me and you could have ran for president, and if we were on the Democratic and the Republican side, we still would have somehow gotten voted president if we were representing that party, just because we were representing the Republican Party, not because we actually had anything.
We're not old enough, Thomas.
Well, I was using us as an example. Like, I think anybody could have ran for fucking president and got it over Trump, just because he was so hated, and Republicans were so hated from the media, and it was just a media tale.
Sure, yeah. So, like, I think that would you be for like an age limit or age cap?
Age cap on presidency, like
Yeah.
like you have to be over the age of like 30.
Yeah. So neither Trump or Biden could run.
So like, can you be too old to run for president then?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
That would be. I don't know. I think old people are wise, dude. Some old like.
Well, I understand old people can have wise faculties, right? It's good, but when you look at Biden, right? Is that your first
No,
thought?
they aren't. Why aren't old people
Thomas,
wise?
let's be totally honest. Is that your first thought when you see him fall down the stairs? Is that your first thought?
Well, not you're talking about Biden. I'm talking about most old people, most like old philosophers, most old intelligent individuals that I.
Yeah. Well, if we're talking about like 60s, 70s, something like that, right? When you reach 80s and 70s and stuff like that, there's a level of mental degradation that
How old
comes
is
about
Biden?
with that type of
I don't
stuff,
even
right?
know.
That's why we have retirement around that age. Right. So if we have retirement age around 70, we should probably make that for the presidency as well. Biden's 80 years old.
Years old. What?
Yes, he's literally 80, dude. Like
The
he's like,
more you know, bro. What?
yeah, he's literally a grandparent.
Bro's gonna
Literally
die
a
in
grandparent.
office. Holy shit.
No, he's not that old, but he's past the literal like life expectancy of the United States of America.
Hey, he looks pretty good for
Okay.
an 80-year-old.
Yeah, why do we have someone who's past the life expectancy in our presidency, like in the Oval Office?
No, that's
like actually
that's a
concerning.
great question. I had no idea he was 88 years old. I had no idea.
Look up Trump too. Trump is
Yeah,
77.
77. I had no idea about that either. They don't look that old.
They do.
I think so. I don't think it should be an age restriction. I think there should be a system in which the person in office is evaluated for their physical condition, their mental stability, and like they just kind of a soft like background of them before they even hop into like a seat of authority. So
Yeah. I don't know. I think that's harder to determine, right, than just putting an age on it, right? If we put an age on 35, why don't we put the age, like 65 or 70? That makes most sense to me, to be honest. But I don't know why you'd be against that. There's also term limits. We can also do.
So what would your age
ranked
gap
choice
be,
voting? So there's multiple parties rather than just two. What's up?
What would your age gap be?
65 or 70.
70 would be the cap, but what would be like? So you'd have to be like 25 to be president, and
Oh, I would probably say 30 to 65.
30. That's
70.
I would say like 30 is a good number because 25 is when the brain stops developing. I would say 30 is
25 is what it's like for Senate and everything else. Under my view, that's what I would be like. Senate right now is like 30 years old.
25 and
House of
up?
Reps is 25. House of Reps is 25. Senate is 30.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good idea. Dude, I'm still dumbfounded that Joe Biden is 80 years old.
Yeah, Bernie's older. Thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Bernie is more mentally there, and he's older than Biden. So.
No, yeah, that explains a lot though. Like as far as like what I know about Biden and like what I've seen from him falling down like plane stairs and just like saying the most dumbfounding things that I've ever heard from a president.
Falls off the bike.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, well, yeah, no.
Really concerning. But it just makes you wonder, how did he get there, right? Was it because he was good, or was it because the media portrayed Trump to be so damn bad?
No, it's just because people don't like Trump. Right? That is literally the only reason that Biden is in office.
So I guess we have to talk about, why don't people like Trump? Is it they think because of who he is as a person? They think he's racist. They think he's
he lied about the election. Yeah, of course.
Yep. They think he's evil. Basically, that's what they think. But because they've taken media clips of the guy, and
these aren't just media clips, dude.
I mean, he has said outrageous. He said some outrageous things.
Thomas, are you for the death penalty for drug dealers?
Death penalty for drug dealers? Oof.
That's what he argued.
But,
unironically, on the campaign trail, has argued that recently.
I think there's some extreme measures that need to be taken in modern society for like discipline. I think the discipline that people are getting is not good enough. And that's why we're seeing so many repeat offenders and so much, problems with that.
But the death penalty, 4% of people on death row are innocent. So by supporting the death penalty, you're literally killing innocent people.
If you could 100%.
Oh, we know that 4% of them on death row have been innocent.
I guess it depends. I guess it depends on what this person's life looks like. If they're a repeat offender, if they've been caught with possession of drugs before, if so you're saying
with drugs, bro, really, dude, I'm just like, okay.
There's
a difference between particularly like cutting drugs with things to kill people and just being a drug dealer. Like if you just sold some like THC carts, bro, I don't think you should. I don't think you should get the death penalty.
Oh yeah, 100%. And yeah, that's why I was just about. That's the next point I was really about to make. It's really circumstantial. Yeah. If a man is loading like a big old truck of methamphetamine, right? I think there's an argument to be made there. But if your 19-year-old kid is just selling THC carts and all that stuff, I don't think that the death penalty is justifiable. So I don't think
the death penalty is justifiable
with that clip that you're talking about and what you're speaking about. I think it was taken out of context because I don't think Trump was speaking about 19-year-old kids. I said 19-year-old kids selling THC cards. I think he was talking about those mass distributors.
Well, then that would be producers, right? Why don't you want to go after the producers?
Drug dealer,
like that just makes no sense to me. Like it makes no sense to me to decriminalize and legalize different types of drug usage. Obviously not all, but thank you for the goggles. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. That's been proven to be more effective in other places around the world. If you look at Portugal, they used to have some of the highest rates of overdose, addiction rates, stuff like that in Europe. Now they have some of the lowest rates associated with that since they've adopted decriminalization policies in relation to drugs. Thank you for the call in the seal. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, so is there anything else you want to talk about, Thomas?
Let me think. Let me give it like a good 30-second, Last thought.
A little 30-second thought.
A
real
little
quick.
30-second summary on what we've talked about, what we've discussed. Do I need to address any more topics of concern? So, so you aren't a Trump supporter, but you're not a Biden supporter. Who do you want to see in office? Do you
Well,
have
I
any,
would
like,
support
are there any
Biden over
candidates?
Trump, but thank you for the hand art.
Are there any
there's
candidates?
literally no one right now that I like.
So you think that again,
People
Biden
are preferable
will,
to others, but no one I like.
you think Biden will represent the Democratic Party again, and Trump will represent the Republican Party again?
Sadly,
I
really
don't
want
think
that to
Biden
happen.
will represent the Democratic Party again. I do not think that he will. I think
Pretty
it'll
sure
be
he's
somebody
running
else.
again. Pretty sure he's already said that
I
he's
think he'll
running.
run again, but I don't think I don't think his votes will be real high. I don't think he's well respected at all as a president. Like I told you, I thought his approval ratings, and I read somewhere that they were 27%, and I will find that, and I will come back and I will.
Yeah, I'd love to see it. Thank you, Andy. I
If
appreciate
I
the
come
hand
back for a
art.
debate. So next election you're voting Trump. If it's Trump v. Biden, or are you just not voting?
No, I'm voting Biden.
I was gonna say to not vote would be a very bad mistake because like it's just like they're both bad, but it's poison ivy versus poison. It's like
Yeah, I think I would rather take the one plate of shit rather than the 2 plates of shit.
So you would vote Biden instead of Trump.
Yep.
Golly. I think our economy crumbles a lot. I don't think it collapses, but I think our economy crumbles a lot if we see another 4 years of Biden, just because he's just throwing our money around. You talk about, that's a good discussion. You talk about Ukraine, right? Why are we donating 170 billion, however many dollars, and the rest of the country
70 billion. And that is
Million.
you know that's also like a loan. You know that, right?
Okay, but why are we giving 170 million and these other countries are giving 35 million?
We didn't give 170. We gave 70 million.
We gave
170 billion, my bad.
How much?
And that's for loans, right? So that's lend-lease. And that's to limit Russian aggression in Europe because Russia is expanding their borders. They're
75 billion. Okay.
Yeah, they took over Georgia and they also took over Crimea. So they've shown precedent in terms of trying to take over many different countries around them and reestablish the Soviet Union. We also used the exact same sort of lend-lease program in World War II.
Right, but why are we obligated to give so much more than everyone else? Like, why are we giving out so much more money?
We aren't obligated, but we are in a position in which we can do so, and we're doing so to limit their aggression.
Right, but why are we not encouraging other nations of NATO? Why isn't that
NATO?
NATO, yeah. Who's also funding Ukraine?
You mean NATO?
NATO, it's NATO. I mean, it sounds the same.
No, I just I like how you pronounce it, NATO.
Is it NATO or NATO?
It's NATO.
NATO? I've heard NATO. I don't know. Maybe it's
NATO?
a Minnesota thing.
Who
Maybe
said
it's a Minnesota
NATO?
thing. We say
I grew up in
Minnesota.
Iowa, so I don't think it's a Minnesota thing.
I don't know. We're getting off topic.
Did you know that Poland is taking in refugees for free? Did you know that other European nations are also giving them money?
They're giving them, but we're giving substantially more.
Because we're a larger country.
No, we're talking about countries like. Let me. I gotta look at a chart or something.
We're a larger country. You understand that each country in Europe is essentially equivalent to a state here in the United States. We're also the richest country in the world. Everyone, in the meantime, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes, everyone. If you disagree, if you support Trump, make sure to send a guest request right now. Please only send a guest request if you support Trump, y'all. Just looking for some debates, everyone.
I think we're both on the same page as where we don't support either party, but one party is significantly worse than the other. You have a different opinion than I do. I think I can get around Trump having a terrible character, but him also giving more than what Biden is given, because I don't want to see another 80-year-old man falling down a plane for 4 more years. I would rather see somebody actually getting things done.
So you'd rather take
economy,
someone who's bigoted, who lies about the election, right? Who doesn't necessarily impact the economy in the best way by giving most of his tax cuts to the top 1%.
Unemployment rate was it
was the exact same under Biden. Yeah, it was actually
but
0.1% lower under
you talk about
Biden.
when he started in office and where an unemployment rate lowered
It
substantially.
didn't,
right?
it
But
didn't
then you look
decrease
at-
that much. It
but
actually
then-
decreased more under Biden's presidency.
Yeah, but
If
then
you talk
more
about
people,
that.
most people make the argument. Well, then it rose again. Well, it rose again because of COVID.
Yeah, and then Biden
the
came in
same
office.
because
It was pretty
nobody's done
high,
anything-
and then dropped it to 3.4%.
And it's the same because nobody's done anything to change it, right? So when Trump comes back into office, I can almost guarantee you, and I will say this right now, I think our economy, the percentage of unemployment will drop again. Because we are not facing a global pandemic and we are not
You understand that we're already low on unemployment right now. We
What
were
is
at
it?
3.4% unemployment under Biden, which is lower than what it was under Trump at 3.5%.
Yeah, but most of that was
Did you know that Trump fell down a ramp as well?
Did he?
Yeah.
All right, let me get back to looking. Okay, so
Lamau. Yeah, I kind of want to find the clip, everyone, because that's actually really funny.
you should.
Thank you for the mini star. I appreciate it, Georgia. Thank you. I don't know. I think they're both pretty old, right? Thank you for the money gun. I appreciate it, Winded. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. W's in the chat, everyone. By the way, everyone, if you like the content, subscribe to me. If you do like it, of course, we have sub-only
Okay, let's
chats
look-
always
all
up
right,
on
instead
for the
of
last
me
hour of the
looking
live, y'all.
at that chart. So we've given the most. Who has given the second most aid to Ukraine? Instead of me trying to look for a global chart, I should just look at who's given the second and then compare the gap.
Thank you for the champion. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Andy.
Oh, I found one. Oh my god! I wish I like.
What's
Can
up?
I turn my camera on?
Yeah.
How do I do?
You click on guest in the bottom left, then you click on the camera that's to the right of your name, and then you click save.
Perfect. All right. So this is the United States. This is us.
I don't see it. You didn't
Right?
click save.
Oh, sorry. So this is the U.S., the United States, right? And then this is a country like Germany. Now let's look at the margin, right?
Yeah. So you understand that you want to look at per capita rates, right? As well, because
I think you could add all of these together. You could add all. Listen, you could add all of these countries together, and I don't think they would still surpass what.
Yeah, you
United
could say the
States
same thing for the military budget. You understand this is a lone one. Two, those nations are significantly smaller than the United States.
Germany, United Kingdom, France, Italy, Poland, Spain, Netherlands, Canada, right? This is Canada. Right there.
Yeah, Canada's
us.
population is less than California.
It's not that much. It's not this much less.
Yes, it is actually. Canada's population is less than California's, which is less than 10% of our overall nation. Right? You understand that could even be 10%, by the way.
What was the number you said?
It's about 10%, less than 10% of our country.
I don't know. I'd have to fact check that. What about Germany?
What do you mean? Like they have like 30 something million.
Germany,
I don't
in
know
size
Germany's
comparison.
population. I don't know Germany's population.
Yeah, let's look at it.
It might not even be proportional though in terms of how much they're spending. I'm just saying that it would be a better way to classify that.
83.2 million.
Yeah.
331.9 million. So it's about a 1/3 ratio.
That's way less than a third. I don't know how he got 1/3, y'all. That was brutal. Sure, this is exactly what I mean.
What do you mean? How did I get 1/3? I rounded 83.2 million to 100, and then I looked at.
And then you rounded 330 or 40
331
million to
300.
3.
Now
You understand that's a pretty huge distinction?
it's 31 million. I mean, it's 31 million, and then it's 17 million. So it's
You just shaved off like almost 50 million.
48. I shaved off 48 million people.
Yeah, which is half the population of one country.
Yeah.
More than half.
It was a bad time to round in this way.
Quick maths for real.
Quick
for real.
math. Yep.
What nice picture, bro, by the way. Nice picture.
Which picture?
What do you mean which picture? What is the picture that we see right now?
I don't know. What did you just see?
No, I'm not talking about that. Turn off your camera, bro. I meant like your profile picture, bro.
Oh, what do you look at? That's just me, bro. Like I can't just be a cute man that's just sitting in his mirror with his phone. Yeah, I'm hot. You're jealous. You know you are. You know you're looking at me licking your lips right now, and you're just like, bam. Dude, I wish I was him. He's Himothy for real.
Yeah, he looks so good, dude. Honestly, Himothy. Yeah, for real.
Himothy, bro.
He's Himothy.
Dang, why'd you have to make fun of me putting the heart up though? What's wrong with love? Spread love, not hate. You're hating
The
on
fact
me.
that you
You're
held your
hating
phone like
now,
this,
bro. You need
you're like-
Jesus. You need God. Do I need to get to preaching in here? Why are you hating? Why are you judging?
Dude, you don't even know God, bro.
I do.
No, bro, you don't.
I do know God.
No, you don't.
I know His
False.
Holy Spirit. It's in me. I don't know God. I know His Holy
Wait. God is inside of you?
His Holy Spirit, not Him. That would
Wait,
be
so
weird.
wait. Is God not the Holy Spirit?
Let me look at. Let me grab a chart because I had a good chart of this.
Because God inside of you, did he ask for consent?
Type in with one hand.
Thomas, did he ask for consent?
Look, this is the God is the Holy Spirit. God is the Father. God is the Son.
Wait, I can't
The
see right
Father
now,
is
by the
not
way.
the Son. The Son is not the Holy Spirit, and the Holy Spirit is not the Father.
Yeah, I know you're making that claim, right? But they are each other, aren't they? It's like the is and then are not. That's literally, that makes no sense. The Trinity is so
You're
lost.
looking your depiction of God. You're looking at God as if He's this man above the stars with a beard, and He's just like He's pulling the strings from up there. That's not what God is. That's
I
not
don't
what
know when
people-
I said
That's
that.
not what Christians claim God to be. I think you're understanding.
Did I say that?
Yeah, you did, because you just said God's inside of you. No, that's not what I meant. If you knew what I meant, if you knew
Well,
who God
the Holy
was, you would know
Spirit
what I
is
meant.
God, right? Because it's
If
part
you
of the
knew
Trinity.
who God was, you would know what I meant. I just had to explain to you what I meant.
Okay. Yeah, wait, Thomas, I have a question, right? You said God is all knowing, right?
God is, yes, God is all knowing. Why did I stutter? God is all knowing.
Yes. So does God know what it's like to take dick up the ass?
Whoa, does he know? I'm sure. I'm sure he does.
Okay. I just wanted to ask that question. Okay, so let's go back.
I'm sure he does. I'm sure he's felt everything that we feel. I think he feels for us.
Okay.
I think he feels what we feel.
Does he know what it's like to like it?
You're like doing an interview as if I'm God. I'm not God. So you're
Well,
asking.
you said he's all
You're saying,
knowing.
does he
So doesn't
like
he
it?
know what it's
I'm
like
not
to
God. I don't
enjoy
answer. I'm not-
enjoy it?
I should rebuttal my statement and say I don't answer for God. I answer for myself.
But you said that he's all knowing.
He is all knowing.
Okay. Right, and I'm just saying that given that he's all knowing, it seems like, thank you for the mini star, I appreciate it. He knows what it's like to enjoy gay intercourse.
No, because he's not the creator of gay intercourse. He didn't create gay intercourse. He created.
Is God the creator of all
It's
things?
like, can you let me speak? It's like
Yeah,
when
yeah.
it's like when your mom has a kid and then that kid has a kid, right? Your mom didn't have that kid. Your mom had nothing to do with the outcome. Well, she did in a sense.
So
but
God is not the creator of all things.
He's the creator of all things because he started evolution. He created evolution, and evolution is everything we see today.
Wait, so he's a creator of all things, but I bring up something, and he's not the creator of it?
You could say he's the creator of it. Now, did he sit in a room and just be like, "Oh, I want gay intercourse to happen"? No, he didn't. He created a system.
Well, obviously,
and that system became corrupt. His system became corrupt by his own. He wanted.
No, I'm just saying, Thomas, you can get around this just by saying that God
I'm
doesn't
saying
have
he has a
experiential
system.
knowledge, and
he has a
instead just has propositional knowledge. But
I'm
it's
giving you.
fine.
I'm giving you information. So he has a system. That system becomes corrupt, right? Not by his
No,
doing.
you can just say
by
that
his
he knows all
creation.
true propositions. He doesn't have to like know what it's like to do something. He doesn't have to have experiential knowledge.
God is a force outside of our understanding, right? So
Okay,
when I say
for sure.
God is the Holy Spirit, God is the Son, God is the Father, but he is not the Father, is not the Son, is not the Holy Spirit, is not the Father. That sounds contradictive, because it's like, whoa, but you just said God is all those things, right? But you really have to
Do you think that God is illogical?
logical.
No, is God illogical?
What does it mean to be illogical?
Like seemingly contradictory.
God is God. I think you're lost here. God is the creator of everything we see around us.
Okay. Let's get back to the topic.
Even so, like, it's just like this. If I create a game that is unplayable, right? I still created that game. So I created a game that has flaws in it, but I still created that game. I'm confused on what you're trying to ask.
Yeah, no, don't worry about it.
No. I want to get back to that. So I create a game, right? But the game has flaws, right? Did I still create that game?
Yeah.
Yes or no? Yes or no, Parker?
Yeah.
So I still created that game, right? Just as God created the universe and everything we see today, it still has flaws in them, but that doesn't discredit who the creator is.
Well, I never said that I'm perfect. You think that God is perfect, so I don't know how something that's perfect could create something that's imperfect.
God's
like
perfect in his own image.
A perfect creator leads to something that's imperfect in terms
I'm
of its
perfect.
creation.
It's just like when your mom says you're perfect just the way you are, right? Because you're
Well,
you.
she's lying to me.
Intricately I don't know how to say it. Intricate. Fuck, dude, I'm choking my words. Intricately
Tom, you can just go back. You could intricate.
I don't know how to say it.
Intricate. Okay, it's intricate.
Intricately designed. You're intricately designed.
Do you mean okay,
Dude, I'm
or do you mean
fried in the
intrinsically?
comments, bro.
Do you mean
They're just
intrinsically or intricately?
Okay, we're getting off topic here, right? Let's go back to what I said.
Yes, let's
right?
get back. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Can I create something that has flaws? And I never claimed.
No, I didn't mean this, dude. Let's talk about the.
You have
Trump,
this
bro.
idea of perfectionism. That
Oh,
perfectionism, your idea or your view of perfection, is without flaw, or without.
That's the Bible. That's literally what the Bible says. So that's your view.
Right, but in God's eyes, He has no flaws.
Okay. Now we can talk about that again sometime if you'd like. But do you want to talk about Trump?
Yeah, let's talk about Trump. We should probably switch discussions. I was gonna clam you if we had that discussion again, because like I was waiting like a day to have the discussion. Next time you have a
Thomas, we can do that again.
next time you
man.
have
like,
a coming to God. No, we'll say that for another time, because there's people in
it's
here that
really not a difficult. Like I don't understand how you still don't get it, dude. Like
No, I don't understand how you don't get it. Because I have a worldview. The way I view it is
no, Thomas, let's just
the
think
way it
about this a
should be.
second, right? A perfect creator, we would expect them to have perfect creations, right?
Why would we expect that?
They're a perfect creator. What does it mean to be a perfect creator? You create perfect things.
No, but why can we expect that, Parker?
Because it says God is perfect. Words mean things, okay?
Who is God? God is the Son. The Son is Christ. Christ was perfect in a moral standpoint. He was a perfect moral being.
I don't think it says that particularly. Like I can bring up the verse if you'd like.
It does. Why are
Let's look
people
it up.
saying please stop?
Yeah, because they don't want us to talk about God. Because
That's fine.
let's talk
That's
about
why I
Trump,
said
bro.
I'll just come back in a day where you're like spewing about like, oh, God's not real, so I can come in and destroy you.
Dude, you don't know what you're talking about, dude.
I
That is
do
unbelievable.
though. I do that because you're saying a perfect creator.
No, his way is perfect. His way is perfect.
So what you're doing is you've been
it's
placed
not
in
just his morality, his way.
you've been placed in a system, and you're now questioning why you're in the system. It's just like it's like if I were to place a bird in the cage. Well, the bird is in the cage, right? And the bird can question all day, right? Or he can eat and drink his water and, do what he was called to do. The bird can sit in his cage and do what it was called to do. Or it could sit there and question. And that's what you're doing. You're questioning why God panned out creation the way he did.
Parker, oh my God, stop questioning things.
When the reality, no, I like your.
Stop scary questioning. Oh.
It's not scary questioning. You just have to. When you question, you have to know what you're questioning. You have to understand what you're questioning, and I don't think you fully understand what you're questioning, because you're saying, "Well, a perfect creator created a imperfect world." Well, that's not true.
Like
a perfect creator created something perfect and then gave it the ability to corrupt what was perfect in a moral standpoint.
No. If it had the ability to corrupt it, it had to cease to be perfect. Okay? In order to corrupt it, it had to be imperfect. Okay? If it was perfect, it would only lead to perfect things. Like, God is perfect, therefore could never do something imperfect, right?
No, because when you give something free will, right, you're giving it...
Wait, so you're telling me that God, as a perfect being, can do something imperfect?
Right, but you're not understanding the concept of free will, right? He created something perfect.
No, just clarify.
Desires.
You think that a perfect being can do something that is imperfect?
A perfect being cannot do something that is imperfect.
There you go. So cannot create something imperfect, because that would be doing something imperfect.
But God didn't create being
Thank
perfect.
you. I appreciate it, Thomas.
He created them with the ability to have free will to choose perfectionism or to choose evil. It's like...
Which means that they were not perfect, right? If they were to choose evil. Because God, as someone who is perfect, never
they
would have
chose to
choose
corrupt
evil.
themselves. They chose to corrupt
Okay, we're not gonna go through this again. I've literally, dude, it's like it's right in front of you, bro. Maybe you'll get it sometime, okay? Maybe you'll get it sometime. All right, let's get to the let's get back to the topic, man.
All
So
right.
Trump, why do you want to support Trump again?
Just because he's better than the alternative. That was the main argument, is that he's better than the alternative. He's better than Biden, 80, falling downstairs, can't answer any like tough media questions, isn't really, reliable at all, is just a face. Biden is really just
So
a
you'd
pup.
rather have
He's
someone
a face. He's not intelligent whatsoever. Like he has no idea what
think that's
he's doing.
true.
He's just a face.
Okay, wait, Thomas, do you think that in order to get through law school you have to be intelligent?
Yeah, where did Biden get his degree?
I don't know, but
What
I know
Biden?
he got through law school.
He got through law school.
Where
but
did
you
Joseph
you're not-
Biden graduate
So if
from law school?
if I go to my dad's law school, right? Am I certified now? Since my dad has a law school, even if it's not credible at all. So like my dad just makes a law school, right? And I decide to go to that law school, right? Is my degree credible now just because I have a degree in law?
So he went to Syracuse University.
Syracuse, right? Where did Trump go?
Trump College. Fordham University, and he only went for 2 years. He didn't even graduate. Wait, no,
So
he
you're-
did. He did get a bachelor's. He got a bachelor's degree in economics in 1968. Never mind. It only said to 66, so it didn't say through 68 until I looked at it.
To an extent, I don't think your level
University
of
of Pennsylvania with economics.
To an extent, though, I don't think your level of schooling paints how intelligent you are as an individual. Like I could drop out of high
No,
school.
I'm just asking you, if someone gets through law school, are they an unintelligent person? Like, can they be unintelligent?
Yeah, it just goes back to what I said. It depends on where you. So I've never been to Syracuse University. I don't know how their law program is. I have no recollection or understanding.
Like, you would say that someone, in order to get through law school, has to have some level of intelligence, right?
Sure. Some level of intelligence. I think there's plenty of people that I think there's plenty of people that graduated from Syracuse Law School that are not becoming presidents for good reason.
Sure. I'm not disputing that. What I'm saying is that when you just say he's like a dumb person,
I said he's a
probably
face.
not
I didn't
very
say-
dumb. I think he's more or less just old.
I didn't say
Right.
he's dumb. I said he's just a face, right? And he's not actually doing
I
anything.
appreciate it.
He's just better than the alternative in the media's eyes.
Yeah, so he is doing things, or they actually are, right? But like, and we can point to those.
Is
things.
he doing things, or are people around
Think
him
of the
doing
entire-
things? Because I don't
No,
think
he's done things, right? He's passed executive orders. He's pushed Congress to engage in particular like legislative processes. He's done that, maybe not to
Ooh,
the degree that I
very
would
good point.
like, right? But he has done that.
I have a really good point. Do you think Russia invades Ukraine if Trump is in presidency?
Yeah,
Knowing Putin's relationship with Trump and
I don't see reason to
how-
believe it would be
the
different.
way that Putin knows Trump,
I don't see a reason why it would be different.
it's Trump. He said he doesn't play games. We would probably be at war with Russia if they did that.
That would be a terrible decision.
Why? They
We
are
both have
choosing to
nuclear
invade
weapons.
They're choosing to invade Ukraine.
So
with
this is you double
terrible
speaking.
reasoning too.
Thomas, this is you double speaking. Oh, why are we spending so much money to Ukraine? Trump would have done so much better. We'd be in war right now.
Right. So instead of funding Ukraine, we would be in war, or instead of funding Ukraine, we would be in war with Russia.
Do you think that would have been more money?
I don't think Putin would be able to.
Do you think we would have spent more or less money, Thomas?
Do you think Putin would win a war with us?
Do you think we would spend more or less money?
I think it depends on what happens when we declare war on Russia. I don't think Putin would follow through with in the invasion of Ukraine or war with us if we declared war on Russia. If we said, no, you're not going to do this, we are going to get involved, and we mean fucking business.
Wouldn't there be nuclear threat?
There was nuclear threat. I was shaking in my boots the whole time that we were threatening and sending aid to Ukraine. I'm just sitting here like, oh, we could get nuked any day by Russia.
It would not happen. No,
Literally,
Ukraine, 'cause
Putin was
we're not
waiting
in direct
and
war
waiting.
then, bro. We're literally not in direct war. They're not even in NATO.
Right, but Putin, he was just putting on an act. He, like, when he said, so he wanted to invade Ukraine, right? But if anyone would have interfered with him, he's like, oh, I'm going to nuke them. Da-da. We end up sending 170 million worth of supplies and nothing. We are unfazed, untouched, unscathed, right? Because the whole world is also in agreement with us that this is wrong and that this shouldn't be happening. Everybody is against Putin, right? And if Trump isn't president, I think he could have used his voice, his tools, his materials, and his things at hand to prevent a war with Ukraine. I think Biden was very.
So he would have prevented a war in Ukraine by going to war?
I think Trump's voice is more credible than Biden's voice, and I think it is more.
No, Tom. Can you
I
rationalize
don't think
that here for me?
Biden threatens anybody.
Trump would have stopped the war from happening by starting a war.
So the war started, but there would have been no casualties in conflict, right? So he would have started.
That is that what?
I don't think there would have been casualty or conflict if. So I don't think it would have ever gotten to that point.
The war
Personally,
goes
I
on,
don't
but
think-
there's not a single casualty or conflict because
No,
Trump
listen,
is president.
let me speak. Let me speak.
Can you give me a reason to believe
Let me
that?
speak. No, let me speak because I'm going to make another statement. I don't think that it would have gotten to the point where Putin was even thinking about declaring war, because I think Trump would have had his foot in the door and been like, no, we're ready to send troops. We're ready to go. We're ready to lock this down if you think about it. And he could threaten us with nukes, but I think Trump would have stood his ground. Let's go. We got the world on our side. You know, we're ready. We're ready for it. We're ready to go. Whereas Biden just kind of was a pansy. And
So this is
had
just a feeling you have, huh?
well, knowing Putin's relationship with Trump and the relationship there, I think, yeah. I think Putin was waiting for Trump to leave office to make a move like this. And I think if he was in office, now you can make the argument, well, would we have seen the invasion 4 years later when he came out of office? We could have. It could have, you know, he could have stopped it for the time being, and then a trash president could have came into presidency, and, you know, that wouldn't have happened. But I think
I'm just hearing opinions. I'm just hearing like you feel like it wouldn't have happened with Trump. Well, can I say I feel like it would have happened with Trump and it would have been worse?
Well, isn't that what we're doing? Aren't we delivering opinions to each other?
Well, we're just talking about our opinions and we don't have evidence, right? I mean,
I don't think
generally
either of
speaking,
us.
we talk about opinions, but we use evidence, right? It
Sometimes.
seems like we're not using evidence here. It seems like we're just saying, okay, I feel like
Sometimes.
this would have been different.
I use
Well,
evidence.
I
said-
feel like that's just an unfalsifiable claim, right?
I
Like,
said
I
knowing-
don't see any reason to believe that we could confirm nor deny that.
Right, but I did make a claim. I said knowing Putin and Trump's relationship and knowing who Trump is and how
don't know
the
Putin
way
and Trump's
that
relationship.
Putin respects Trump, I don't think that he would have. And I think that Trump,
How do you know that Putin respects Trump?
because of their relationship, because when they've had world meetings, when they've gotten together, when they've gotten together for meeting. And also, you cut me off, and I was going to say, in meetings, we see that the relationship is good through meeting.
Okay.
We know that the relationship is good through meetings. So what we've seen from both of them when they've gotten together and the respect that they've shown each other, right?
I haven't seen any disrespect
All
when
right.
it's
Well,
Biden.
Well, if you want like evidence, right? Let me.
Yeah. So at least our knowledge is that Trump was pretty like respectful to Putin, right, and didn't like Zelensky. So
I
do you
think he was
that
respected.
do you think that Trump would have done anything?
Yes. He literally stated he wants Russians and Ukrainians to stop dying. That's literally what he said in an interview.
Yeah, so he would secede land to
He's
Russia.
not for a side. He's not for Ukraine. He's not like, oh, I want
He would
Ukraine to win the
secede.
war.
So are you saying that he would secede land to Russia if he doesn't want that?
He's for the peace. He didn't want Ukraine to win. He doesn't want Ukraine to win. He didn't want Russia to win. He wouldn't have wanted to go to war with either of them. He wouldn't have wanted to go to war, period. He wouldn't have wanted either of them to go to war. So he would have done and used his foot to try to prevent that.
Or do you think that Trump bowing to Putin might show that he feels some sort of dominance over Trump?
What did you just say?
Yeah, there's like lots of times where Trump would like bow to Putin, right, at the Helsinki conference.
Like
right?
give a bow?
And,
I don't think. I think
don't you think that shows Putin maybe like that he would feel dominant over Trump?
No, I think that shows that there's a sign of respect for the two because he's taking a bow for him.
Did he do that for other leaders?
Maybe you're talking about others. What if he doesn't respect other?
He also called like Putin powerful. Like,
you don't think Putin's powerful? He's
not really.
He's the dictator of a. He's the dictator.
I don't.
But
But like when we're talking about on a world stage, right? He is to a particular degree, but not like extremely, right?
He's currently invading Ukraine, and we're currently sending millions, millions of dollars to prevent that.
We've sent billions.
So if we don't
prevent that from occurring, yeah, and their economy is not doing very great.
It just you. I got lost in my train of thought.
Like you understand that powerful is going to be relative, right? So when we look at powerful, maybe comparative to the average person, we're going to agree, right? Like obviously Putin has more power than the average person. But when we're talking about on a global stage, right, the head of Russia doesn't have that much power globally.
If we didn't do anything to help Ukraine, would Ukraine be in the position that they're in?
No, they would have likely lost.
No, Russia would have pillaged them because they're powerful. Because they are a powerful.
More powerful than Ukraine.
More powerful than Ukraine.
But does that mean that they're powerful like on a world stage? No. Again, powerful is relative.
Right, but how is that? But how is Russia being less powerful than any other nation? How is that? Like, what does that have to do with Russia v Ukraine? What do the other nations have to do with that? So
what do you mean? You're asking.
So I'm getting confused too. I'm like thinking while also trying to spew. And I'm getting lost in my train of thought because we're bouncing around quite a bit.
Yeah, so we can talk about something else then. How do you feel about Trump lying about the election?
Do you have evidence he's lying though?
Oh yeah. So we have evidence to say that this was the safest election in recorded history. We also have the dozens, I think 70 plus different.
Right, but did you run
audits.
the election? Like, did you run it? Can you 100% stand by that? Can you 100%?
I don't make claims based on 100%. I make claims based upon what's most probable.
So it's more probable for you that
It's most probable that the election was actually won by Biden and that it wasn't stolen.
I was just thinking about our other arguments. So it's more probable for you that everything came from nothing. It's like my
Never made that claim.
Right, but at some point you're going to have to make a decision. You're going to have to decide, is it more probable that God exists or is it more probable that he didn't exist?
Yeah, so it's not either everything came from nothing or God exists, right? Everything can come from something, and it's just like a prior state of like fundamental particles. Okay? But that's completely away from, that was like straight pivot, deflect away from like I'm asking about the election.
Right. You were talking about you base everything more off probability, though. You were just like, you made that statement, and then I just made another statement about, basing everything on 100% probability. I'm like, at death point, when you're at death, like you're on your deathbed, are you gonna, well, actually, you don't know when you're gonna die. So when are you, I guess the question for you is, when are you gonna make the decision that this is what I believe in, this is what I think happened? When you are given,
When I have evidence.
when you're given 100% evidence and proof.
I don't need 100% evidence and proof. I just need most probable evidence.
I guess I just don't see how anything that we talk about.
At what point are you going to believe that I'm actually going to be a Pokemon master when I die?
I don't believe that you're not going to be going Pokemon Master when you die.
Okay. So, yeah. So, like, do you think it's likely that I'm going to be a Pokemon master?
I don't know.
Ash Ketchum?
I mean, if you repent and thank Jesus for saving your life, I mean, I hope you'll make it to heaven. And yeah, maybe your outcome or your reality of becoming a Pokemon.
Well, you're
master,
assuming your view, man. I'm saying that this is true instead of.
That's not a view, though. That
Christianity.
actually happened. Jesus was actually crucified. Now the question could be.
Thomas is lagging out, bro. We've already gone over the resurrection, my guy. Thomas, are you there, bruv? In the meantime, while he's lagging, everyone tap that screen. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes. If you disagree, send a guest request. Please only send a guest request if you disagree. We're just looking for some debates, everyone. Thomas, are you there, bro? Hello, Thomas. Are you there, man? Give it a second, everyone. Keep tapping that screen. Everyone's trying to get to 500,000 likes, everyone. Oh, he just left. Okay. He can send a guest request back later, but if you disagree, everyone send a guest request right now. Tap that screen. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes. I don't see them in the guest request. Maybe God just raptured them. Who knows? But yeah, let's go into the next person, y'all. If you disagree, make sure to send a guest request right now, y'all. Thank Trump he left. Yeah. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Alright, it's not adding this person. I'm going to try the next. Give it a second, everyone. Only send a guest request if you disagree. Tap that screen. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes, y'all.
Hi, hello.
Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 21.
For sure. Do you support Trump?
So, I'm not from the US, and I just like to know what's up with the Trump. Why? Can you just explain shortly why he's bad? Yeah, in a way.
Yeah, sure. So he has targeted the elections and like the democratic institutions in the United States by claiming that the election was stolen from him with absolutely no evidence indicating that to be true. He's supported things like Muslim bans. He's referred to people immigrating from Mexico as being sent as rapists and criminals, and that only some of them are good people. He would assume. He has had histories. Thank you. I appreciate that. The Galaxy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. With some of his businesses, limiting people who are black from being able to rent within his apartment structures and stuff like that. There's also like something called the Central Park Five. There's lots of issues historically speaking with that. He's been held liable by a court for sexual abuse. That's happened recently. Yeah, stuff like that. Those are just some of the basic stuff.
Repeat about the Muslim bans. What about? What happened there?
Yeah. He banned Muslims from coming into the country for particular time periods.
No, okay. So, what about the corruption? There was something about the corruption, no?
Yeah, so there's also corruption. Yeah, thank you for the hand hearts. I appreciate it. There was the election fraud claims that we're lying about, and then there's also corruption in terms of he actually took $144 million of taxpayer money and spent that on golf trips. Oftentimes it could be for Secret Service paying and stuff like that. Obama did the same, but it's significantly more than Obama over the half the time. In 8 years, Obama spent $80 million. In 4 years, he spent $144 million, and almost every single time he went to a place to play golf, it was at his own businesses. So he was funneling taxpayer money into his own businesses.
So he was impeached for the corruption, right? He was being impeached.
He didn't get impeached though.
Yeah, he was being.
He got impeached in like the House. I'm pretty sure.
Okay. No, that's all I want to know. I'm actually left. Yeah. Bye.
Have a good day, man. Appreciate it.
Have a good day.
All right, we're back. Phone died. Sorry. All right, so we were talking about probability, right? And how you base everything on what's most probable, right? So you're going to get to a point, like I said, when you're on your deathbed and you have like, you know, you're on your last breath. Or you honestly, you could die tomorrow. I mean, it's chance. But at some point for yourself, you're going to have to make a decision on what you believe and where you stand, right? And what we've seen is that everybody's saying, no, I should just go and let you guys talk politics because everybody wants to hear about.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Me?
How old are you?
I'm 44.
For sure. Do you support Trump?
No.
Okay, I'm looking for some people who disagree, but I appreciate you coming on.
Can I just tell you one thing?
Yeah, what's up?
No one ever talks about this and brings it up, so I just wanted to bring this up to you. In 2017, Trump lifted the ban on gain of function, which paved the way for the CARES Act, which he gave the largest upward transfer of wealth to Wall Street, 10 trillion and still counted today. So you can find the interview on Sky News, and I think it's about 5 minutes and 35 seconds into the interview. It's actually on my page too, where he says that he admits that he lifted the ban on gain of function in 2017. And it's also on NIH. You can see where they lifted the ban on gain of function in 2017. So just wanted to share that with you guys.
For sure. Appreciate it. Thank you so much, man. All right, let's go to the next person, everyone. If you disagree, make sure to send a guest request right now. Please only send a guest request. If you disagree, we're just looking for some debates, y'all. You already know the deal. By the way, you can send a guest request back. What's his name? Who was just up here? I was just trolling. We can have a conversation at a later day, man. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
43.
For sure. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Matt. I appreciate the subscription, man. Thank you so much. Why so?
I mean, personally, the reason why I support him is because he negotiated medication called biologics back in 2018. I have 2 autoimmune diseases, and gratefully he made that available to us.
Yeah, what was the particular thing that he did for autoimmune?
It's a medication called biologics.
And he did what? He bargained?
Yeah.
Negotiated for what?
I believe better pricing because I think each shot was like $10,000.
So Pharma Fury as Trump's team I don't know how to pronounce that, on biologic patent rules and trade talks. Yeah, I think Trump backs Medicare negotiating drug prices. Yeah, that's the Trump administration considers easing biologics drug protections. Yeah, I would have to see, but yeah, that would be a relatively good thing. But I would have to see. Haven't we seen? Yeah, that would be. Oh, you have an echo, man. You have an echo, man. Send a guest request right back. By the way, you have an echo, so I'll accept you right back if you send a request. But yeah, whoever was just up here, the guy that was debating me before that I kicked off, I was just trolling with you. You can send a guest request on like on another day. We'll just talk about Trump here today. I was literally just trolling, but yeah, I don't see them in the guest box, everyone. It doesn't seem like they're sending a guest request back, so I'll accept someone else here in the meantime, everyone. If you disagree, make sure to send a guest request right now. Please only send a guest request if you do disagree, y'all. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes, y'all. Okay, let's see if it's not accepting. All right, it's not accepting this person. Again, everyone, if you want to see some debates, tap that screen. I'm going to try to go to the next person. Please only send a guest request if you do disagree, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
For sure. Do you think that, or do you support Trump?
Yeah. Mind if I turn on my camera for a moment to show my face?
I'm kicking them out. I'm not. Yeah, the fuck? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Yeah, do you support Trump?
No.
All right, for sure. I appreciate you coming on. I'm just looking for some people who disagree, though. Thank you so much.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was real sus. You know, I'm calling that, everyone. I'm calling because that's happened before, and they showed their fucking male member. So, thank you for the hand hearts. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. So yeah, I was just making sure. But yeah, let me go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree, y'all. We're just looking for some debates. Okay, it's not accepting people. Give it a second, everyone. Male member, yeah. That's what we call it here on TikTok. Trust your intuition. Yeah, that was a strong intuition claim. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hi, can you hear me? Oh,
Yeah, I do
jeez,
hear you.
I didn't expect you to accept me.
Yeah, for sure. Do you support Trump?
I do, 110%.
Why so?
There are different reasons. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, he's not perfect, and I don't think that anybody is. But I used to be completely like anti-Trump, but I didn't like Hillary either. And yeah, back in 2016, my eyes started to open up a little bit, and I started to see how the like majority of the narrative, the mainstream narrative, were coming after him and attacking him the way that they were. And I started to question why. And honestly, my husband back then voted for Trump, and I didn't follow politics too closely. And I'm surprised it didn't completely like destroy my husband and mine's relationship, because typically in a situation like that, where I was definitely more of a leftist, it probably would have. I used to get my news from Comedy Central's The Daily Show with Jon Stewart. That's where I got my news information in the Colbert Report. So anyway, no, I couldn't stand Hillary. And then one day on Facebook, I commented on a George Takei post that was about Trump's hotels. And I had said something like, oh, well, you know, I don't like the guy either, but he did win. So maybe we should just sit back and see how it goes, see what happens. And I got slammed from people on the left who are supposed to be the tolerant, accepting ones. And that was always the narrative that I was fed. Was the left were the tolerant, the like Republican, right, were like the mean, unaccepting, freaking redneck, whatever. And it completely changed my mind from that point. I got like 40 comments calling me an idiot, calling me this, calling me that, all from the left. And it completely changed my mind.
Yeah, so I think what would be relevant is like what people are tolerating, because I don't think anyone is tolerant of all things. I think there are lots of things that we're not tolerant of, whether it be on your side or whether it be on the other side. So I think what they're probably saying is that they don't tolerate bigotry, whereas the right wing would be more tolerating of things that are bigotry, like bigotry. So that's probably what you're probably referencing.
Well, I'm sorry. No, I'm saying that I was straight up called names just because I said maybe we should sit back and give them a chance as per. So I saw things from a whole different viewpoint at that point. I started to look into things for myself. I started to see how the left was constantly twisting everything around that Trump said, taking everything out of context, doing every little thing they could to make him look as bad as possible. I saw how they were twisting stories around from like years ago. They used to love Trump. Everybody loved Trump years ago. He was in Home Alone 2, for crying out loud.
I don't think everyone loved Trump. That just might be like commonly within the media.
Oh, they did.
Well, no, there were many people that didn't like Trump due to the Central Park Five, due to the fact that he has there's like a
yeah,
racist
the Central
history
Park Five was a blown up situation where there were muggers, and those five were part of the same group that were mugging a bunch of people. So this woman got like whatever. I can, if you look back as to the previous history on that whole story, yeah, if you look back to the previous history on that whole story, and then look at the fact that Trump's article regarding that came out after the fact, I don't know. I just know that
I'm just asking
a
for
lot
like
of this,
a source for the fact that
I
they
don't
were,
have
like, mugging
anything
people.
right up and ready right now, dude. So I didn't come on here to talk about the Central Park 5. I came up here to talk about my own experiences and why I support Trump. I went down to Manchester, New Hampshire back in, what was it? When did we go down? 2018 or something like that? 2019? And it was literally wrapped around the blocks. Like, we were wrapped around, like
40 blocks. the line.
oh yeah, and they kept trying to say that, oh well, the stadium wasn't as full as it actually was, and the protesters they had
huge protest, and there was like 70 people standing there protesting, fenced off. They said it was this massive fucking protest, and all these people were up in arms. And
So-
you could have thrown a rock across the group of people.
Once I saw the lies, and then I also saw here in Maine where I live, that one of our, there's so many lies, and there are so many ways the left manipulates words. And when I say the left, I mean communists, socialists, Democrats, I mean the left as a whole. I am not like affiliated with any party. I consider myself more of a libertarian. And I don't agree, like I said, I don't agree with everything that Trump does or says, but I would much rather vote for Trump than I would any other politician that's running. So anyway, I'm going to drop down. I am...
So what lies are
yeah.
being spread by the left, like
Oh,
particularly?
there's been many lies over the left. It's like how you're bringing up the Central Park 5. I can't really, like... I don't have anything rightfully in front of me.
That thing happened, right?
Oh yeah, the January, yeah.
Before
Oh yeah.
all that stuff, how many
So how do you
politicians
know
were
that
on
it's
TV
wrong?
saying, blow up the White House, punch Trump
I
in
didn't
the
say that
face?
it was wrong. I'm
So
just
you were
saying.
saying that
example of how the media
these
push
people
it.
were. You were saying that these people were muggers and whatnot, and that they were lying about this Central Park 5. Like,
I
that's what
didn't.
you
I didn't
just
say
said were
that
the lies.
they were lying. What I
just said
said
that that's
was
one of
that
the lies.
Well,
I
the
asked you what the
media,
lies were.
the media has lied about that later on. You asked me about the Central Park 5 after I brought up the fact that the media lies about Trump. So what
Sure,
I'm
like, I'm not
saying is
gonna
that
deny
that
the
happened a
notion
long
that there are
time ago.
some- I'm not going to
That
deny the
happened a
notion
long
that
time
there's
ago.
Yeah, there are some
If
individuals.
you look at the sequence of the actions that happened at that time, there was a woman that was horribly mugged, and she was R-worded, and she ended up in a coma. Like, they dropped her from like a distance. I don't know what the distance was, but supposedly that whole group was affiliated with the gangs that were mugging people in Central Park. And there are actually 6 of them, from the information that I've heard, that there were 6 altogether, but all of a sudden one of the group members vanished out of that. You can look all that up for yourself. I'm not going to
I
do
would like
that
to see
for you.
that.
I
'Cause,
didn't
like, you're
bring
just
that
making
up.
like an affiliation
You brought
claim.
that up.
Actually,
But
you're the one that brought it up. Thank you for the mini subject.
No,
you
I
made
did
the
not
claim.
bring up the Central Park. I did not bring
Can I
up the
make a
Central
claim?
Park 5.
You brought up.
the Central.
Hold up.
Thank you for
I
having
didn't
me up.
say that you brought it up. What I said is that you claimed they just left. Why are they like that? Like, they made a claim. Of course, I brought it up. I never made the claim that I didn't bring up the idea of the Central Park 5. What I'm saying is that they brought up the claim that this was like lied about. They brought up the claim that these people were muggers. That is a separate claim that they are making that I was asking for evidence of. Right? And they just said that I can like look it up. So I mean, I don't think that's really good reason to believe that at all. Also, like, I think it's really weird for them to act like the left is intolerant, but then whenever I ask basic questions or I try to question their view, right, it seems like they're not tolerant of that question. But yeah, if you want to see some debates, everyone tap that screen. Let's try to get to 750,000 likes. If you disagree, make sure to send a guest request right now. Y'all know I accept the first people who send requests. Only send a guest request if you disagree. We're just looking for some debates, everyone. Oh, is it not gonna? Yeah, the irony though. Yeah, thank you for the crown. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. No, it's hypocritical to lie about things without evidence of things and then literally claim that the other side is doing so. All right. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
I'm 19.
For sure. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Oil. I love America. Wait. Do you think Biden is a clone? A clone?
No.
Why so?
Well, because there's no evidence indicating that. Do you want to give me evidence of that?
I don't have any evidence. I was just asking you.
Okay.
Okay, have a good day.
Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21 years old.
For sure. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I support Trump because I believe he has a lot of good opinions, and I've been supporting him for his whole entire reign. When he was president, when he's not president, I believe that he's gonna come back soon in 2024. So yeah,
For sure. What do you like about him particularly?
I don't know. He's just like extremely cute, and like he's exactly my type. Like Trump, like I love the.
Okay, chat. Okay, chat. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, what's up? I'm 27. How
For
you
sure.
doing?
Do you support Trump?
That deep ass voice. No, hold on. Can I say one thing? So we all need to unite. Like, it's kind of sad and depressing how everyone is just like so divided. Kind of makes me sad, you know? Also, fuck the old ass people running this country. That shit sucks. I don't support Trump. I support term limits and age limits. Trump is a geezer, but this is what his supporters look like.
I don't want them to show anything. Yo, thank you for the call. I appreciate it, Jesse. Thank you so much.
What's up,
Yo, what's
Barker?
up? How old are you?
25.
For sure. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do actually.
Why so?
Essentially, so right now, America is probably the closest it's ever been to World War III. And personally, I'm all for peace, and the way it's looking like, it's pretty close to war. So that's never a good thing. So that's why I support Trump. He was the only president to really never go into war, honestly.
So we're closer to World War III now than we were during the Cold War when they almost dropped that missile that would have started World War III. There was one person that stopped the missile from getting launched from a Russian base. So we were closer to World War III now than we were then.
I would say, yeah. I would
That's
probably
just
say
obviously
pretty close.
false, because if they clicked that button, if that one person said, "Yeah, click that button and shoot the missile," right? They would have caused World War III. You
Okay,
understand? That's
I'll
one
think-
button away from World War III. That's so much closer to World War III than currently right now. So you obviously, that's ridiculous.
That's not that ridiculous, because if anything, it's second then. So it's one or two.
Okay, so now you're moving the goalpost.
No. There is
That's
no
that's a
goalpost.
moving of the goalpost.
So 1 and 2 is really not that big of a difference if that's the way you want.
But
to
it is a
look at
moving of goalpost. Appreciate it.
Okay. Then so second. It's the second it's ever been closest to World War III. I'll change my comment.
Yeah, so even then, right? I don't think that would be the case either, because then that's also indicating that any other point during Cold War, it was not the case as well. Thank you for the answer. I appreciate it. Or the other times, like and whatnot after World War II, like Vietnam War and other stuff like that, because there was like war against like China and the United States, like through Vietnam.
Still pretty close.
That
Still pretty
seems
close.
honestly just as close, if not closer, because they were in like literal direct fighting with a particular nation, whereas now there is no direct combat between us and a large nation.
But do you think we're close to a world war?
Not necessarily.
Oh my God, that's crazy.
What makes you think that we're close to a world war right now?
So I mean, didn't we just give like 40 something billion to another country?
We gave 70 billion, 75 actually.
Wow. Thank you.
And that's through a lend-lease program. That doesn't mean that we're starting World War III.
I don't know. Usually when we're giving money to another country that's going back and forth with another country, containing like
That's
war
more or less
act,
Cold
like
War.
wars, I'm pretty sure that means we're pretty close to war. Haven't we been
Not
involved
necessarily.
with Ukraine and Russia this whole like 3 years?
Well, grits and gravy. We're not gonna. This is a proxy war. We're not gonna have a direct war with Russia, right? Because of MAD. Do you know what MAD is?
Russia and China will definitely.
Do you know what
be
MAD
in war
is?
with them there. No, I don't. I'm not that big.
It's
into
mutually
politics.
assured destruction. So we have nuclear weapons on both sides of the aisle. That's why it's likely not to lead to some type of war. So this idea that we're close to World War III is only if you don't take into account mutually assured destruction, which is very important to why we haven't gotten into a war, a direct war specifically, since World War II.
Still closer with Biden than was with Trump.
Can you give me any reason to believe that? That it would be different under Trump's presidency if he were president today?
I don't, because you can't predict the future, so no. But essentially,
So you can't
there is
give me a
still
distinction.
no war. So essentially, no, I can't, because I can tell the future. No one can.
Yeah.
Also, it
well,
was
there
pretty
you go.
obvious that Trump has better ties with. It's pretty obvious that Trump has better ties with Putin than.
You're lagging out, my guy. Maybe
having common sense.
you gotta fix your internet, bro. I didn't hear what you said. Dr. Pepper does keep the BS away. It's amazing.
I'm in my garage. I just got home from work.
Yeah, bro. You're lagging a lot, man.
I was saying it was pretty obvious that Trump. Can you hear me now?
You're lagging still. You still only have one bar, bro.
I took off Wi-Fi.
Okay. Are you there, bro?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, then go for it. Say what you're saying.
Oh, yeah, I wasn't sure if it's still lagging or not. But essentially, I was saying that it was pretty obvious, even though obviously I don't know either one of them, that Trump was closer with Putin than Biden is with Putin. It's pretty obvious.
Yeah, and is that a good thing?
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah, so you know that he was against Zelensky. Do you think that he would have had any response towards Russia?
What was the question?
Don't you think that it could have made it more likely that he could have seceded more land to Russia then?
For like Ukraine's land?
Yeah, because Zelensky wasn't liked by Trump. So Putin would probably think that, damn, he might be more likely to let me take it.
I also think if you can't defend the land, then you shouldn't have that land.
What?
I personally think if you can't defend your land, you should not have that land.
So if a country can't defend themselves because of like a terrible event happening, you think that it's justified for another country to like go invade that country and take it over?
What terrible event did Ukraine suffer?
Well, I would just say in general, like say a country
it's like prime example
they had like
I'll give you a prime
they had like
example.
an illness that impacted their country.
I'll give you a prime example. America with the Native Americans couldn't defend the land, they took over. Now it's ours.
And
Simple
do you
as
think
that.
that's justified?
Yeah, 100%.
You think the mass genocide of Native Americans was justified?
If you can't defend something that
No,
you
Grits,
have,
do you think the mass genocide of Native Americans was justified?
What?
Was the mass genocide of Native Americans justified?
Yeah, 100%.
Bro, you're fucking nuts, dude. You're actually
Why?
nuts.
Why is that nuts?
A mass genocide of Native Americans is just, you understand, that's literally almost 100 million people.
So
That is
they
fucking
had the right-
ridiculous. You have to be
So they
trolling. There's no way you actually just meant that.
No, because essentially if you're defending the land, it could
Wait. So, for example, right, if there's an alien species, right, if they can easily
We're
wipe
fucked.
us out,
We're
is it
fucked.
justified for them to kill us all?
We're fucked. They took
No,
our
is it
land.
justified? Is it morally justified?
For them, yeah. For them, yes. For them, yes. That's how life works. What do you mean? It happens in the
That doesn't mean it's morally justified. You understand that, right? Just because it happens does not mean it ought to occur. You're saying that it ought to happen this way?
No, it's not.
Wait, it ought to not happen that way. That means you think it's immoral, smart one.
Okay, thank you.
So you think it's not justified?
I mean, yes and no.
What do you mean? That's a contradiction. You literally just said that there can be an assertion and a negation of the same proposition.
Essentially,
That's-
yeah, but no.
Essentially, yeah. Okay, you're trolling, bro. That's literally a
I'm
contradiction.
not trolling. I do believe that.
Like, okay, so do you believe that this water bottle can be full and empty of liquid at the same time?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you're trolling.
Why can't it be full and empty at the same time?
Because it's a contradiction. What does full mean? Full means that there is liquid in there, right? Empty means that there's no liquid in there. You can't say there is liquid and not liquid at the same time.
Okay.
Do you think there can be a squared circle?
No.
Wait, why not?
Because a square is a square and a circle is a circle.
Oh yeah, because they'd be contradictory. So you disagree that true contradictions cannot exist.
Sure.
Okay, so you can't have an assertion and a negation of the same proposition, as that would be positing a contradiction.
Okay. All right.
That's what you just did.
Thank you for letting me know.
So, okay, he just got removed for community guidelines. W TikTok for that one, honestly. Actually, W TikTok for that one. By the way, everyone, if you like the content, follow me if you haven't already. Tap that screen. Let's try to get to 750,000 likes. If you disagree, make sure to send a guest request right now. Please only send a guest request if you disagree. That was actually nuts, y'all. That was actually nuts. Actually, W TikTok for that one. That's the first time I'll say W TikTok, for real. For real, for real, for real, for real, for real. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 30.
For sure. Do you support Trump?
I do. But I'm going to go over a few topics about the last guy because he was an idiot. So
thank you for the confetti. I appreciate it. Can you just relate to the topic? I want to move past that type of stuff.
with the Ukraine stuff.
Oh, you can talk about your own stuff with Ukraine. That'd be fine.
So
I want to have a conversation about that.
With Biden in Ukraine, he sent a lot of that money over there due to the fact that most people don't know his son was over there anyway. Hunter?
Yeah, thank you for the hint. I appreciate it. So, like, you
So-
think he only sent money because... No, I think he sent money because he wanted to stop Russian aggression into Europe.
No, I understand that too, but he sent a lot of money that which it killed our economy. in
No,
the
that's
process.
actually completely false. They reallocated funds that are already being spent within our military budget to Ukraine, and this is actually a lend-lease program, so that we're going to get that money back. Not only are we going to get that money back with interest, but we're also only like reallocating funds that would have already been spent on the military.
Now, so I'm prior military. So if you actually looked at our military budget and looked at how our military budget is spent, laid out, and everything, that didn't come straight out of our military budget. That's not even a debt out of our military. That would have been more than half of our military budget.
That's a lot.
So that came out. No, it's not.
10% of our military budget. 75 billion is 10% of our military budget. Our military
much-
budget, it's like almost 800 billion.
Okay, that's not 10% of our military budget.
That is 10%. 75 billion is 10% of 750. We spent over 750, so it's less than 10% actually.
But even with that, if you think about it, so they're taking away from the military, which they have been. So that's what Biden has been doing.
Yeah, which isn't a bad thing. We spend more on the military than the next 10 nations combined, most of them being our allies. So we spend way
right.
too much on the military. If we're going to spend money on the military, it should be veterans getting access to healthcare. It should be veterans getting access to housing. It shouldn't be spending money on military bases around the world so that we can have influence every single place on the world.
This is actually my favorite topic because I lived on housing campus, on house and everything. So I lived in a house that was on base, which the ceiling collapsed. The roof collapsed, and it was because of lack of funding. It was because of, and I've had many other service members deal with the same thing. And it was on Fort Bragg.
So that would be an
There
issue
was-
with the
there was other
allocation of the
bases.
funds that we send to the military, not
Yes.
the lack of funding to the military in the first place.
Well,
Because we send
the
exorbitant
funding
amounts to the
itself-
military more than any other nation, especially
The
proportionally.
the funding itself gets separated into different things, in either the roads on the bases, into the housing developments, into the weaponry, into many different categories. It doesn't get separated, and that's when it gets broken down into, oh, hey, we're going to take money from this, this, and this from the defense budget, but they're going to prioritize on what's more important, or at least important. And a lot of times they're going to take it from the service members' housing. They're not going to take it from the defense budget. I mean, the weaponry or anything else.
They actually did take it from the weaponry here. To my knowledge, at least. But yeah, I think that we need to provide more money for for veterans and stuff like that because we already spend so much on the military. But healthcare, education, stuff like that, that should be provided to everyone. We shouldn't be putting people in a position where if they want to have access to education, right, higher education, that they have to go through the military to be able to do that in the first place.
No, I completely understand that. And I know with healthcare in general for vets, when they first get out, especially if you deploy, you get 5 free years of healthcare. All you have to do is go to the VA, and they will give it to you.
It should be a lifetime. You should have universal health care for everyone in the United States. Thank you for the hand hearts. I appreciate it. There are 137 million people in America right now that are struggling with medical debt because we spend twice as much per capita per person on healthcare in the United States, and we actually have worse healthcare outcomes comparative to most other developed nations in Europe.
No, I do agree with that because I look at some of these things now, and some of the premiums are like $400 or $500 a month, and it's like a $9,000 deductible.
Yeah, that's not affordable. Like for almost anyone. Like especially when the median income in the United States is 30,000. So 50% of people in the United States makes less than $30,000 a year. So they're going to be spending all that money that they make on healthcare, on housing, stuff like that, and that's why people are having worse conditions now.
Well, that even goes with childcare because if you put your kids in childcare, it literally costs just as much as a mortgage these days.
Yeah, and that's why in other nations in Europe they have free childcare at the point of service. They also give a lot more access to paid family leave, paid maternity and paternity leave. They just have way better systems for people starting families there. Right here, you're gonna have to spend $10,000 to do a vaginal birth. Right, in most places, that's ridiculous. There, it's in many places.
So there's other countries out there like Germany, which when I was over there, if you actually are American and you're over there, you'd get free education.
Yeah, or education is way cheaper there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Yeah, it's
Like
because
there's some public schools over here which they're starting to be more affordable, but others are way more expensive.
Yeah, I agree. We have a really messed up system here. So yeah, like my question is that if we acknowledge all of these issues with our current system and we see that like Republicans aren't in support of these particular policies, why would we be in support of candidates like Trump as they would be moving us more towards a system that isn't going to support our people or provide a stable basis for people, especially veterans.
I think at the end of the day, they need to look at both candidates because I don't feel like either of them are going to make a good candidate for 2024. I think that they need someone who's a little younger in office with more of a brain, I would say, and that would actually know what they're talking about. But
yeah, I agree with you, Scott. I agree.
But they also, what someone on here earlier was saying about term limits, I also agree with that. Like, we had a 90-year-old senator that just tripped and fell. I don't think we should have senators that are above 70, 80 years old, personally.
I think we all agree on this. I've never heard someone disagree with that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we should have these policies passed. There's so many people that support this. I haven't seen a single person in the comment section disagree. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't think we should have anybody with, if you can retire at 68, you shouldn't be in Congress. You shouldn't
I agree.
be in, like, we should have more fresh minds. Like, you can become president, I think it's at 32 or something, or 35.
35.
Yeah, 35. All right, so you can become president at 35. You should retire from anything when it comes to the Oval Office or anything at 60 or 69. Because for the amount of stress that it puts you through, no one, you just don't learn anything anymore.
Yeah, sure.
That's
Well,
why.
yeah, sure. So like, why do we think that Trump is going to emulate the best, most positive change for the country comparative to Biden within this scenario? Although we consider both to be bad here.
So when it comes down to Trump, I voted for him in the last election because Trump he's a better businessman, and that's what it comes down to. Biden, he is more, he doesn't know what he's doing in a lot of concepts. Well, he doesn't, I guess the best way to put it is he's very forgetful. And like when he's up on stage, he will be talking and like he'll be talking about his wife and stuff and he'll forget she's even there. I've seen a bunch of things about that and she just looked like to shake her head.
Yeah. So I have a question. Would you prefer Mark Zuckerberg to be president over Trump because Mark Zuckerberg is a better businessman?
No.
So then why do we support Trump? Because he's a better businessman.
The only reason why I don't prefer him is because of the type of person he is and because how he ran Facebook. Mark has been sued multiple times because of privacy issues in multiple countries.
And do we think that these privacy issues are worse than Trump being held accountable, like held liable for sexual abuse, Trump lying about the election, inciting violence at the Capitol, right? The claims about the Muslim ban, the wall, the claims of people who are coming into the country saying that they're rapists and criminals, and some I assume are good people, referring to white supremacists in Charleston as very fine people. Are these not things that we would look at to say that are bad about Trump's character?
So, to go back to with Mark, if you look at how he could be to how he can be, he can be this person from, you can look at his future character to his character now, and you can put him in the White House and everything, but he can be the worst person in the White House because of what he's done in the past. And he can actually lead us to World War X in the future. But
I'm confused.
I
I'm
know.
confused what you were saying there.
But I was just making a figure of speech.
Sure.
But like, cause how pretty much with his privacy and stuff, with his lawsuits, he pretty much like how Trump with his classified information, how he pretty much said he can de-unclassify information, and that's how he stated, and that's why he said it wasn't illegal.
Yeah, but there was a particular audio thing that came out of him saying that I would have declassified it if I could have.
Yeah, that was.
Do you remember that?
I think that was afterwards. I didn't think I listened to that one.
Yeah.
I did see it though.
Yeah, so I think that likely speaking, he didn't declassify it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that would be an issue there.
But which I know in reality you can't anyway, because it's impossible.
What's impossible?
To actually declassify information unless everything's blacked out.
Well, actually, they can declassify any document. They don't really have to go through a process. They just have to acknowledge it as declassified. But he didn't do that when he was in office.
Yeah. Well, most of the time they have to block out things that are classified in it to make
Well,
it declassified.
well, they would declassify it, so it wouldn't be classified. So there's no reason to black it out. But
Yeah.
yeah, so sure, yeah. So do you have issues with the fact that 83% of the tax cuts from Trump's tax policy were targeted towards people who are in the top 1%?
So I did have issues with that. I had issues with pretty much like I kind of knew the loophole that he was using, and I kind of knew the loophole that other people were using with the rich, where you can literally use, you can hire your own family members as long as they're not making so much money and claim as a tax deductible, which is kind of fucked up.
You mean just like say that people are dependents in the household?
Yeah, well,
The tax
you
write-off
can-
for that isn't much. It's only a few thousand a year. It's like
Yeah, I know.
2,000. And that's just tax write-off. So that's just writing it off from your taxes.
Yeah, I know.
There's a child tax credit as well, which is different, where that gives you money, right? But that's also not that much either.
No, I mean the write-off.
Yeah, the write-off. Yeah, the write-off isn't much. Like that's a write-off that would be generally decent because I mean, businesses get insane write-offs. Like you can write off almost anything as a business. So just having a household being able to write off their children is important because they have to spend money on their children to take care of the child. So having money to be able to take care of the child a little extra is actually a pretty good thing to incentivize people to have children
Oh yeah.
and incentivize family structure.
But in a business, when you have a business, you can literally hire your kids, and for the first, I think 1 or 2 kids, I think that's where some of them write them off up to a few thousand.
Well, you can do that without a business. That's just dependency. But they have to live in the household and stuff, so.
Hmm.
But yeah. Is Scott, is there anything else you want to go over or talk about, man?
I think that's it.
For sure, Scott. I appreciate you coming on. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Bye.
All right, everyone, if you like the content, follow me if you've already. Tap that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes, everyone. It should help send it out to more people. I appreciate everyone doing so. By the way, everyone tapping the screen helps send it out to more people. So everyone, if you want to do that, it'll get more people on here to debate. So make sure to do that, y'all. Let's try to get to 1 million likes, y'all. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 44.
For sure. Do you support Trump?
No, but I don't support Biden, and I don't support Trump.
Would you vote for Trump over Biden?
Yes.
Why so?
Number one, I'm a veteran in the Marine Corps. I feel very loyal to my country, first and foremost, not to a president. I feel loyal to people, and I love people. So I don't take a political, I'm a registered Republican, but that's fiscally. When it comes to any type of issues, I'm very liberal, to the extent that like I have acceptance for, I teach my children to love everybody. That's the first thing I can do is at home. I still have friends and active relationships with people that have completely opposite political values than me. So I find a way to separate politics out of my life, actually, but still care. And I vote how I feel I'm allowed to vote, which is how I want to. And I've not always voted Republican. But in this particular case, like, there's so many good points. Like while you were talking, I love your channel, by the way. I don't like any of the headlines because I feel like I lean on the side of I do support Trump, but in this particular one, but I've seen your other lives. Anyway, I think you're a great talent and I appreciate your insight. I think you're very educated. I think you respond very well to a lot of questions that are brought up in topics. And this is what we need again, is the ability for people to talk things out and to hear both sides, right? Like it can't be like, you know, that's why it was funny while you were talking. I just like this stupid term popped in my head, but I was like, oh, I'm a Republicrat because like literally I have one foot in both lanes and I see both sides of the fence, which is hard to do because every topic is like personal to families and individuals. And then there's just narcissistic, evil people that are bad. I don't think that Trump adds moral value to the country at all. The one side from his business aspect that I think he can apply, that he seemed to be helping, that other parties have just not had as many wins lately, financially. And I'm a person that can attest this stuff. And I'm sorry, I'm not trying to talk you out of this conversation or anything, I promise. But like, I'm a father of a family of 4. I'm putting my wife through nursing school. I'm the only financial provider. I live in California. It costs me like $10,000 a month just to live. I'm 44. I'm still in an apartment. California has the worst taxes and the worst, like, help everybody out, handout tax scheme going on, which is really padding the pockets of the politicians. Yes.
Yeah, so if we look at this country comparative to others, right? Other countries might have like higher rates of individual income tax rates. Yeah, they actually just provide significantly more social services for people. So things like healthcare, education, stuff like that is significantly more accessible within these nations comparative to here. So the amount of disposable income that they have left over for the median person is going to be better comparative to here in the United States, as we have to spend a lot more of our what's considered disposable income after taxes on things like healthcare. We spend about double as much on healthcare per person here in the United States, and we have worse healthcare outcomes. So it's actually like there are many things within our country right now in which if we just did things through the government and through an effective process through like universal healthcare, we would be spending actually less money and we'd have more take-home pay.
I don't necessarily disagree. I like a lot of what you had to say. I do disagree with what is being termed universal healthcare. The reason I say that is I've born and raised in California my whole life, right? I was a Marine. I lived in Florida. I lived in North Carolina. In North Carolina, I had a 2-story, 4-bedroom condo by myself for $695 a month, right? And this was in 2003, okay? Now it's 20 years later. I'm in California. I'm in a 700 square foot apartment with my wife and kids. That's $2,400 a month.
Yeah, so cost of living is like very
but it's bigger than cost.
I'm not disputing that.
No, but one of my biggest...
But you understand that in other nations where they have some of these higher tax rates, they actually have cheaper places to live. If you go to Berlin, right? Berlin is a pretty big city, yet the housing there is pretty inexpensive.
I had a good point to argue just kind of with myself about it. And that's the one thing that nobody is regulating or focusing on is the housing market. Specifically, let's say, even in places like everyone's flooded to Texas, everyone's flooded to a lot of smaller states, Colorado, Seattle, places where it's cheaper to live, because California is like literally, even the people, like I make $150,000 a year and I can barely support my family, right? And that's going to tie in later. I would like to add one more thing. I won't stay on with you forever here, but my point is that I don't have any problem paying taxes, but nobody ever focuses on the point that now I'm 44. How old are you yourself?
I'm 21.
Okay. I'm not going to ask you where you live because you're,
I live in Los Angeles.
Okay. So you're in California.
Mm-hmm.
So you know that to even get a starter home, You
No,
need to
trust
come
me,
up with.
I know it's extraordinarily expensive here, and that's
No,
why
but
I
I
don't
mean,
want to stay here long term. But
no,
this
but
isn't
extraordinarily
representative.
extraordinarily expensive is I never thought that any, like my son graduating college right now would have to try and buy a $1.2 million home, right? So this is like, I think that.
What's the point of this? Why are you saying this? Like, I understand this. I agree with this.
Because I would support universal healthcare more if the taxes were going to where it's needed, like healthcare, but they're not lowering the real estate market enough to allow people to have enough money to want to keep giving. So it comes to a point where like everybody wants to give for the most part. Let's say there's like 30% completely evil people, 70% generally good people that would be willing to contribute and be a part of the whole society, right? Then the problem is once you start taking so much money from them and they start struggling, then their morals start to get questioned. And that's where they start to pick sides on who's right or who's wrong, right? And that's what leads into who they're going to vote for and all this kind of stuff. So a lot of people are just really financially struggling right now. And it's been very obvious that this, I won't say Biden specifically, but this establishment has promised a lot and not really delivered. Because where you and I live, almost like I go to the grocery store, I can't leave Safeway without spending.
Wait, John, I get you on this, and I agree with this. But the fix to these issues isn't by completely getting rid of taxes or by reducing taxes and just like acting like everything else is going to be okay. People are still not going to be able to pay for things when we don't have taxes. Or what we need to do is we need to have effective government programs that are meant to stabilize and create secure bases for people to be able to make make great decisions. Because if people are constantly fearful about whether or not they're going to be able to eat, how are they going to worry about making good economic decisions long term?
I agree with you 100%. And I also, like to your title here, why do you support Trump? Like I said, I don't. But why, in your thread earlier, I dropped a comment like, why is the DNC roadblocking any alternative to Biden?
I agree with that. That's a huge thing. Like, yeah, why? Seriously though, it would make them better off. They're more likely to win if they get rid of Biden.
They're causing this Trump polarization issue by making it a gladiator battle between two specific men. And this is a democracy.
I'm not disagreeing with you there, John. I agree with you there. I'm against the DNC doing this particularly because I think it's killing the DNC. I think it's also killing our country.
I wish we had somebody that could step up and talk shit to Trump in a debate and be able to, open spotlight some things. Like, obviously, we know what's real and we know what's fake with this guy. Love him or hate him, like him or not, he's good at some things. He's horrible at a lot of things, right? I don't really think he's the right guy to be leading my country for my children. And, I want the best for the country. I want the best for the people. But it's really disheartening that we're being, as a society, left with, it's like when you pass the girl the love note in class and you're like, check yes or no. Like, we get two options on the ballot. Like, what's going on here? I mean, that's usually generally we know who's going to be the leader or whatever. But in this case, it's like, oh, Trump's coming back 100% and nobody else can do it but Biden. And I'm like, why is nobody talking about this?
I agree. I've actually been on here and arguing against this notion like all the time, right? This is something that I argue against all the time. I don't like Biden. I don't like the fact that we have to settle for Biden. I hate the fact that we have to just support a candidate because we hate the other side, right? That's a terrible way to have politics be run in our country. But ultimately speaking, we have to acknowledge a reality in which it's either going to be Trump or Biden if this is who runs. Thank you for the hint. I appreciate it. And ultimately speaking, Biden would move the Overton window towards the left, whereas Trump would not move the Overton window towards the left. And ultimately speaking, that's going to move people against these sorts of progressive notions in which are going to make people better off or give people access to universal health care, greater access to college, stuff like that. That's going to be more beneficial for the average person, right? Also, they're going to be significantly more likely to adopt these different types of policies that are meant to get rid of corruption, get rid of corporate influence on our political system that are supported by a majority of Americans.
And I did want to circle back, and then I'm going to jump off and let other people share with you because I've really enjoyed you in this conversation. I'm not trying to prove any point or demean you or overpower you with anything. This is just, you're in the same line that I am in the stratosphere over here. So going back to shit. Sorry, didn't mean to cuss, but
You're fine. Don't worry.
you had asked me a question earlier and said, "What do you mean about that?" And I said I was going to circle back to it, and it just hit my head. And then as soon as I started talking, it went away.
You're good. Don't worry, bro.
Jeez.
Yeah, if you'd like to come on another time, if you do remember, you always can, man.
Hold on, give me one more second, because I swear to God, this is like my biggest point was.
You're good. Don't worry.
Oh! I know it's back. So, I grew up poor in California. I joined the Marine Corps. Not to be a patriot. I did it to get off drugs at a young age. I came out of the church my whole life. I didn't experience the world till I was 18. By the time I turned 18, within 6 weeks, I got drunk for the first time, got a girl pregnant while losing my virginity, and got hooked on methamphetamines 6 weeks apart out of getting ignored by a church that I followed, right? Because I didn't get enough money to go to Bible school. So there's that. So that's what I'm saying. Some of the Republican side of me, there's a lot of the Republican side that I can't stand, and I don't have enough time to go into on that. But here's the thing is, what you were saying earlier about universal health care is, do you know what Bay Area Rapid Transit, the BART up in San Francisco?
I actually do not know.
Okay, well, it's the electric subway train. It's like New York, but it goes from San Francisco over the Bay Bridge. It goes under a 30-mile tunnel underwater. It goes to Oakland, goes to Hayward, like the SFO airport, all that. That's who I work for. And I got that job after I was a Marine as an electronics technician, became a bartender for 20 years, kind of partied my life away, met a girl and was like, oh crap, I got to get my stuff back together. So I applied for the Cal Grant. I got free school to go to a community college, did a 3-semester program on electronics, got a certificate, not a degree, and got $100,000 a job, or $100,000 a year job, starting with full medical and full dental, all that kind of stuff. So my point about that was, universal is an option, but there's also you can get there with minimal effort. So some people are in extreme circumstances where they can't achieve whatever, but there's always some type of little tunnel or person you can talk to, or outreach program, or things.
But that's because we live in a state in which has these extra types of taxes that we were arguing against earlier.
But some of these people, they were saying their medical is $9,000 a month or something. I'm like, well, you probably are a private, non-union engineer that's making $200,000 a year, so you have the money to pay out of your pocket. Not everybody, but I don't think that the average person's it
was a 9,000 deductible. That was that person, what they said.
Oh, okay, yeah. But whatever the numbers were, they were just shocking to me, because I was like, well, I did a year and a half of school and popped out at 100,000 with effort. It was very, very hard to get through the school and do the stuff, but everybody can try to do something, was my point. That's the only thing holding me back from universal, because there's too many people that will take advantage of that.
Universal exists. Wait, universal healthcare, you mean?
Yeah.
Healthcare would be good for everyone. I don't know why you'd be against people having access to healthcare.
Well, I'm not against, that's the catch-22. I'm not against that. I'm against everybody having to pay for it, because... But
it costs less.
Because you can't trust so many people. There's so many people that will just, they're doing with welfare and all kinds of stuff. But
it costs less overall.
But they
would
take
save
advantage. Money. Well, you may very well be right.
No, I am. If you look at the other countries around the world, the developed nations that have these universal healthcare systems, they spend half as much per person and have better health outcomes.
Well, I think for one thing, we should definitely have free mental health care. I think that's one.
That's a part of universal health care.
That's one place that I would definitely settle, because nobody can afford. Hold on, Kira. Nobody can afford to pay 150 or $50 an hour, or even $20 an hour, when they have severe issues like I've had most of my life.
Same thing if they have cancer, right? Why should they have to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars in medical debt because they had cancer?
I don't think that they should, but I don't think that. I don't know how universal health care can become reality. I guess that's a better way of framing it.
Exactly how they do it in the other nations around the world. We literally just take the exact way that they run the system, and we can run that here. We could actually make it more efficient because we have lots of money to do so.
Well, that's definitely giving me something to think about.
Yeah, because the taxes that we would put into universal healthcare would cost less for us, right, than the money we currently spend on healthcare, like even in our households.
That's the thing is, if that's what we were paying for, I really wouldn't have a problem. It's all the other things we don't even know
That
where
we're
the
paying
money,
for that we don't get anything from. I agree with
we,
you.
don't-
Right?
we don't
Like,
know where the money goes.
I
don't
agree, and like that's why we need
I knew where
audits
it
on how
went,
much we spend and stuff like
if I
that. We
knew
know
where it
exactly where it
went,
goes. Right, it needs to
yeah.
be open for us to see. There's so many issues with how our current like funding systems are in the U.S.
I agree. But anyway, I'd like to thank you for this time. I think you're a great person, and
Appreciate it.
I don't think anybody ever sees eye to eye on everything. So I think that's my last message for this, whoever's listening, is like, we really need to find a way to love each other through our differences, because if we don't do that, it doesn't matter who the fuck we're going to hire as the guy. Sorry for cussing on your life.
Absolutely, I appreciate you coming on, man. Thank you so much.
Yeah. All right. Have a good day.
All right, everyone, if you do like the content, follow me if you're ready. Tap that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. Again, if you disagree, make sure to send a guest request right now. I'm going to go on to the next person again. Send a guest request. If you disagree, only do send one. By the way, everyone, we're about 3 hours and 30 minutes into the live, so we got like another 2 hours and 30 minutes left on the live, everyone. For the last hour of the live, I do turn on sub-only chat, so if you want to have access to the sub-only chat, subscribe if you haven't already. Jesse, thank you for the hand heart. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Sub-only chat, subscribe if you haven't
Yo, what's
already.
up, Howdy?
Jess.
Oh, you have an echo. Hello?
Parker, what's up, man? How are you?
Good. Do you support Trump?
Absolutely.
For sure. Why?
Well, because our economy was amazing during the Trump administration. And here's the thing, I like you because you're a nice guy. I like that last guy because he's a nice guy. John, you're a nice guy, man. Thanks for your thoughts on everything. But Trump is not afraid to be the bad guy. He's going to stand up to corruption. He's going to stand up to assholes. He's going to stand up to other nations that are robbing us of our resources. He's going to build the economy. Everybody was eating under Trump. Everybody had money. Everybody, they were doing better. Now, you might make more money now under this administration. However, you can't afford to live because everything's so damn expensive. You got gas prices, grocery prices. Like, you can't go out to eat for less than $60. You go through a fast food restaurant, you're paying $30 for two people. It's insane, dude. And Trump wasn't afraid to tap into our resources and make things great for people. And you talked earlier about this, this tax on corporations. The reason why he reduced tax for corporations is to keep those companies here because then they can afford to pay their employees. And so Biden goes around touting, oh, yeah, the highest unemployment rate growth in history. Well, yeah, because we were coming out of COVID and everybody got their jobs back. That has nothing to do with Biden and his policies. But anyway.
Wait, so exactly the same way that you just said it had nothing to do with Biden's policies is the same way the inflation that we see today also has nothing to do with that. Inflation itself is a global phenomenon, is actually not as much impacting the United States as it is countries like around the world, right? So I don't see a reason as to why you would address that whenever it relates to that, but you don't address it whenever it relates to that circumstance.
Here's what I know, Parker, is under the Trump administration, we didn't have supply chain issues. We didn't have, we had our own resources. We had all-time low gas prices. The stock market was great. Like all of these things.
Can I address some of these? So we did have supply chain issues, right? Supply chain issues in relation to COVID. And then also when it relates to gas, the reason why gas prices were so low is because demand was extraordinarily low because people were staying inside.
The supply chain issues came from the mandates on transportation and trucking and saying oh, you got to get vaccinated to do this or do that. Trump would have never done that. He said from the beginning,
no, supply chain
if you want to
issues
get the
were global.
vax, you get the vax. If you don't, you don't. Which, I believe in freedom. I think you should have a choice in that matter. But anyway, I don't want to go down the whole vax thing. But all I'm saying is how bad does it need to get before people stop supporting this administration? We've got an open border. We've got massive inflation. We've
Can I
got the
address
highest
some of these
gas
claims?
prices ever seen. What's up?
Can I address some of these claims?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, so the supply chain issues we literally saw throughout like the entire time, and that was not just here in the United States, that was globally, right? So not even just here. So like that's not just us. Secondly, right, inflation, global phenomena, we have it less here compared to other places. The vaccine was effective and that was important to use, right, in the moment during the pandemic. Lockdowns could have
I know you have to say that. For community
I don't have to say it's
guidelines.
true.
Well, we'll agree to disagree on that.
Well, there's no disagreement there. It's objectively true.
Well, I mean,
it's true independent of your stance.
I never got vaccinated. I'm fine.
Okay.
I'm healthy.
So?
You know, I've got a kid on the way. You know,
that doesn't mean the vaccine isn't effective.
Great. Well, I know that the vaccine has caused irreversible damage to reproduction.
That's false.
Okay. And
Can you give me evidence
all the
of that?
athletes that are dropping dead, that's false too.
So you have to. Are you saying that's related to the vaccine?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so first of all, you have to justify that those people that were falling down, that's due to the vaccine. Second of all, you have to justify the infertility issues coming from the vaccine. Is there any source that you have for both of those claims?
Well, we have probably the highest infertility rate ever. And I'm not saying that it's all from the COVID vaccine, but it's probably from vaccines.
No. Well, can you give me any evidence, like actual evidence?
No. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a scientist, so I can't back that up. But I do think that there are obvious signs of certain things. And one of the obvious signs under this current administration is that they're failing at everything. Like, what have they been successful on?
So like particularly if you want to relate to pulling troops out of like the Middle East, if you want to relate to like healthcare, access to healthcare, that's definitely been increased.
Bro, do we have healthcare? Like, if we're spending all this money, like where's the healthcare? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, so they've actually reduced prices for insulin in the United States completely, like heavily reduced. It used to be
that's
like 600.
great for diabetics, but there's other problems, bro. The thing of it is like, if you look at the numbers,
it was
on
also
that,
you didn't let me get to that point.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
Right. So there's also bargaining for other types of things within healthcare, or like different types of drugs that people use and whatnot as well for the pricings with that. There's also like a push, at least for this, when it relates to some sort of idea of universal healthcare, or at least moving towards that. Biden being in office at least pushes people towards that. Also, there's been pushes for like broader access to free education for people, like things like public universities. I think Biden's in support of like first 2 years being free, like at community colleges and stuff like that. So those are beneficial things I think that almost anyone can get behind.
Sure. I just, when it comes to healthcare and stuff like that, like, look at it like this. Like, I live in a city that's about 250,000 population. If they just did like a flat rate, let's say it was $100 a month per person to have healthcare that covers everything, that's $25 million a month, and that's more than enough to take care of the residents of this community. However, why would you agree to $25 million a month in revenue if you're getting triple that or quadruple that with the existing system that's in place? And it's, has more to do with greed than anything, because you've got big pharma, you've got the medical industry that's just like raping people left and right.
You can't say that on my live, by the way. It's TikTok TOS.
Oh, sorry. I don't know what all the rules are, bro. It's fine.
It's fine.
You seem like a reasonable
don't say it again. It's
person.
fine.
I like hearing the other side of things. I know I'm doing all the talking, but I've also been listening to you for the last 45 minutes or whatever. And so, sorry if I'm kind of like overpowering the conversation. That's not what I'm trying to do. I just think that things were good under Trump, and they're not. Like, we've got more division than ever, and Trump was divisive, but the media played a big part in that. You know what I mean? And if you look at the mainstream media, it's totally owned by the left wing. Like, everything that the Republicans say is totally suppressed. All of the evidence that they're putting out.
That's obviously not true.
Biden and corruption in Ukraine and all this stuff, like, it's all suppressed. There's so much evidence against Biden. It's a miracle to me that he's not in jail or assassinated.
Are we going to ignore Fox News? Are we going to ignore like the right wing media on YouTube? Right, that's significantly larger than left wing media on YouTube.
You've got Fox News, and they're a conservative outlet. But if you look at who owns Fox News, it's Vanguard and BlackRock. They own.
So actually, if you look at Vanguard and Vanguard particularly, they own like a small percent of stocks within the company. Okay, they don't own like the whole company. They don't own the whole of all those companies.
I thought they were a majority shareholder.
No, that's a lie. People have been lying about that recently. They own like 13% of shares in like CNN.
Right. Enough
That's
to make
not majority.
An influence,
People are saying majority. That's not majority. That's clearly not majority.
Yeah, but like there was like a recent clip that came out where I can't remember who shows a black lady. She's pretty cool. But George Soros got brought up, and they had to like immediately shut down the conversation, and they just like cut to something else. And I'm like, oh, okay, well that's kind of proof that Fox is in bed with George Soros. So in my mind, like that just loses credibility because George Soros is a globalist, and in my opinion, I also think that he's evil. So I don't think there should be this monopoly on media. Like it's sad.
So like it's obviously not a monopoly. It's like called an oligopoly. There's like a few companies that own 90% of media, which is actually being reduced because most media is now going to be privately owned. Outside of those contexts, now on social media. That's where most people are getting their information here today. It's not through like the CNN or through Fox News. People look at that every once in a while. Most people are engaging with TikTok. They're engaging with YouTube. They're engaging with Twitter. They're engaging with Facebook. And that's where most of the information is coming through now.
Yeah, and I'm not Trump or die guy. Like the thing is like I supported the Obama administration. Like unfortunately, I did. I have different views on things now. Like my views have shifted because of this corruption in the media that has pushed me further to the right. But like I love RFK. He's running as a Democrat. I think he's a good candidate. But I recently posted some videos about RFK, and the Democrats are like, F him. Never RFK. And I'm like, why do Democrats hate RFK? Like he seems like a really heart forward guy.
I don't know much about RFK. All I know is that he's there's something to do with vaccines that relates to RFK. That's all I know.
Yeah, he's an anti-vaxxer.
And I'm pretty sure he's a Republican.
Yeah, but dude, if you look at the evidence, I mean, they recently did a study on like Amish communities. There's not a single Amish person with autism, and I think that is.
There are
related.
Amish people with autism. That's not true.
Do you know that?
Yeah, there are definitely Amish people. Like there are people of every community that have autism.
Not in the study that I looked at. They said that they've been studying the Amish for years. They haven't found a single case of autism.
Yeah, could you send me that?
Community. Yeah, I'll track it down. I think I actually have it saved somewhere, so I can shoot that over to you. But again, like I don't want to get like hung up on like vaccines. My position on that because it's such a deep topic. I think Donald Trump is a good president. I think he's been totally demonized. And though I agree, like he's not the most tactful guy, I don't think that I would be either if I was just constantly berated by the media. Like I would fight back. I would state my opinion. And
any politician is going to be constantly berated by the media. You understand that's like what a politician does. They constantly get berated by the media. Anyone, literally, whether you're Republican, Democrat, anything.
But he was being
there's just a lot of ammo to target towards.
During his campaign because of the Steele dossier that Hillary Clinton paid for. Like, that's like next level stuff that shouldn't be happening.
Well, what do you mean that's next level stuff that shouldn't be happening?
You got the person that's running against him to pay for a dossier. They have
isn't that done by every single political campaign?
No, did they have wiretaps on Joe Biden during his campaign?
Wait, wiretaps? That's different than saying aren't Steele dossiers like where they just have information about like the other side and what they could bring out about them?
Yeah, but they gave the DOJ or the FBI the authorization to get wiretaps because the FBI and the DOJ have been corrupted and weaponized by the Democrats. And so all they needed
I don't
was
know about that
somebody
one.
to
I don't know
say,
if I follow that.
But there's evidence now to say that there was no Russian collusion when it comes to Trump having a relationship with Russia, right?
I don't know if there's evidence to say that there was no Russian collusion. Right. I think that there would be not much evidence.
There was in the Durham report, right?
There was not a claim of no evidence.
Okay.
Or even no Russia collusion. There's some. There's just not much.
Okay, sure. Well, I don't think Trump was doing anything with the Russians. Okay, that's and you can look at that as an opinion.
Sure. No, that's fine. That's fine. I'm not even bringing up that right now. What I'm saying though is that like I think every politician gets targeted. You could say Trump got targeted a little more. Sure, thank you for the hand harp issue, but I don't think that's good enough reason to support him. Right, that could just be indicative of the fact that there are a lot of things to target against him. Like, how do you feel about the fact that he's held liable for sexual abuse, and how do you feel about the election fraud claims?
I think that most people with money have some sexual abuse case against them somewhere. It almost always happens. Like, I mean, there's a case against Biden with one of his former assistants.
Has he been held liable?
Probably not.
Yeah, so I think that we should get both of them out of office if they've done that, right? Do you agree?
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. Is there a conviction against Trump for sexual assault or sexual abuse?
For sexual abuse. Yeah, in a court he was held liable and had to pay damages, yeah.
Okay. Well, I think, I've listened to the lady's story against Biden, and there's several instances. I mean, the dude's a creep, he's sniffing kids and just doing weird shit all the time. He's got half a brain inside of his head.
And Trump doesn't?
No, I don't think so.
I think they're both gross.
I think that I think the reason that myself and others support Donald Trump is that he is an outsider. He's not part of this
That's a lie. He's an insider. Like, he literally is. Like, he has lots of money, has lots of people who are in this type of idea and this type of stuff. He literally, more people in his administration were indicted than any other administration in United States history.
But that's not hard when the DOJ and the FBI have been weaponized, and they so clearly have.
So like, what do you mean they've been weaponized?
Well, just look at this Hunter Biden situation.
Yeah, what did they get rid of on the Hunter Biden situation?
They still haven't brought forth an indictment on Biden when we know that he was involved, because we have him on video saying, yeah, I said, fire this guy or else you're not getting the billion. Right? Like, I mean,
Biden said that?
Evidence do you need? Yeah.
Biden said that you won't get $1 billion if you. I would love to see that. Can you send that?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm so surprised that people aren't seeing this. But yeah, no, that's been out there for the longest time. Like, Biden was bragging about how he influenced the firing of the prosecutor that was investigating Burisma, who Hunter Biden happens to sit on the board of. Like, it's so...
For what reason?
Exactly. What reason was he on the board of Burisma?
No, that's not the question I asked. For what reason was he like laughing at the fact that he's not there anymore?
Oh, well, he was saying that because Burisma, that was the deal that was made. And that's the whole reason that they bought into the Biden brand, is because Joe Biden would have the power to get rid of this guy that's investigating the company. And so when it came down to how that was going to be done, Ukraine was anticipating $1 billion from the United States. And Joe Biden said, look, I'm leaving here in 6 hours. If this prosecutor's not fired, you're not getting the money. And he did that as the vice president. Okay. And they go, well, you can't do that. You're not the president. He says, call Obama, ask him. And he said,
getting what money again? Sorry.
$1 billion.
For what?
Some type of aid to Ukraine.
So aid for Ukraine. So you're not going to get. So he withhold aid for Ukraine in order to get them to do something.
Correct.
Okay, I would love to see this.
Yeah. No, I'm going to share it with you.
Yeah, I'd love to see it.
But and then he says,
Can you tell me what to look up right now? And
something like sure as shit, the prosecutor was fired. He said something like that. I can't quote it exactly, but
can you tell me what to look up?
Yeah, just look up. Well, I've got it saved in my videos somewhere that I can send you, but I would just look up like Biden, Biden's attempt to get prosecutor of, fired, something like that. And it's out there and it surfaces and, it'll get suppressed and then it'll resurface, but I do actually have it like saved on my phone.
Victor, is this from the New York Post?
Okay.
Victor Shokin, Ukraine prosecutor whose ouster Biden pushed was quote unquote threat. Ukrainian prosecutor General Viktor Shokin, who was fired after then Vice President Joe Biden threatened to pull $1 billion in U.S. aid as a threat to a natural gas company, Burisma Holdings, which paid Hunter Biden up to $1 million per year. The first son's former business partner, Davon Archer, confirmed in an interview released Friday. He was a threat. He ended up seizing assets of Burisma owner Nikolai, a house, some cars, a couple properties, and Nikolai actually never went back to Ukraine after Shokin seized all of his assets. So is this Shokin? This is someone else? Okay.
This is probably, they're probably referring to
Shokin's office won court order and seized this person's property 2016 in Kyiv. Significant. Okay. Said Biden referring to a 1 million loan. Okay, I looked at them and said I'm leaving in 6 hours. If the prosecutor is not fired, you are not getting the money. Said Biden referring to a 1 billion loan guarantee at the event. Are they not going to add the extra context? Biden is known for I don't see a broader context, but that does look weird.
Yeah, I mean, he was
if he did this and he's like,
news.
Yeah, if he's doing that in order to like get them to do something for Hunter Biden, right? That's obvious corruption.
Yeah, and this is the thing is like,
I don't know if that was, I feel like if that was already on video and right in front of him, and this is for specifically Hunter Biden, he'd already be in the he'd already be way past investigation, right? Like he wouldn't even be able to run right now.
My thoughts exactly. It's, bro, when you see the video, it's like jaw dropping. You're like, holy crap. But this, like, here's the thing is like, it's not just Biden, bro. Like people have been doing this for years where they'll go into a country and they'll promise them some type of aid. And in return, that company needs to hire their consulting firm. And all they're doing is they're funneling tax dollars to them and they're getting paid on the back end. And it needs to stop, bro.
Yeah, so this is a testify, right? This is testifying.
Are you asking me something?
Yeah, so apparently this is just testimony.
No, there's video evidence of Biden saying these things. And then you also have Hunter Biden's business partner coming forward saying, yeah, that's the Biden brand. And they were doing it not just with Ukraine, but with China and Russia and everywhere else. And I honestly
think Shokin's office won a court order to seize his property. Shokin was fired on March 29, purportedly due to his own corruption. Thank you for the crown. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
So I don't think that was in relation to Biden there. That's in relation to his own corruption.
Biden said, I'm leaving in 6 hours. If this guy's not fired, you're not getting the money. And within 6 hours, the guy was fired.
Yeah, but that was due to his own corruption, not necessarily Biden.
How easy can you say that? The guy was obviously credible. Here, right? He was the current prosecutor, right? So like the fact that you want to say, oh, well, Biden wanted him fired because he's corrupt. Well, isn't it convenient?
I never said Biden said anything. What I said is that he was fired because of corruption, his own corruption.
But isn't it convenient that he was investigating Burisma, who Hunter Biden is getting paid from?
Well, these are important conflicts of interest to point out.
Yes.
All I'm saying is what the source here is claiming. Okay.
Yeah.
The same way I claimed other things, right, from the source, and you accepted those immediately, right? But whenever I brought up something that you just don't like, you immediately dispute it.
I'm not disputing.
You were disputing that, but you weren't disputing the prior claims.
I think it's obvious. It's obvious that there's a lot of.
It's obvious whenever it's a claim that agrees with you.
No,
Right.
it's obvious that there's self-interest in that, in his influence to get that prosecutor fired. Because there is self-interest. They're getting paid by Burisma, Hunter, and the big guy.
Yeah, sure. If this is like there, like obviously speaking, we don't want Biden to be running and stuff like that. Obviously speaking, that would be like a corrupt notion if that's particularly to keep Hunter Biden in like a place where he's making money or something like that. Right, if that was it, but like I feel like the investigation and like the stuff that will probably go through whether or not that was like actually something that was the cause of that. So we'll have to see when it relates to that. The same way that we should investigate people like Trump, right? When it relates to a lot of these things. How do you feel about the election fraud claims?
Well, I think that there's a lot of information that is being suppressed around that. It's hard to say. I think that we're definitely like a divided nation, but I think it's compelling that in the middle of the night, Biden got all of these votes and was declared the president of the United States when Trump was like clearly lead in all of these states, massive leads. And if you look at the numbers, like it's,
you want to know why?
There's a lot of like statistical improbabilities that took place.
Oh, not at all. That was expected. Want to know why?
Sure.
Most voters who were doing mail-in were Biden voters. Right, because mail-in voters were less likely to want to go to the polls because it was still during COVID, and Trump was like, "Yo, everyone better go in person." Okay, and Trump was calling out mail-in voting while he literally mailed in his vote.
Yeah, I think it's fishy that they created this mail-in, ability and kind of did it on like a much larger scale than they normally would, and I think
that was because of COVID.
I know, but you're saying like, oh, everybody that supports Trump doesn't believe that COVID is real when Trump is.
I never made that claim. When did I make that claim? What?
Well, you're saying that there's a reason why this happened. It has to do with COVID, right?
The reason why what happened?
That Biden got all these votes in the middle of the night is because
no. The reason why people did mail-in ballots at a higher degree who were Democrats is because they didn't want to get COVID by going to the polls places.
But why is that applicable to only Democrats?
Because Democrats cared more about COVID. They were more cautious than Republicans. Do you disagree with that?
Yeah, I would like to see
what?
Where's the evidence to support that?
Yeah, so Democrats were significantly more likely to wear masks, significantly more likely to get vaccinated. They were less likely to die to the virus because they were more likely to get vaccinated. Do you not remember all the people who wouldn't wear masks? Were they ever Democrats?
So you think there'd be 300,000 votes to 1 in overnight for mail-in ballots in favor of
that? Was like so that you're talking about like in Michigan or something like that. Trump is
the one that fast-tracked the vaccine.
Hold up. Can I finish?
Sure.
So that's due to like the counting of the votes. They went over that, they audited it, they went over all that stuff, and they found nothing with that was actually like bad at all.
Other than like scores of dead people voting and stuff like that.
That happens in every election. It happened less in this election comparative to others.
And ballot harvesting and drop boxes.
What ballot harvesting? Those were actually more likely to happen with Republican candidates.
In Georgia, they were boarding up the windows and staying late after they kicked everyone out. In Pennsylvania, they were doing the same type of stuff. And there's actually like video footage of them pulling out boxes from under the tables and stuff like that.
Yes. So boxes under the tables. What were those boxes? What did they find out?
It's hard to know, right? But it's odd. Like, hey,
it's hard to know. Well, they went over this stuff, right?
Everybody go home, and then there's a few people that stay behind, and they start pulling out all these boxes from under the tables that were like hidden.
Hidden? You mean boxes that were in there that were particularly like that were already like things that they set up?
Like, yeah, it seems.
What do you mean under a tablecloth?
Well, if you did you watch the video of them pulling?
I've watched some videos. Other videos I must not have.
Yeah, they were under a table, but there was a tablecloth going all the way around the table. Like it seems odd.
Maybe they put it there because they were voting. Like they were not hidden, at least to my knowledge.
So when it comes to the stolen election, right? I would say like, yeah, I think there were a lot of oddities, right? Like I think that there needs to be a different way, a more transparent way, a way for less corruption to take place or less.
Yeah, like mail-in ballots, because mail-in ballots were less fraudulent.
I don't think they were less
proportionally.
fraudulent. I mean, if
No,
you've got a
proportionally
mail-in
speaking, they
ballot-
literally were.
If you've got a mail-in ballot, think how many hands that goes through before it actually gets to the post office, right? Like
it goes through one, and you drop it in
if
to that
you're
thing, and then it
getting
literally is brought over to other people.
If you're getting a ballot in the mail,
It's literally, it's all sealed, right?
Yeah.
So do you think Trump's vote could have been messed up because he mailed it in?
Could be. I don't know. All I'm saying is I think there were oddities. I think there needs to be a better way. I don't think it needs to be mail-in. I think people need to vote in person. And if there's not a big COVID scare and people aren't all masked up,
That reduces the likelihood
why
of people
not?
being able to vote because, if it's in person, less people will vote because they have to travel a lot of places to be able to do so. And
the
especially in
people
places like
that-
Texas, there was only like one poll place for like tens plus miles or something like that. It's crazy.
Yeah, they could set up more poll places, but the people that care are going to show up and vote.
Well, people who can are going to show up and vote. We need to make Election Day a holiday. We need to make it so that we can do more mail-in ballot voting.
Yeah, I agree.
Stuff like that.
I agree with that. I think that it should be like a day off.
So now it's okay for mail-in vote?
No, I think it should be done in one day, but I still think people should vote in person.
The only reason it took more than one day is because they had to count all of the mail-in votes.
Well, it took more than one day in Arizona.
Yeah, because they wanted to recount over and over again because, Republicans were asking for recounts.
Yeah. Here's kind of an interesting perspective on this. Why do we have an open border? Let me ask you that first.
We don't have an open border.
Okay, well, the last number that I heard is that we've had over 5 million border crossings since this administration came into the White House.
Can you send me that number?
Sure. Yeah, I can send you that. So let's assume that there have been 5 million. And here's the thing is I know that it's a real thing, right? Like we just had RFK go to the border and talk to the Border Patrol agents down there, and they showed all kinds of evidence of stuff that's going on. So I've got a friend that owns a landscape company, and he employs a couple of guys that came up through the border. And
wait, hold up. So we take a little over 1 million immigrants into the country every year. Think of the galaxy, I appreciate it. And that was the same under
I know
Trump's
that it
presidency.
happens, right? But it's happening on a much larger scale now than ever before. Could you?
Well,
agree
that's
with
just in overall numbers. If you look at proportions, I doubt it's that.
Okay.
Compared to our population size.
But it's a non-issue for this administration, right? They're not that worried about it.
I think they should be.
So you think it's important that we protect our borders?
I think it's important to make it easier for people to get to the country so that we don't have to worry as much about having issues at the border. Right? If we decriminalize and legalize drugs, people would be able to produce drugs here. It's going to defund those cartels. We make it faster for people to be able to get to the country through a legal process. That's going to make it so that more people are going to just go through the legal process rather than trying to fly here, overstay a visa, or try to get through the border by going through a coyote.
Yeah. I mean, I'm on the fence about the decriminalizing drugs. I was a heroin addict for a long time. I've been sober now for over 5 years. I'm actually married to an immigrant, so I support people that want to come into this country and do it the right way. But just case in point, so I've got a friend that employs a couple Mexican guys that came up through the southern border, and their responsibility when they got here was that they had to pay the cartel $4,000 once they got here, and the cartel holds their families liable, right? Hey, if you don't pay this, we're going to murder your family. So they've got to send $4,000 a person Okay, so if we've had 5 million border crossings and those 5 million people are turning around paying the cartel 4,000, that's
how do we defund the cartels?
$20 billion, right? And that's just
Seagut,
like
how do we defund the cartels?
By legalizing drugs. Like
legalizing drugs, and then also making the
that.
process for immigration a lot quicker. Because if the process was a lot quicker and these people could get into the country without having to go through the cartels, wouldn't they do that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think if somebody goes through a thorough background check and they're honest, hardworking people, they want to come to this country, contribute, an American citizen, like I support that. Like it's not like a racial issue. It's like everything that's taking place at the border right now is extremely wrong and it's bad for business. But I don't think that they should just say, yeah, hey, we'll take you. It looks like you're a good God-fearing individual. We'll take you in. Like we also have to be mindful of the number of people that we're bringing into this country, because we can and should put America first. Like I think that any leader of any country should put their nation first and make sure that it's not coming at the expense of the citizens that occupy this nation, right? Like we've got to be able to have a stable economy.
Our current system does that, right? Our current system makes it worse for people in the country.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, so if we made it go a lot faster, then there wouldn't be as much of an issue there. But yeah, so what else? So like we know that we don't have an open border. That's very obvious, right? Obviously, there are conditions that people have to go through to get in here. That's if we had an open border, then we wouldn't have border patrol.
Well, so if you look at some of the news that's coming from the southern border, and the fact that Joe Biden or Kamala aren't willing to go there is kind of insane. But if you look at some of the footage of them talking to the border patrol and them discussing what an issue it actually is, like they don't have the resources down there to control it, and they've got thousands of people that are just sitting in camps down there, but they also create diversions because we got rid of the wall. So they'll create a division at the border entry, a diversion at the border entry, and then they'll have all of these cartel members that are hauling fentanyl go a different route while the border patrol is being distracted. But it is an issue, and we have more people coming across the border now than ever before.
Don't they just use drones? They literally use drones. They have like trip mines that tell them where people are going across. They have stuff to know where people are coming in. Don't they?
They've got we have a higher rate of people coming to this country illegally than ever before. We also have a higher rate of fentanyl and other
rate. Can you give me evidence of the rate, like per capita?
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, bro. Is like I'm not gonna be able to give you like all these stats right offhand, but I can certainly send you the articles and the videos and stuff like that where I've done my own research, so that you have that available to you. But I also think it's obvious, bro. Like, I mean, I live in a small city. I go to the grocery store. I see more Mexicans than ever before. And I have nothing against Mexicans. And people, like, you kind of tighten your
That doesn't have to do with people coming here undocumented. That has to do with the fact that a lot of the country is Mexican, right?
Yeah, but what I'm telling you is that I live in a small community. And when I go to the grocery store, what I see today is different than what I saw 3 or 4 years ago, right?
And is that necessarily due to the border, or is that due to the fact that
absolutely
people are moving into that particular community?
I think if you're trying to say that we have a tight border policy and that it hasn't changed since this administration came in, I think that's
by the way, you know that I'm not making any claims about it. You said we have an open border. That's inferring or implying that we have no policy when it relates to the border, which is clearly false. Okay?
I think that people are pouring in right now because they've basically received an open invitation.
Do you agree that it's clearly false that we have an open border?
I think that we have Border Patrol down there doing their best. That's underfunded, understaffed. and and basically we had a policy in place that was working, and this administration came in and it signed an executive order to immediately halt the building of the wall, and it wasn't just a wall. They had sensors and drones and videos and all this stuff in place that you're talking about, where it would give us oversight on that of how many people are really coming in. Like, to be able to track that would be a thing of beauty, right? But it's not a priority.
Yeah, so I don't know. I don't really know what so if you actually want to relate to undocumented immigrant population, right, I can show you a source here. This is from CIS.org, or from the Center of Immigration Studies. Right, this is the rate or rate of undocumented immigrants in the United States. And this is by year. So the 2022, this is from 2016 to 2022. This is all during Trump's presidency, and technically it's at the same rate.
Undocumented.
Yep.
Because the border's open and they're documenting it, right? Because people are coming across the border.
This is illegal immigrants.
I know, but Parker, hear me out on this. People are coming across the border and they're giving them a notice to appear and setting them free into our country. That's it. That's all they're doing. So they're documenting them.
So
Sure.
those would be okay, right? You understand that that still doesn't respond to what I'm saying here. Even if you're saying that some people are coming to the country, that's not that would be like through the asylum process, because that's a legal process.
Yeah, I'm looking at some of the comments here, but
also this is anecdotal. Like this is what the overall estimates indicate, and it's pretty much similar to what it was. Like in
Where's that
2016, this is from the Center of Immigration Studies.
Okay. So how many documented? Let's look at that. Let's look at the increase in documented people that are coming across the border.
Documented people. Here, I can try to find that. Documented immigration per year, U.S. All right, this is from Pew Research. It's from 2020, so I don't know.
Yeah, it's not going to tell us anything.
Yeah. We're at lower rates of immigrant share of U.S. population than we were in like the 70s, by the way. That was like what it used to be. So it used to be really high.
And that's how recent is that?
This is from 2018. This is 2018. This is where it was here, and then this is from what 1990. 1990 and earlier, it was a higher share of the population.
Okay. But that doesn't really tell us where we're at today, right?
Not necessarily. That would be 2020 or 2018. So,
Yeah. I mean, I've seen some of the statistics on it, but I don't have them readily available right in front of me. I tuned into your live and thought it would be interesting to kind of share my perspective on things, but I like what you're doing, Parker. I think it makes you a great patriot. I appreciate the fact that you're advocating for the betterment of our country. I think that we probably don't see eye to eye on a lot of things. My views have changed a lot from the time I was your age to where I'm at now, right? And I think that a country's leader should totally advocate for the citizens of the country, and I just don't see that being done. And I've got no problem with immigrants or anything like that. Like I said, I'm married to an immigrant, first generation immigrant, and I think that it's a great thing. You know what I mean? It can be, but I also think that it's being used.
Okay, immigration is staying pretty much the same. I know there's a lot of stuff on here, but like it's pretty much staying the same. It separates between naturalizations, immediate relatives, family preference, and then employment preference. All of them are pretty much the same since like 2017, 2018. That's from the Homeland Security.
Yeah, that contradicts the news that I've been paying attention to, but I think it's good to cross-reference, and I'll look at that. But
Yeah, this is from the DHS.
I'm just saying, like, there's a noticeable difference in my community, and so and I'm not
that would be anecdotal
far
within
the border,
respect,
right? Yeah.
So is there anything else you want to go over?
No, that's it. I'm gonna jump. It's good to meet you, Parker. Thanks for having me on.
Appreciate you coming
on. Yeah.
Thank you
go
so
ahead
much.
and follow
Have a good
you.
day.
Okay, brother. We'll see ya.
All right, everyone, if you like the content, follow me if you're ready. Tap the screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes, everyone. It should help send out to more people. If you disagree, make sure to send a guest request right now. We got about an hour and 50 minutes left on the live, so if you like the content, follow me if you haven't already, everyone. Subscribe if you want to have access to the sub-only chat that I'll be putting on for the last hour of my live here in about 50 minutes or so. Matt, thank you so much for the travel with you. I appreciate it, man. W Matt in the chat. Let's go. W Matt in the chat. But let me go on to the next person here, y'all. Okay, for some reason it's not accepting this person. Parker, can I have a free sub for my 3rd month? If I give out free subs here at the today, should I give out free subs if we hit 2 million likes, everyone? Should I do that? Should I do that, y'all? All right, I'm trying to get someone in here. I got like no guest requests though, everyone. So if you do disagree, make sure to send a guest request. Okay, we'll give away 10 if we hit 2 million, everyone. Okay. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 22.
For sure. Do you support Trump?
We'll see after the. I mean, I used to up until these recent court cases, but I definitely voted for him over Biden.
For sure. Why so?
Yeah, so I think Trump acknowledges truth in that I believe he does not believe. He believes that the statement "trans women are women" is not true, or trans men are men.
So you support Trump because he doesn't think trans people are valid?
Yeah, I think he's just able to acknowledge that that's true, and I don't think Biden is.
Well, it's actually, well, you can say it's true that trans women are women. There's no contradiction with that statement.
I don't think it logically follows.
Oh, it obviously can logically follow. I think you're assuming your particular definition.
No, I think under any definition, especially those purported by gender or trans philosophers, it does not follow.
So a woman is an adult human person that's committed towards female biology, roles, expectations, etc. Commitment towards female biology essentially means that you have a preference for your body to look a particular way that's typically associated with the female sex. Then the expectations and roles, the commitments towards those would be you engaging in particular behaviors with the express purpose of being designated or associated with that particular social identity. Right? Under that definition, it would be logically entailed that trans women are women.
So that's the social role theory, and I think that's purported by Simone de Beauvoir and among others.
It's not social role.
I believe that is.
No, it isn't, because it's a commitment in accordance with this, a desire in accordance with this, so it has an express purpose of engaging with this behavior, with an express purpose of being designated with that social identity. That's not just engaging in the behavior in the first place, or engaging in either feminine or masculine behaviors.
What is femininity? Sorry.
Yeah, behaviors that are typically associated with the female sex.
Female sex. Okay. I think social or cultural additives around female sex and what it's, yeah. But I don't think it's just behaviors. I think a lot of it is social and cultural, but sure. I would say, yeah, the biological component of that definition obviously falls apart because not all trans women want to associate with stereotypically feminine traits. We see this. It's a common saying on the left that trans women don't owe you femininity and vice versa with trans men. So I think that obviously deconstructs that. Not all trans women are women under that leg of the definition. Socially,
that's just not true, right? Because like in order to be a trans woman, you'd have to be considered a woman under my view.
Okay, then I think under your view, not all trans women are women.
That doesn't make any sense because a trans woman is someone who's biologically male and then they are a woman. So in order to be a trans woman, you have to be a woman under my view.
Right. Okay. So
it's just the law of identity.
The law. Okay. You're introducing a lot of things. So what is the law of identity? What does that mean?
Yeah. A equals A.
Right. So okay. Like the mathematical law. Okay. So you're saying that
logic.
Yes. So you're saying a lot of trans women who purport to identify as women, yet they don't follow these biological traits typically associated with women, they're not women.
What do you mean by that? Thank you for that.
There's-
Thank you for the
like I
rose,
said,
if they fit my definition, if you engage in particular behaviors that are typically associated with the female sex with the express purpose of being designated with that particular social identity, or you have a desire to be in accordance with this identity, well then obviously speaking that would entail that you would be a woman under my view.
Right.
So if you don't have any behaviors in which express a commitment towards these particular notions, then yes, you're not a woman under my view.
Well, there's trans women who typically say, it's a common saying that trans women don't owe you femininity, and vice versa. For trans men, they don't owe you masculinity.
I'm not saying that you have to express every feminine.
So
That's
what
not my idea.
characteristics do you have to express under your definition?
You have to have a commitment towards these particular characteristics.
You
In
just-
terms
so-
of you engage in the characteristics with the express purpose of being designated with that particular
Right, which
social identity.
characteristics?
That doesn't mean that you only engage in feminine characteristics at all.
Okay, so what characteristics, if not feminine, to be a woman?
I'm not saying you're not listening to me, are you? Thank you for that mustache. I appreciate it.
I'm listening. You said feminine.
What did you dispute with what I said?
I'm sorry.
What did you dispute with what I said?
So under your definition, you said they have to follow feminine characteristics to be a woman.
You have to be committed toward those particular
Committed.
characteristics.
So what does committed mean?
I just
That's
told you.
how-
I've described it now 6 times in this conversation.
I know,
multiple
but that's-
times. I can describe
so-
it again.
Yes, please do.
It means you engage in these particular behaviors with the express purpose of being designated with that
Right, they
particular
don't
social
engage.
identity.
They don't engage. They do not engage.
If you don't engage in any behaviors, zero behaviors
feminine
with the
behaviors.
express
Just like-
purpose,
because right.
and if you
They're-
don't want your body to look a particular way that's typically associated with the
that's
female
obviously-
sex, with the
yeah,
express
that's
purpose
a
of being in
common-
accordance with that particular identity, well then no, you're not a woman under my view.
Okay, so there's trans women who say they don't owe you femininity. That is a very popular statement on the left. So under your view, I don't think all trans women are women.
In order to be a trans woman, you have to be considered a woman under my view. All trans women are women under my view,
Yeah,
because
but-
in order
but-
to be a woman, you have to be a trans woman.
Okay, so your
I mean,
view
in order
leaves
to
out
be a trans woman, you have to be a woman.
Okay, so your view just leaves out a bunch of people who consider themselves to be trans women, I believe, especially mainstream.
It's not a bunch. No. If you don't have any behaviors in which are expressly, like you're engaging these behaviors with the express purpose of being associated with this particular identity, well, then obviously speaking, then you, like even if you identify with this particular thing in a truthful manner, that would be seen as this.
Oh, okay. So, self-ID. So as long as you identify truthfully.
Yeah. If it's truthfully.
But that okay. So that takes.
Yeah, because you're
from
engaging in
social-
a particular behavior that's typically
These
associated with the
particular-
female sex with the express purpose of being designated with that particular social identity.
I didn't realize the behavior is just merely identifying. I thought you meant engaging in like stereotypically feminine.
That is an activity that is
one.
Like, thank you. I appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much. Yeah,
that is not necessary and sufficient.
You said this person. There is no necessary and sufficient conditions.
Of course, for a definition for a category. Yeah, that's of course there's necessary and sufficient conditions.
No. I reject that notion for gender or sex. I also reject that notion when we relate to ordinary objects, things like chairs, tables, things like that, right?
Yeah, these
I don't
are
think you can
socially
give me
constructed,
necessary and
believe me.
sufficient conditions for those things, yet we still have legitimate concepts of them.
I think those are. I think they might be hard to find. They might be a little vague, but those are socially constructed things. Right? I believe. I mean, under my view, obviously, I'm pretty sure you could guess. I believe a woman is an adult human female. Okay, so
what's a female?
So merely under your view, female is just literally producing larger gametes.
Yeah. So there are some people that don't produce large gametes. Are they women? Right. If they have XX chromosomes, if they have a vagina.
Of the function to produce large gametes.
Yeah, that's just nonsense, right? You saying that they're of a particular thing, which means that they don't have that quality.
You're disagreeing with,
no. Armand, you're saying that they don't have that quality. Okay, when you're saying that it's a necessary and sufficient condition, they have to have that condition.
Of the function.
Okay, you're implying when you say of the nature to do this. Thank you. I appreciate the hand heart. Right, that implies that they don't have this property.
No, that's how biology works, obviously, right? So we say humans are bipedal creatures. That is like a defining characteristic of humans. Of course,
typically.
No, not typically. That is a defining key feature.
Well, then they're wrong if they say if it's in all circumstances, because there are circumstances in which humans do not have 2 legs, right? If that is the definition of bipedal.
There's this notion underlying all of biology, a function talk of the function to walk on 2 legs. Of course, if you lose a leg, it's not that you're not a human.
That's nonsense to me.
No. Yeah, I know you don't like to. Many biologists like to refuse this function talk, but it's literally the only way we could categorize stuff. For example.
Oh no, it's straight nonsense.
No, I don't know how else we categorize things if not with the function. Because
say
as soon as
typically they
there's-
have this
as soon as there's
characteristic.
because could I finish one point, please? As soon as there's any sort of exception that breaks the rule, that's going to be a huge problem for biology. And that's not just how, but I mean, if you read any sort of biological paper, of course, these are the very niche exceptions, but even then it still proves that sex is binary. I mean, unless you're like, are you saying only intersex people can be like trans or what? I don't.
Never made any of these claims. No.
Okay, so sex is binary.
I consider it bimodal.
I don't think so. I think biology and hundreds of years of peer-reviewed published research would disagree with
So
you.
there would have to be necessary and sufficient conditions to be considered as binary, right?
Yeah, of the function.
Yeah, so those are clearly there are not, right? Like
Of
when
the
you say of
function,
the
please.
nature or of the
Mhm.
function, that implies that some individuals within this do not have that characteristic, which is implying that this is not necessary and sufficient conditions.
Right, but that's when we determine what sort of sexual reproduction organs are there. That's when they'll do. And if it really is ambiguous, which is like happened very few, like handful of times, then I guess we could say that that person has no sex. Like if there's really any sort of sexual reproduction.
They have no
organ.
sex? That seems to be
That's still
very,
binary.
very,
No,
very,
that's
very.
binary. You could still have one or the other, or both, or none. That is still a binary option.
So they're non-binary when it relates to sex?
Yeah, if there really is no sexual reproductive organs. Like there's this one case that was used in academic, I think it's about to be published, where this woman, I believe, she identifies as a woman. I'm not saying that's what makes her a woman, but just for the sake of this, she identifies as a woman, and she has Swyer syndrome, and there's hardly like any sort of sexual reproductive organs there. So it's the paper's arguing what is this woman? Is she really female? Is she male? Is she none? Or is she both? I don't think we really have to answer those sort of cases to prove that sex is binary. We could say that she's none. We could say she's female because she has certain organs that seem to point towards a female nature of producing eggs. Maybe not, and maybe she's male, but like I don't think that's a question we need to answer to prove that sex is binary. So very, very, very few times. Like again, if it's happened.
Actually, you kind of do, right? Because you're saying that there are necessary and sufficient conditions. You're saying that in every circumstance, if they meet these conditions, this is what they are. So there can't be a little bit of arbitrary notion.
Well, no, if they don't,
Really,
it's not.
you wanted me to let you finish. Do you want me to? Do you want me to? Or do you just want to continue? Let me know I can speak.
Go ahead. You interrupted me. It's okay if you go ahead.
Well, I mean, did I not let you finish?
No, you did after I noted it, but you could go. I'm sorry I interrupted.
Okay, well, I can give you the same treatment then. So, like, so that's what I meant, like, in terms of, like, you speaking over me, I'll say that you're speaking over me.
Okay, that's fine. I apologize. Go ahead.
Yeah, sure. I don't even remember what I was saying. Can you remind me?
You're saying that there needs to be necessary and conviction. No, that's not true for a binary choice. Just like saying the binary choice of eating meat or not meat, and that's how biologists can categorize.
Yeah, the necessary and sufficient conditions would be whether they ate meat or not.
Yeah, of meat eating of creatures that consume, consume food. There is a binary choice between do they consume other organic creatures or not, and that is literally the binary choice of herbivore or omnivore or carnivore. And so you could do both, and that would be the omnivore choice. You could do none, and I guess you'd be species that doesn't food, and that's fine. Or you could do one or the other. And
I don't know what you're saying right now.
My point is we consider that a binary choice. So eating is binary. Sex is binary. You could be both. You could be none, which again happens. I don't think anybody's ever been both. Very, very few people.
Eating is definitely not binary, right? Unless you're relating to the notion of the law, like the law of excluded middle, where it's either A or not A, right? But that's not talking about in terms of your choices of eating, right? Like,
of course,
that's not clear to me at all.
What other
You're
category?
referring to the law of excluded middle there.
What other category would there if they're not eating meat, or if they are?
Eating meat or not eating meat is the law of excluded middle. That has to relate to logic. That doesn't have to relate to eating. That doesn't mean eating is binary. That doesn't make any sense.
The way in which we categorize eating is binary. That's how biologists.
The way in which we categorize eating, like, so you mean whether you ate or not, that's the law of excluded middle. No. I don't know how that...
The type of eating that you do. Carnivore, is a meat eaters. Omnivores are both meat eating and non-meat eating, and then herbivores.
And then omnivore, that's not binary.
Yeah, no, omnivore is both of the options. That is a binary.
Yeah, which is not binary.
That is binary. Absolutely.
What are you talking about?
I think we're extrapolating it just.
What do you mean? What?
Yeah, Yeah, binary.
Omnivore. If there's omnivore, that means it's not binary, because binary means this or that. It means either carnivore or it means like you eat plants. Okay.
Yeah, there's two
like
things
herbivore. Okay. If you can do between carnivore and herbivore, right? That is another third option. That's not binary.
That is a third option that includes both of the options. The third option is merely having both properties. There's two properties you could have. Or you could have both of them, or you could have none of them. We call that binary. That is called a binary.
That is not binary,
yes,
dude. What are you talking about? What is? Wait, tell me what binary is.
Yeah, that absolutely is. When you have two different properties that you could have.
Yeah, it's either this or that. Okay, so if it's either this or that, it can't be both of them.
That is what we call a binary.
No, it's not.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, it's not. What are you talking about, dude? Okay, a binary being this or that would not imply that there is a choice that has both of them.
I'd encourage your audience to look up hundreds of years of peer-reviewed research, finding any sort of claim that you could dispute that sex is not binary.
So you understand that, like, there are many biologists that refer to sex as being bimodal.
When they're talking,
it's actually more of a fringe view to hold it as binary. By the way,
no, it's not. It's the only.
It is, at least in what I've seen.
Wait, just let me finish. It's the only uniting factor across all species that we could tell. That's what biologists use as the only uniting factor. Whether the size of your gametes. If you produce smaller gametes, you're a male. If you produce larger gametes, you're a female. I mean, go read a biological.
Yeah, but there can be things within that. That's just like the mode. Thank you. I appreciate the hand.
You could be that's
what it's most likely to be.
There's no other option unless you have both gametes or you don't have gametes. But that is called
both gametes. There we go. That's exactly what I would mean. Like, that is not this or that.
Very few species have that.
That would be okay. So here's the distinction. What you're trying to say is that it's a disjunction, a this or that, right? But in reality, it's a this and this. If it ends up being the case in which it's both of them,
we call it binary.
Okay, that's a conjunction. Okay. So what you're doing here is you're relating to the bimodal sense of it. You're not relating to a binary sense of it. A binary sense is 1 or 0, not 1, 0, and 0.5. Okay?
Yeah, I think biology would refute that, and I'd encourage you and your audience to read any sort of biological paper. It's been referenced.
No, you're completely misunderstanding what binary means. No, Armin, tell me what binary means. Go through it, and then please explain to me how you can have herbivore, carnivore, and omnivore be a binary. Explain that to me.
Definition: relating to, composed of, or involving two things. Those two things are your gametes.
Yeah, so there can't be, it has to be this or this, not this and this. This and this is a conjunction, whereas this or this is a disjunction.
No, it's actually compounded or consisting of or marked by two things or parts. So that is the gametes are the two parts. I don't know what else you would have if not the two gametes. What other parts are there besides the two gametes?
You can have both of them, which is not binary.
But compounded, but that fits the definition of binary because that is
because then it would be 0 and 1. It wouldn't be 0 or 1.
Bro, that's compounded. That is literally the definition of compounded by two things. Binary. Look it up. Merriam-Webster. That's the
compounded.
Definition.
Wait, what do you mean by compounded?
Merriam-Webster. Binary. Compounded meaning composed of, consisting of. Come on, man.
Consisting of. Yeah, that doesn't tell me that. That doesn't tell me that it's not.
Consisting of two parts, which are the two.
Yeah, which would not be binary.
That's literally what Merriam-Webster says. I don't know what other definition of binary you're using.
No, so wait, go over the definition of binary again.
Binary, something made of two things or parts, consisting or composed of two parts. Come on.
What do you mean, come on, bro? Relating to, using, or expressed in a system of a numerical notion that has two rather than a numerical base. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. So what other parts?
Yeah. So that doesn't mean that you have no. Because here, can I explain? Because if you have a binary that's expressed as either 0 or 1, can you have 0 and 1 simultaneously in the notion of a binary?
Yes, that is consisting of two.
No, because listen to this. Right, for computers, for computers, a binary would be 1 is true, 0 is false. So can you have both 1 and 0 the same time when you're saying it's both true and false?
Yeah, not in code, not in computers, but that is not the definition.
So is that not a binary?
That is called binary code in computers, but binary being compounded or consisting of something of two parts, you're gonna have to explain what other parts there are besides sperm and egg, or large gamete, small gamete. You're gonna have to say what other parts are there. If you could say there's a third part, or none of or
you don't have to say that there's a third part. The point is that there's a middle between the two, which is the notion of bimodal.
No, it's
there are two modes, and then there's a notion of spectrum in between the two modes.
That's not the definition.
That's what that's what bimodal means. Okay, the notion of binary is exactly how I was referencing
Compounded
it. Right? It is either 1 is equal to true, 0 is equal to false. You can't have both true and false simultaneously, because then you'd be positing a contradiction.
Yeah, so tell me
so
where
you're
I'm
trying to
going
sit
wrong.
here and act like I am the one misunderstanding this, when in reality you are the one that is literally not understanding it correctly.
No, so computers use binary code, and yeah, you might only be able to input a 0 or a 1 in a computer, but that is not the whole definite. You saying as if that is what we base the word binary off of for computer code. No, binary came before that. So it might be misused or might be slightly different when we use that, but binary is compounded or consisting of two things or parts. So if you have both sperm and eggs, you are still consisting of two parts. That is literally the Merriam-Webster definition.
Yeah. So I think what you're doing here is you're misunderstanding this, right? Because you're saying when you say something made of two parts, that doesn't mean that it has both of these parts simultaneously. Right?
It can. It obviously can. Maybe not in computer code, but that's not the only version of what binary is. Yeah, absolutely.
Can you give me a notion of binary in which does not? Like I don't understand.
Again, like eating food, the way biologists classify species, eating food or what they eat. So herbivore would be.
I don't see that's a binary though.
Okay, so I'll explain it then. Not eating me is herbivore. Eating me, the property is not. Sorry, the property would be eating. Other organisms or non-living organisms. So if you eat living organisms, you're a carnivore. Or if you only eat living organisms, you're a carnivore. If you only eat non-living organisms, you're a herbivore. If you have both of these properties, these two properties, you are an omnivore. If you don't, you probably just don't eat any sort of things. You use chemicals.
Yeah, I think that's the worst analogy you could use, because that literally that proves my point. That's bimodal.
That's literally the definition of binary: something made of two things or properties or parts. Like that is the definition.
That doesn't mean no, because the notion of a binary would be this or this.
No.
The idea is what?
So how is that not compounded of two things, which is the definition?
I think when you use that definition, that confuses things, because compounded of two things does not imply that you have both of these things, right? Because then if you're relating to a computer binary, then you'd have to reject the notion that that's a binary.
That's one form of binary, and they probably
it's not a form of binary under your view, because it's not compounded in that particular notion.
It's consisting of two things or parts. Absolutely, 0 or 1.
No, it's not, because you can't have two things simultaneously.
That's not part of the definition.
Listen. A compound means a thing that is composed of two or more separate parts, elements, a mixture. Okay, so when it relates to a mixture, that would be rejecting the notion of what a binary is.
No, it's not, because binary is compounded of two things or parts.
Oh my gosh, I think that is not the way that then you're rejecting the notion that a computer binary is a binary.
No, because it's still consisting of two parts, 0 and 1.
It is not. No, because it can either be only 0 or only 1.
That is two things, 0 and 1, right? That is two things, binary, two things. What other parts are there besides 0 and 1? We can count, right? 0 is 1, 1 is 2. Two things.
I don't know what you're trying to say there.
That is binary, because it consists of two numbers, which are things.
Not compounded though.
It said that's why it says compounded or consisting of.
Consisting of wouldn't relate to just like one thing? Like it's within one?
Yeah, because you can consist of, you can consist, if it's consisting of, you can only have one property, of course. It's talking about the system. So the system, the code, has two parts, but you can only use one part, but it still consists of two parts. Right? Therefore, it is binary.
No, I don't see it. No, that doesn't.
Dude, I
think
just not read any sort of biological paper ever. I mean, come on.
Can you give me one biological paper that refers to this? Give me one.
Sure, let's look. Ready?
Think of the hand target.
Biology, peer-reviewed.
Yeah, I love that refers to binary within this particular.
Binary sex. All right.
Because I've never heard this notion of a binary ever. That you could have herbivore and carnivore, and then omnivore, and then you refer to that as a binary.
Yeah, that is a binary that is consisting of two properties, two things. Properties are things, right? So that is binary.
Yeah, which is ambiguous in between, right?
No, it's not. You have the property or you do not.
What do you mean? Okay, that would be in terms of the law of excluded middle. Either you're carnivore or you're not carnivore. Not in the notion in which you're either carnivore or herbivore.
Definition of binary.
Right? The binary would be either you're carnivore or you're herbivore. Not that you're both carnivore and herbivore.
That's not the definition of binary, because you could compound that and you could have both, or you could have none. And it's still
I don't see that.
You don't understand the definition. It's okay. I'm still looking.
No. I understand it. Like I've never seen it referred to within this context.
Yeah. Let's see. Sign sex at birth. Blah blah. I'm using even a very left leaning.
So could you say that someone is both male and female then?
Yeah. If they produce both sperm
and that's still
eggs.
binary.
Wait. Hold on.
So saying male, female, and both male and female is binary.
Because that is consisting of two parts. Yeah. I don't know what you don't understand. Two gametes. That's consistent of two parts. Definition of binary.
Again, okay. So if we relating to the computer notion, right? You understand that in that notion you cannot have both simultaneously.
Maybe not in a computer system, but binary isn't built off of only computer systems, bro. Yeah. In a computer system,
you consider that as a binary
because it is compounded. Yes. Compounded of both. That means both.
No, dude. Compounded. Wait here. Let me
both.
refer back to it.
I mean,
compounded means a mixture of the two, right?
Yep, mixture of two properties, two things, binary. Dictionary definition.
I don't see how that relates to binary, bro. Maybe I'm tripping. Maybe I'm not understanding.
Okay.
But like this is like
you can think about it.
No, that does not make sense as a notion.
It's okay. It's confusing. A lot of people get that wrong, and that's why people say bimodal. But bimodal must mean there's other.
No, bimodal is something prescribed by biologists. It's not just by me, my guy.
No, I know there's some biologists that might say so, but that means there has to be other gametes, which there.
Bro, I'm pretty sure I'm not wrong. Like it's like, dude, I've never heard this ever in my life.
It's the dictionary definition of binary.
And I think you're misunderstanding the fucking dictionary definition.
What is compounded mean? Please tell me. How am I misunderstanding that? If you have both.
No, I don't even relate to compounded being a part of the definition.
Just please let me finish one. So
no, dude, like what the hell, dude? You literally cut me off every 2 seconds and then act like me literally saying one thing, finishing my statement is bad, right?
I let you finish your statements. So
no, you don't.
Compounding means consisting of both, and if you have both sperm and eggs, those are two properties, two things. In other words, two things, and so compounding of two things is binary. A system which you can be compounded of two things is binary. Dictionary definition.
Yeah, I wouldn't accept that notion of a binary.
I don't know
if it has to relate to a notion in which would have both. That just doesn't relate to like what I would see as a binary at all.
Okay, well you're disagreeing with very ordinary.
You can have definitions are subjective, right?
Yeah, but you're gonna have to offer a better definition of binary, bro. If you're gonna rewrite it.
I mean, there's no better definitions. It's just like whatever I would relate to.
Yeah, it's because we've used this word binary and it's been fine until you came along and you want to change it.
So if you actually know, you can look up binary versus bimodal. It says bimodal.
That means
thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. It says bimodal means that there are essentially. I didn't say
galaxy.
Can I finish? I didn't say that to you. I'm talking to the chat. Are you okay, bro?
I didn't send you any galaxy.
Is this guy delusional? Like, I didn't say you did.
Yeah, absolutely.
I never said you sent me one. I'm saying thank you to the person who sent it to me.
I'm kidding. Just it's got a little tense. Just lightening it up.
What? Right. Dude, that was such a weird thing to say. Bimodal means that there are essentially two dimensions to the continuum of biological sex, right? In order for sex to be binary, there would need to be two non-overlapping and unambiguous ends to that continuum, but there clearly isn't.
So the two categories are not overlapping. You have one or the other, or you have both. That is binary.
Wait, one or the other, not both?
Yeah, that means there has to be some overlapping.
Wait, no, not non-overlapping. It says non-overlapping.
Yeah, the gametes aren't overlapping. The gametes are not overlapping.
No. So if you have two people, if you have a person that's both gametes or doesn't have any of the gametes, that doesn't fit under your notion.
Absolutely, it's compounded of two things. That's binary.
No, it's not. No, it's
not,
because
what else is it compounded by? What other things is it compounded by other than the two gametes?
If they have non-overlapping, what does no overlapping mean?
Overlapping. I mean the gametes have to overlap. In other words, there has to be some.
What do you mean by overlapping there?
I guess that means that there has to be some other gamete besides sperm and egg, or some like these two gametes that all.
That's not what overlapping means. What does overlapping mean?
The category. I think you mean the categories have to overlap. The categories.
What does it mean by overlapping?
So I think you're trying to say the property that definition.
Actually, no, let's relate to the definition that we gave earlier. The carnivore, herbivore, and omnivore. There's overlap there when you say omnivore because there's carnivore and herbivore.
There's actually
so your notion of binary isn't actually. This is from sciencebasedmedicine.org. So like I don't know where this idea of binary even came from.
Yeah. So I think that's referring to the properties overlapping. In other words, there's ambiguity in the gametes, which there are not. There are very much two gametes that don't overlap. Now, having both properties, that does, if you want to call that overlapping, okay, but that fits under the definition of binary, as I explained earlier. That means the gametes would have to overlap.
Here's what I'm going to say this is, right? I think this is just completely semantical, right? I think that we're just disagreeing on what we see to be a binary. Right. I think I've seen that they're both references. So someone sent me something in philosophy and stuff like that. The binary is seen in certain contexts, but there's also a notion of binary that relates to this or this. Right? I must have been familiar with a different notion of binary than you are.
I mean, I'm just using a dictionary definition, but okay.
Yeah, and I'm also using a definition as well that relates to that. From sciencebasedmedicine.org.
Yeah, binary can have both properties. I don't know, like how you.
I don't think that sense of binary necessarily makes sense to me, but you can go off of that. That's fine.
Yeah, I think it's just.
Yeah. So like, what was the whole point of this even?
Yeah, I just saying. I think it doesn't make sense how you could categorize trans women as women under any definition you give for women, and same thing.
I gave the definition, and it logically follows.
So biologically, not all trans women follow the traits associated with femininity, because again, it is obviously it's a very popular saying to say.
You actually have to be considered one under my view.
I guess under your definition.
You'd have to have these particular commitments.
What are we considering a trans woman then? Just
someone who's biologically male and a woman.
Okay, so what would you say to the people who identify as women, but they don't want to associate or follow these feminine social stereotypes or archetypes or traits?
Well, then them saying that them saying is they have a true identity within this particular notion is an expression of a commitment with something that's typically associated with the female sex.
So
the galaxy I appreciate.
So as long as they identify as being female.
Yeah, truthfully, yeah. Because that would be demonstrating of a commitment and association with like the roles or expectations associated with the female sex.
Okay, so let me get this right. To be a woman, the necessary. So we went down to the necessary and sufficient conditions.
These aren't necessary and sufficient conditions.
It seems like so because you threw the biological and the social traits that you said that you had to apply to or adhere to. But I guess you're defining. You said no, you don't have to do anything.
Yeah. I'm saying
you could just
really
identify that you're a woman.
You understand that there's a difference between necessary conditions and necessary and sufficient conditions.
Right. But your necessary and sufficient conditions is only that you identify as one, right?
No, wait, sorry, say that again?
To be a woman, all you have to do under your view is truthfully identify as one, right?
No, under my view,
you don't
right,
have to do
in order to be a woman, you have to have these particular commitments. That can be one of those commitments.
Well, it seems like you only have to have one commitment, right? Because I pushed you on
at least. Sure, at least.
Yeah, at least one. So the necessary one seems like as long as you're truthfully identifying as a woman, that makes you a woman. Because again, I pushed you.
Yeah, but necessary, but not necessary and sufficient.
Well, you don't have to dress like well, that's not necessary because you said you don't have to dress like a woman. You don't have to act like a woman as long as you truthfully identify as one.
Yeah, that's going to be a commitment towards an expectation or role that we typically associate with the female sex.
But so what makes a woman is identifying as one.
No, not necessarily.
That seems like the necessary. Like when I push.
Yeah, someone just no. You didn't hear me because again, remember, truthful is a notion. So if someone just says I identify as a woman, that doesn't make them a woman. Me saying I identify as a woman doesn't make me a woman right now.
Because you're not you're going to say you're not.
Yeah, I'm not truthful within that. Right. Yeah, absolutely.
Right, but
that's not a commitment towards that.
Okay, so the truthful identity doesn't necessarily need to follow these stereotypes, though. You're going to say, right? Any feminine stereotypes, any feminine dress, any feminine. Personality.
Do you not understand that the notion in which someone is fulfilling this particular desire is in accordance with like what would be considered feminine under this notion? Because this is a characteristic that's typically associated with the female sex.
Typically, but you don't necessarily have to dress like a stereotypical woman to be a woman under your view, right? Or do anything.
You don't
else,
have to dress as that, no, necessarily, no.
Right. Not necessarily dress, not necessarily act like a feminine, right? You don't really have to be feminine as long as you.
Not necessarily. You don't not necessarily because like someone can be trans and just not expressing that towards other people,
Right.
Because they live in like a very conservative area in which they can't come out or something like that. But they're still trans.
They're still a woman because they truthfully, quote unquote, truthfully identify as one, right?
Well,
So
that would
is
be
the necessary.
if they have that characteristic, right? That would be an expression of a commitment in accordance with a role or expectation associated with the female
Right.
sex.
So it
right?
seems
There are
like
other
the only
characteristics that are
necessary-
also important as well.
So it seems like when I push you on it, the only necessary condition they need to have is to be truthfully, quote unquote, truthfully identifying as a
You
woman.
didn't listen to me. Like are you not listening to me, bro?
that's
I'm
what I put you on every
clarifying
other-
this to you.
Right,
You're-
right,
that's
but you
not
said
the
you don't
only
have
type
to.
of
But you said you
commitment
don't
that
have
you
to.
can have that can fit you with under the definition.
Right, but you don't have to dress anyway. So I'm pushing you on all these social traits that you said you have to do.
You don't have to
You
dress.
don't have to. The only thing it seems like you have to do, under your view, because you just said you don't have to dress a certain way. You don't have to act
You
a
have
certain
to
way.
have commitments, though. Okay.
Commitment could be, but under your view.
Yeah, it could be. It
commitment
could
is truthfully
entail
identified.
like dressing a particular way. It could entail.
That could, but that not
Yeah,
necessarily.
that could be part of it. Yeah.
Could, not necessarily.
Yeah. Same thing with the identity aspect.
But I know, but identity seems
The
like
commitment
when I
is
put you on it, the
necessary.
only-
Each one of them is not necessarily in of themselves. Like you don't have to have
It
each
seems
of
like
these
the
commitments.
baseline. Sorry, go ahead.
You don't have to have each of these commitments in order to be classified, right? All of them at the same time, right?
I know,
all,
but
go ahead.
oh, sorry. Yeah. It just seems like the one that you shy away from all of them except for truthfully identifying. That seems like the only necessary one. Because
I
you don't
literally have
have to.
clarified so many. He's like,
I know,
it's
I know.
incapable for him
So-
to like actually engage with what I'm saying at this point.
So you
Like,
have to have one that-
I'm
yeah.
saying this very, very clearly. Okay,
Right, and yeah.
dude. What am I not saying that's not make sense? Because I've just
So
clarified
you're
it
saying
multiple times.
that you're saying that you have to do these things, but then when I say, well, what if there's some trans women that don't? Oh, it's okay.
You
they're
have to
still
have a
women.
commitment, right?
And that
the commitment
just
could be
means
this. It could be that, right?
But it's not necessarily that, right?
It is necessary to have a commitment.
But not necessarily any certain action except for truthfully identifying. Because when I push on it, you say no, they don't necessarily have to dress a certain way. They don't necessarily have to act a certain way. They just have to necessarily identify truthfully.
They have to necessarily have to have a commitment, right? In accordance with these particular notions. Some of these notions that I referenced.
That commitment doesn't necessitate. What is it? The word necessitate. That's the word. That commitment doesn't necessitate them dressing, acting, being a certain way, as long as they.
It doesn't necessitate them identifying either, right? If someone is mute and they can't speak,
what
that doesn't mean that they haven't identified yet. They still can be considered a woman.
So what do they? Yeah. So what do they have to do if none of these things?
Just what do you mean? If none of if they don't have any commitments?
Yeah. I guess you're
You
saying
have no
they don't
commitments.
have
You're
to do any of these
non-binary.
things. You just said they don't have to do any of these things.
You're not listening to me. Are
Yeah,
you?
I am.
I was relating to the identify, right? They didn't have to do that, yet they can, right, do other types of things, right? It's necessary to have the commitments. It's not necessary to have each type of commitment.
Right. So you could have one commitment, and it seems like when I push on it, the only commitment that truly matters is just.
Oh my God, he just keeps saying the same thing.
No,
bro.
no,
You're a
because
broken
let me
record, my
say-
guy.
let
Like
me-
it's
your
like
definition,
it's like
right?
no matter what I say, I just
let me
clarified it
finish, let me finish.
multiple times.
I know, but you're not giving like the necessary one because when I push you on it, none
I
of that
told you
stuff
it's
seems to
necessary
matter.
to have commitments.
But when I push on it, those commitments aren't necessary. When I say you don't have to.
Yeah,
Dress
because
this
it
way,
can
no,
be
that
this
doesn't matter.
commitment or it can be that commitment. What is not clarified with that? I just said that literally 7 times, right?
But
if you
then
say it
what
one more
commitment
time,
do
I'm
you-
just going to go on
so
to the
what
next
do
person.
you
This
have
is
to do?
fucking ridiculous.
I know, but like, what is the one property you do have to do? Because you haven't listed a property that you have to have.
You have to commitments in accordance with female biology, roles, expectations, etc. Right?
And
The
if a
commitments in
trans
accordance
woman
with female
doesn't
biology
believe
means you have a
that-
desire for your body to look a particular way that's typically associated with the female sex. The roles and expectations, it could be that you engage in particular behaviors that are typically associated with the female sex with the express purpose of being designated with that particular social identity. I've said that now 7 times, man. Would you
I
like
know,
to actually?
but when I push you on it, you say you don't have to do any of those things really, except
Oh
for
my
what
gosh,
it really comes
bro.
back to is identify. That's what happens.
You have to
I mean,
have a commitment. No, you don't have to. Dude. If someone is mute and they don't identify as something they don't say I identify as this, right? They still are a woman or they still are a man, given that they have these particular commitments.
They still are a woman. Okay, so a person could still be a woman even if they don't dress like one, even if they don't act like one.
Oh my God, they could be dressing as one with the express purpose of being designated with that particular social
giving you an
identity,
example.
right? And instead of saying identify as this.
See, so it comes down to this internal sense of identity. That's what I'm saying. It comes down to that. That's what it comes down to. That's what as long as that is for the internal.
They have a
sense of
desire
identity.
to be in accordance with these
Right, so as long
particular
as they have
this particular social identity.
So they
It
can
doesn't
dress
have to be
any-
through they say I identify as this, right? But
well,
yes, it is
like
a
because
desire,
you
and it is.
You said they could dress any way they want as long as they It's in the identity and desire to be a woman, right? That's you said they could dress any way they want. So it's not really about dressing. It's
You're not literally not listening to me, dude. Like
No,
I
am.
swear
No,
what
I'm
I'm
just
saying is
pointing it
not
out.
confusing right now. Like it's like I literally just went over, and then you again said the exact same thing that you were saying before
Because
that I
you're
just
not
clarified
making
within
sense,
this.
man. You're not making sense.
What I'm saying is making sense.
Yeah, I'll tell you. When I push you and say, well, let's take a woman who doesn't dress the certain way. Well, that's fine because as long as they're dressing their way that they identify as a woman. Okay, so they don't really have to dress any way. As long as it seems like when I push you on it, all these things lead back to as long as they're doing what they're doing because they identify as a woman. So it seems like the only necessary and sufficient.
He just says the same thing over and over again, bro. Like it's like, dude, Armin, I literally have clarified this multiple times. I have gone over. I've literally told you, and you just said the exact same thing.
Because you're not making that's what it's leading you back to. That is literally the only trait that's leading back to be a woman.
You have a desire to be in accordance with his identity. That doesn't mean I identify as this.
Right. Oh, so you have a desire to be in accordance with.
Yes, when you engage in particular actions, yes.
But you don't have to necessarily engage in those actions to be. You just have to have that desire.
If you have a commitment, you have to have commitments, which means you have to engage in some of these activities or have to engage in having some of these types of things. One of these types of commitments. How many times do I have to say the same thing over and over again to you?
But okay, so I'll break it down. So there could be a trans woman who doesn't dress feminine, who doesn't talk feminine, who doesn't look feminine, who doesn't act feminine. Are they still a woman? They have but they do have the internal desire and identity to be a woman. Are they a woman?
And they have desires that are in accordance with this particular social
but
identity.
They don't. But let me repeat myself just so we're super clear. They don't fulfill any other parts of your definition.
Yes, they would fit under that definition, right? The same way that if they didn't fit that, and then they fulfilled a different one, say they wore a particular clothes, like with the express purpose of being in accordance with a particular social identity, desire to be in accordance with that, they would also be considered. So it doesn't have to be I identify as this.
Well, it seems like it, because if a person dressed like, let's say we take a man or adult human male, because adult human male who dresses feminine, who acts feminine, who so dresses, acts feminine, has traits of being feminine, but they identify as a man. What are they?
Wait, say that one more time.
A adult human male has dresses like a woman, acts like a woman, like the social roles with associated with feminine and woman, but they identify and desire to be a man. What are they? Are they a woman?
Do they engage in particular behaviors with the express purpose of being in accordance with being a man or a woman?
No,
like
they
what social
engage
identity?
they just prefer feminine behaviors, but they engage with those. They engage with all the properties of femininity in woman, except that they desire to be a man. I'm talking about
I'm asking a very specific question.
Mm-hmm.
Their commitments, right? When they engage in particular behaviors, it's with the express purpose of being designated with that particular social group, or no?
No, not necessarily. They just like being feminine. For example, femboys.
So they're they just are like wearing feminine stuff.
Right. They're
not
wearing,
with an express purpose.
They're fulfilling every part of your definition except for the desire.
No desire. That you didn't hear my definition.
Yeah. You said to act in accordance with the traits of femininity or woman. Yeah.
No, that's not what I said.
Okay, so but it's fulfilling your definition,
dude. It's like I clarify the definition over and over again, and he still doesn't understand it. Like commitment in accordance with these particular roles, right, would be that you engage in these particular roles with the express purpose of being designated with that social group. It means you have a desire to be in accordance with that particular social identity when you engage in activity.
I don't know what.
Right, not just engaging in the activity.
Okay. I don't know if they're doing it for their gender identity. Maybe they just have a preference of wearing women's clothes. Maybe they just like the way it looks.
Okay, so in that scenario, no, then they would not be considered a woman.
Because they have the desire to be.
Yeah, because when they're committed towards these roles, expectations that we would associate.
No matter what they wear, no matter what they do, no matter how they act.
Yeah, and in other scenarios, it could be different.
Right. It could be, but it seems like no. Hold
if he says the same thing again, I'm literally I'm gonna go talk to the next person. I swear to God, if he says the same fucking thing.
Well, so I just fulfilled every part of your definition except for the desire part, and it seems like the desire part is the only part that
he doesn't
matters.
know my definition after I've literally said it like 7 times in this conversation.
It seems like when somebody dresses like a woman, talks like a woman, acts like a woman, but has a desire to be certain gender identity or gender, the only thing that matters to you is that desire. Why does none of the other stuff matter? Those are all part of your definition.
Because when engaging in the behavior, because the commitment aspect of my definition
is the only part that matters. Right.
Armand, the commitment So I've said multiple times a necessary condition is commitment, and no, I'm not contradicting myself.
So it is the necessary condition. To the commitment.
I said not necessary and sufficient, but it's necessary. I said that already in the conversation.
It seems like it's sufficient.
Having a commitment is necessary, but it's not necessary and sufficient.
But I just gave you an example with no other aspects of your definition, and you said it was still sufficient to be a man or woman. So that is the necessary and sufficient condition for being a man or woman, according to you.
Not in all circumstances, because if they have they can have this particular quality and still express others and still be considered. No, you need to listen. You need to listen to my view.
Yeah, sorry.
Because if they have these characteristics and they still have other ones but they show more commitments in accordance with the other particular notion, you can put them under the notion which would be a man, even though they still have a commitment that would be associated with the female sex, right? But you have more commitments that are associated with the male sex, right?
Well,
so it's not necessary and sufficient, because if it was sufficient, it would say in all circumstances, if someone has this quality, they are always going to be considered this way, which is not the case, right? So again, what you're doing is you're not understanding that I literally giving you a very, very clear setup of what I'm saying, and you're just not engaging with it.
Yeah, I engage with it. I engage with every aspect.
Say what I just said. Tell me what I just said.
You said that in other situations, it could be that they engage with every other part of your definition except for the desire and stuff to be. But
no, that's not what I said. They can have commitments in association with the opposite sex that was referenced as the one that you just talked about, and they can have more commitments on one end. So one commitment can still be in relation to the female sex, yet they have multiple commitments in relation to the male sex. Therefore, they would still be considered a man under this definition, even though they have a commitment in accordance with one.
But I just gave you an example of a femboy who has every engagement or every commitment, I guess is your word, every commitment with the opposite sex, the opposite gender, yet the only thing that mattered to you was that he identified and desired to be a man.
Because they only had one commitment in this circumstance. So you judge based on that one commitment.
For the other, so the only thing
necessary and sufficient means that it applies in every single circumstance, right?
Wait. So the only
means that if they just have this quality, it is always going to be true that they are fit under this definition. I gave you a circumstance in which this didn't fit.
So the only commitment in my example is that he is desiring to be a man. That's the only commitment. Not that he wears any clothes, gendered clothes. Not that he acts.
Yeah, that's the only. Therefore, they would be a man because that's the only commitment. That doesn't mean necessary and sufficient, because if they have that commitment, they have other commitments in association with the other side, right? If they have more commitments on the other side, right, then they're going to be considered on the other side comparative to this, right? Because they still have one commitment. That means it's not necessary and sufficient, because in every scenario, it doesn't indicate that they were a man.
It seems like the only commitment that matters is that they desire to.
Oh my God, bro. Yes, the commitments. The commitments are what matters.
Right. So as long, but who's to say what if? Okay. So what? Let's say. Okay. So commitments are what matters, right? Commitment toward. So a woman is somebody who is committed to being a woman. Basically.
No, that was not my definition, bro.
Right, but that's what it boils down to. No.
No.
Please tell me why that's not true under your definition.
A woman is an adult human person that's committed towards biology that's typically associated with the female sex, roles and expectations that are typically associated with the female sex.
Not necessarily.
Oh my gosh. Do you just like, you heard my definition. Don't change it.
I'm wondering where the necessary component is. Otherwise, we could just wade through all that. Maybe typically, but not necessary. Because my point is that.
Yeah, a definition for female, I'll give you my definition for female is that they typically have large gametes. There's nothing wrong with that definition.
Typically. I think it's not just typically, it's of the function to have large gametes.
That's nonsense. Straight nonsense definition.
Literally read any biological
just say typical.
Function talk all the time.
Yeah, and they're speaking nonsense. Okay.
No.
If you say that they fit under that definition, yet they don't have this characteristic, that is nonsense.
Because they're the function.
And you're claiming that it's necessary and sufficient, but then there's circumstances in which it doesn't apply.
You're claiming all of biology is nonsense.
No, I'm not. I'm claiming that the way that they're referencing these terms is false.
We classify humans as bipedal creatures.
If that's how they were referencing it, that is false.
Wait, it's not false, because function talk is littered in biology. I know you might not like that, but that is literally how biologists, that's the only way they can
of the function means that in certain scenarios in which they do not have this particular function, they still are qualified with under the definition, so it's not necessary and sufficient, right? It's making claims that this is a necessary and sufficient condition is straight nonsense.
So you're saying a woman is somebody who's committed toward the biology, but I just said, what if there's a person who is not committed? Well, then you gave other stuff. So let's just break it down. Because you said
no, they have to have commitments. It's a necessary condition, not necessary and sufficient, but necessary.
You said or, right? So you said biology or social or, again, I'm forgetting your entire definition, but you gave the or at the end, right? Because it could be one or the other, correct?
Yeah.
So how can somebody be committed just to the biology but not have the desire to be a woman?
So wait, say that one more time.
How can somebody be committed to the desire? How can somebody be committed to the biology of a woman, or the biology, or the social traits of a woman, but not desire to be a woman? I guess cross-dressers, right?
Yeah, you can say someone desires to. Oh, wait, so that wouldn't be a commitment. No.
It wouldn't be a commitment, but
right,
but
no,
they are
because they're just engaging in the behavior, not with the express purpose of being associated with a particular social identity, but for like acting purposes.
So there's a difference between engaging and committing. Okay, so what is that difference? As long as they have that internal sense of gender, right?
It's going to be the desires that to be in accordance with this particular
that
this
internal
particular
sense of
identity when you engage in behavior. Thank you for the
Right. So
handout, I appreciate it.
it seems again that it comes down to this internal sense of desire and this internal sense of commitment. Not anything external.
That's what commitments are, right? You understand that?
Not necessarily.
Dude, I've already said this a million times. Commitments,
but not necessarily, because I gave
commitments.
You
Do commitments not relate to your desires?
They don't have to necessarily be external commitments.
What do you mean by that?
They don't necessarily have to, like I just said, they don't have to necessarily, under your definition, dress a certain way or act any certain way externally, as long as they feel it internally.
Yeah, so like an internal expression of commitments.
Yeah, in other words, that's what people usually, I think, would define gender identity, what their gender, this internal sense of gender is, right?
Wait, sorry, say that one time?
That's usually what people refer to as gender identity, this internal sense of your gender, your desire to be one gender or the other.
Desire to be one gender or the other.
This internal sense of what you are.
I'm saying a desire to be in accordance with these particular characteristics which are associated with the identity. Yeah.
But what if a trans woman doesn't want to be in accordance with the typical characteristics of how women dress? What if a woman doesn't even, like an adult human
being? There can be other characteristics.
There could be no characteristics under your view except for this internal desire, actually.
That is a characteristic.
Okay, so the only characteristic really that matters is this internal desire, it seems.
No, not that only matters, but it is one that matters.
It seems like the only necessary one that matters. Like the only one that could, on its own, prove that you're a woman.
What are you saying, bro? Like, I don't know what you're trying to get. Right, like, what are you saying?
I'm saying that this internal sense is the only characteristic on its own that a person can have that could completely determine their gender. You can't just dress a certain way and commit to dressing a certain way. And
that would fit you under the definition. Yes, if you towards dressing a specific way, that's having a desire in accordance with this particular idea when engaging in behavior.
Femboys commit to dressing feminine, but they still consider themselves men. Are they women under your view?
Wait, commit to dressing? What do you mean by that?
They commit to dress. I mean, they post on Twitter all day, every day. Trust me, I've seen it. No, I'm kidding.
Do you understand what a commitment is?
It depends. I mean, you're using a very vague word. Commitment. Like,
I'm really not.
They're committed. I mean, monetarily, they're committed. I don't know what you mean committed. Like committed. See, you're under that word. It seems like this word commitment for you means this internal sense of gender. This internal desire to be a gender. That is what you're using when you say committed.
Yeah, internal desire to be in accordance with these particular notions.
That is the only trait that matters.
That's a part of it. Yeah.
Not part. That's
why do you keep saying only trait, dude? It's like
again, you could dress like a woman, you could act like a woman, but that doesn't matter.
Do you not understand that it's also it's the having the internal sense and also engaging in these particular behaviors. These behaviors could be also based upon like an internal perception.
It's not don't say and engaging, because I just gave you an example where the woman that did not engage in any of those behaviors and yet is still a woman merely because of this internal sense of gender, this only internal sense of desire.
Is that not engaging in a particular behavior when they have the desire to be in accordance?
It is, except
they express the desire to be in accordance with this particular gender, right? Like,
but not with any other aspect of your definition. Therefore, it leads me to believe that the only aspect of your definition that matters is this internal sense of gender, this internal sense of desire to be one gender. Do you see what I'm saying?
No, I fucking don't, dude. It's like you say the same thing over and over again.
I know. I'll say it one more time slowly. So,
dude, you act like you saying that is changing somehow like what I'm saying.
I don't. I know. I just don't. I don't know how you'd understand that. I gave you an example in which it fulfills every part of your definition. They're committed to. Okay, here's the exact. I think the issue is that you use this word commitment and you expect me to understand exactly what it means. I think it means this internal sense of gender, this internal desire.
Oh my god! If he's just gonna say the same thing over and over again, there's nowhere that's gonna move in this conversation. Do you want me to accept this? Like, I'll accept it and I'll fucking run with it. Let's say that the only thing is the fucking desire, right, for someone to be in accordance with this. What's wrong with that now?
Okay,
like you don't want to move past this. You don't want to even engage with it.
If you want to do that,
it's like
that's
there's no moving in this.
Right, because your definition doesn't make sense. But so
it does. It literally does make sense. There's nothing wrong with the definition.
I just gave you an example that
you didn't give me anything wrong. You've just simply restated the same thing over and over again.
No, it reveals the necessary component, because you include all this stuff that doesn't necessarily, that if a person were to commit to, it doesn't necessarily make them a woman. The only thing that necessarily makes them a woman, the only one trait that they could have that really makes them a woman, is this internal commitment, this internal sense of gender, this internal desire.
You have to have particular types of commitments, yes. I've already said that a million times in this conversation. I don't know how many times I have to say that more.
Because you don't have to have any sort of external commitments. In fact, there seems like, again, only one commitment that you need to have. But we could move on if you want.
Yeah, but it could be this, it could be that, right?
What are the things that could be? If you had to choose,
I literally have gone over it a million times. I don't know how else to say it.
It's a new question. Ready? If you had to choose one trait, let's go one by one. If you necessarily committed to dressing like a woman, does that make you a woman?
What do you mean by commit?
If you
let me clarify the way you're using, because I think you're getting messed up on this.
Right, because you use a very specific meaning of the word commit. Committed meaning, I don't know, dressed every day. That's the only way this person wanted. A man, let's say a man committed to, meaning they obsessively dressed like a woman. They recognize in their society that this is typically woman's clothing, but they consider themselves a man. Does that make them a woman?
Wait, sorry, dude, what?
They
Say that
desire
again.
their gender, their internal, let's say they feel like a man, they identify as a man, even though I don't really like that kind of talk. They identify as a man, they feel like a man, but they obsessively and commit to wearing a woman's clothing because that's what they prefer to wear.
I asked you to clarify what you meant by commitment, okay? And you never clarified.
Right, commit meaning that's the only thing they'll wear. They wear it all the time. That's the only thing that makes them that they want to wear.
No, just wearing doesn't make them committed to that with that respect.
Then what does make them committed to that?
We're engaging in these particular behaviors with the express purpose of being designated with that particular social identity.
So it seems again like the necessary part is to have. You can engage in the behavior, but as long as you don't
have a commitment. A necessary part is to have a commitment.
Right. No, you can engage in these behaviors, but you have to have this internal sense of commitment. This seems right.
An internal sense is a part of it. Yes.
You just said you have to engage in these behaviors with the internal sense of commitment.
Yeah. So it seems like part. What does part mean?
Part. I guess a fraction of a component.
There you
go. Yeah. But I just gave you an example in which a person doesn't engage with any behavior except has that internal commitment. And you said, yes, that is still a woman. So it seems like the only necessary part is to have this internal commitment. I give you that example.
The commitments, yes. So having a commitment, is part of it.
Oh, man.
When engaging in these behaviors, yes. Because like when you have that internal commitment, when you're prescribing that, right, that is an expression of character, of action, right? Is it not?
Sure. I guess you could call it that. So it seems like
it depends on how you define action, I guess. But like, it's an expression of characteristics. Okay.
Expression of characteristics. Not necessarily.
Even if it's still an internal, even if there's still an internal perception, right? You can still express that, right?
I think express usually means externally, but if you want to say this internal expression, that's kind of contradictory to me. But
what do you, what is okay? Wait. What do you
usually when people say express gender? That
expression of like who they are internally. Does that not make sense?
No, express usually means you express what's on the inside. It's an action of taking what's on the inside.
You express what's on the inside. Yeah, that's
right. Externally, not just internal. Like it's not. You wouldn't say I'm expressing an emotion.
You express something that is within you, right? Like when I like a particular football team, I express that to other people, right?
Yeah,
but I still have that internal perception of being being a Lakers fan or something.
Yeah, and you wouldn't say you're expressing it if you make it no way known that you like this team. If you make no way make it known that you like this team, if you just have this internal feeling, I don't think people would.
If I don't make it known to other people, I can still be expressing it.
You can maybe be expressing it on your own, but I don't. If it's all internal, I don't think that's usually what people mean by expressing.
So I can like if I'm by myself, right? And am I like thinking about things? I'm referring to like I'm expressing characteristics. I mean, you could say
Not usually.
like at home by myself. Is that not
Not unless you're
something that
like
I can
doing
do?
an action or you have
Because
like
that's without other people knowing.
not usually not. I don't think people would say I'm expressing something unless it's actually external. Like you bring it and you physically act on it, or it reveals itself externally. I think that's usually what people mean by expressing. But yeah.
Here, let me clarify. Let's look up here. Let me look up. Let's see. Thank you. I appreciate the hand art, the hand mustache. I appreciate. Thank you so much. Expression could be a few things. A look on someone's face that conveys a particular emotion.
External.
The process of making one's thoughts, making known one's thoughts or feelings.
External. Yeah.
Or
all this is external. It seems like
something meant to be used to convey an idea, right? So can't you be conveying an idea through? Actually, wait, no. I'd have to relate back to convey. Hold up.
No problem. Convey usually, I think they usually mean that externally, but
transfer to carry to a place. You could necessarily do that within a mind. But some other people, it's understandable to someone. Can't you communicate your desires like here? How do I explain this? Can't there be a sense of figuring out about things about yourself?
I'm sorry, repeat that.
Like say I figure something out about myself. Is that something that can happen?
You can figure meaning just internally, like you only just think about it. You don't do it. You don't act on it.
Yeah, let's say you're just thinking about something, right?
Yeah.
Is there a way of like figuring out that you have a particular characteristic?
Sure, you could do that all internally. Yeah, you don't necessarily have to convey that externally. Yeah.
Sure. So you can convey something internally. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Okay.
To your own self, you can convey it in your own mind. Yeah, I guess so.
And is that like communicating that sort of aspect to yourself?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess
it depends on what your definition of communication is, because maybe you're just like understanding information, or you're like perceiving this, something like that. And chat, I will let Danny up here in a minute.
Awesome.
I just wanted to clarify this right before. Sorry, wait, can you, so like the idea is that, here for it, sorry. If you're conveying a feeling, right? A feeling you conveyed to yourself, is that not?
Kinda, yeah, I guess so. Yeah, you could convey it.
Right, under that definition?
I guess so, yeah.
Right, so doesn't that fit under the definition of expression then? The conveying of a feeling, right? Like the feeling is being conveyed?
Kinda, yeah, I guess. Usually when people say express, they mean it externally. But if you want to say like technically internal expression is a thing, sure.
No, I'm just saying that even if you were to relate to that being the only concept, I think you could relate to that.
Okay.
I feel like we're just getting confused with each other though.
Yeah, I think we're getting a little lost. It seems, again, I don't want to repeat myself. I'll just say I think it's important. Like when I push you on what committing means, it seems like having this internal sense of desire and acting on it, but you don't have to act on it in any way except for feeling this internal sense of gender. That seems like the only thing that really matters to you. And you can do it in other ways, but you don't necessarily have to be a certain gender. Would you say that's true?
I think you just restated the same thing.
No, because under that claim, you don't like I said, the only necessary thing is to feel this desire, to have this internal sense of gender.
So like again, right? The idea is that that's part of it, right? The idea is that that's not necessarily the only thing, because we just brought up an idea of, again, the fact that the information can be conveyed, right? Even through one's thoughts and perception of oneself, right?
But you don't have to dress a certain way, act. You don't have to do anything like typically feminine except for just convey it to yourself, express it to yourself, and think about it and feel it, right? That's all.
I'd have to think about that for a second. Convey it to yourself. Like that. Yeah, I sure, right? You could have that notion. Because that happens. I mean, sure, a particular behavior, because thinking can necessarily be considered.
My point is there
at
are
least
trans
internally.
women.
Thank you for the hand, I appreciate
Yeah,
it.
my point is
Still would be like that. Still would be like a behavior so there's still two conditions there.
if you call that a behavior,
It's not.
sure.
It's not one condition.
But I would say that there are trans women who don't. There are. It's a fact. If you define trans women as somebody who identifies and has this commitment toward being a woman, there are trans women who don't dress feminine, who don't act feminine, who don't have any certain personality traits of being feminine. Yet they merely, usually the word is identify, but you could say commit to this internal sense of gender of being a woman. So that is really what my point is. It seems like what your definition boils down to. I know you disagree, but that's what it seems like to me. And then basically all you could say is a woman is somebody who commits, even just internally, to being a woman, or in other words, truthfully identify. And so a woman is somebody who truthfully identifies as a woman. That is obviously a circular definition, and you know why we can't have.
That is not my definition, right? Like you understand that I've never even prescribed that. Like you're literally what you're doing after we've gone through this. Oh my fuck!
I know, but where was the leap in logic?
What do you mean? Where was the leap? The leap was where, dude. What do you mean? Where was the leap? The leap is where you completely change the definition to say that my definition is just identifies as a woman.
But okay, so it has this
like that was the is that not? Do you not
so
fucking clearly see that right in front of you?
That's why I said usually people call that identifying, but you call it committing. So that's what the little the demarcation I gave there.
Yeah, I'm not saying I identifies as a woman though. Like you obviously clearly know that that's not my definition. So why would you again, after we've gone through this for so long already, say that was my definition and try to act like that was just a circular claim that I'm making?
Because the thing that is okay, so this is why I walked it step by step. I'll walk it again. You say the only thing that really needs to happen to be a woman or any gender is having this, again, internal commitment. You don't have to express it, but you don't have to express it externally. You can just express it to yourself internally.
But yeah, it'd be towards particular characteristics, though, right? Like
not necessarily, though.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, absolutely.
Like what characteristics do you have?
The ones I brought up, the way the body looks, right? The things that clothes that you particularly wear, right? The perception of yourself. These are all things that would be relevant to say what.
Wait, perception of yourself.
Yeah, perception of yourself in accordance with these characteristics.
Wait, that's way different. That's all internal. So that's all. Perception of yourself is all internal.
That's one part of it. Yeah.
Okay, but I just gave you an example in which I just gave you an example in which there are trans women who don't do any of those other things except for have the perception of oneself to be a woman. So
to be so to what then that would just beg the question: what are they having a perception of?
Right. That's I don't know. I don't.
No. I'm asking you because I've given you things in which indicate this. You've given me nothing.
Right. That's what I'm boiling. That's what doesn't make sense to me. If they don't have to dress a certain
because when
way,
we relate to the idea of what a woman is, that's going to relate back to characteristics that I've mentioned, right? These things are typically associated with the female sex and whatnot. Right, so what characteristic are you referencing now?
Right,
I think this is where we're getting confused because you're trying to take away all characteristics within the definition and still say it applies.
I'm trying to say what do they necessarily have to do? I'm trying to say what do they necessarily have to do? Because they don't have to dress a certain way, according to you, to be a woman. They don't have to act a certain way to be a woman. They can, but they could not do any of that. They could forget every single part of your definition, except have this internal feeling and desire and commitment, to use your words, this internal commitment.
What are they committed towards?
Their gender, I guess.
What is that? What is that? What was that under my definition?
I'm trying to wonder. Like
that's literally what I'm saying, bro. I gave you what those things are.
There are trans women that think this. So under your definition, I guess not all trans women are women.
That's not true, because in order to be a trans woman, you have to be considered a woman, like a biologically male, and you're a woman. Therefore, anyone who is a trans woman would be considered a woman. It's just law of identity.
Hold on. To be a trans woman, you have to be considered a woman and be a male. Considered by who? By yourself? Or by your definition?
No, by the definition.
And your definition, again, uses
Thank you for the
really
subscription. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Your definition is only this internal commitment. Because again, I gave you the example where a trans woman doesn't do anything.
These commitments towards these particular ideas, right? So like, again, when you say that they don't have any of, you say that they get rid of all of these ideas of what these things are, and they're committed towards this idea. What are they committed towards?
I'm trying to show you that this internal commitment is the only thing that matters to you.
What are they committed towards?
To you, the internal commitment of their
towards
gender.
what, buddy?
That's I don't know. You explain. What else? What else?
I gave you. I already gave you. I gave it to you.
You gave it to me.
So if they don't have a commitment towards any of the ideas that I brought up, no, they're not a woman under my view.
Right. That's what I'm saying. There's some trans women who are not women. So under your definition, not all trans women.
No. You just again, in order to be a trans woman, right? You have to be considered a woman and biologically male.
But okay, so and to be a woman, you don't have to. I gave you the example where a trans woman doesn't.
A woman is, under my view, would be the commitments, right, in accordance with like the
right.
Yeah. In accordance with those particular characteristics, like the way the body looks, right, the different types of things that are worn, right, other things like that, right. These
Again, what if there's a trans woman? Okay, well, again, what if there is a trans woman who doesn't look like a woman at all? They have huge muscles. They got a.
You don't, dude. Again, the commitment is in accordance with, right, like
apparently not
roles, expectations, and the way that the body looks. Right? They don't have any of those characteristics. They don't have any of those desires, right? They would not be considered a woman under my view.
No, but that's not that. Then under definition, not all trans, because there are trans women who are very masculine. What do you say to these people, these adult human males who
they're not engaging in the activities with the express purpose? Then
they don't. But they don't have to.
If they're still considered a trans woman.
But what if they identify and they have this internal commitment towards being a woman?
Are you just saying an individual that has none of these commitments? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's
if they have no commitments, then they're not a woman under my view. So that individual is not a woman under my view. Okay, does that make sense to you? Is that clear?
Wait, so you're excluding some people?
Yeah, sure. I'll exclude some people. No issues. If you have no commitments towards any things that I've mentioned there, then you're not a woman under my view.
They have an internal commitment. Does that matter?
In accordance to what? Towards what, buddy?
Towards their gender identity.
And what is that?
To being a woman.
And what is that?
Apparently, it doesn't have to be dressing a certain way. That's what I'm asking.
It could be you want your body to look a particular way. It means you might not be dressing it that, but you still have the desire to be in accordance with that particular notion. So, like, again, do you want to like definition
is circular?
No, it's not circular.
Yes, it is. Because you're saying they don't have to dress a certain way. They don't have to engage in any way except have this internal sense of identity. Wait, what is the identity?
In accordance with those notions.
What are they committing to? Oh,
those particular notions.
But not necessarily, because again, there's masculine trans.
If they don't have a commitment towards those particular things, they don't meet my definition.
Okay, so what would you say to the adult human males who identify as women who are committed internally, but they still say, "I don't owe you femininity," which is a
what are they committed to internally? You just keep saying that, and I don't know what they're committed to. Like you're just like not clarifying.
Yeah, I'm asking you a question. So you're considering? There's a bunch of them on Twitter. I know for sure. They say they're a woman, identify as a woman, she, her pronouns in the bio, all that stuff, but they don't owe you femininity. That's a common saying on the left. They can dress as masculine as they want, act as masculine as they want. They don't have to engage in any of the activities that you listed, but they still consider themselves women. You're saying they are not.
So they have zero of the. They don't have a desire for their body to look a particular way that's typically associated with the female sex.
Because they don't
have a care about any of the clothes or the activities.
No, because they don't owe you femininity.
Anything that is associated with the female sex.
They don't owe you femininity. No, they don't owe you any femininity.
There's no notion of femininity that exists.
Except internally.
I don't even know what that would mean.
I don't either. That's my point.
Okay, so like they don't meet the definition then, right? If they don't have any commitments in association with these, they don't get the definition.
I mean, that's
so that individual doesn't meet it. Sure, I'm okay with accepting that.
Trans women, but,
that's not a large part. No,
it seems like it. Yeah.
If they have no commitments, then they don't meet under my definition.
They do have an internal commitment. It just doesn't express it in any way externally.
Internal commitment towards what? Towards what? Towards what?
Their gender identity.
Again, I don't even know what you're referencing now. Like you're not even engaging with the concept.
No, but that's my point, because again, under your view, they have to dress a certain way. You're saying then they have to
have commitments towards either like dressing a particular way, having particular behaviors, right? The way that they express themselves to other people. It could be what's it called? The way the body looks. Many things.
So according to you, there has to be some sort of external expression to be considered a woman.
The notion of go towards that express.
So what would you say?
Some sort of mannerism. There has to be some sort of idea, personality, anything about this individual.
I disagree.
That would associate them with
that's what feminism has worked to remove. They work to remove all these stereotypes from what it means to be a woman. They say you could do anything.
No, not at all. Feminism has worked to get rid of prescriptive notions about what women are that say that if you don't,
what you're defining by clothes.
Can I finish?
Sure.
No, prescriptive notions. Me saying that a woman should engage. That's not what I'm saying. Right, I'm saying that women do engage in these particular behaviors, not should engage in these behaviors.
So
I'm not making the claim that women should be feminine. I'm not making the claim that men should be masculine.
So, but there's a person out there who identifies as a woman, yet they dress masculine. And what if they say they're dressing masculine, but that's how they express their gender identity? They're acting masculine. They dress masculine. They look masculine, like 6'4" hairy person guy, but they identify as a woman, and they say that is their femininity. That is what femininity means to them. What would you say to that person?
That's not what femininity is in our
right. But
society.
would you call them not a woman?
That's not what femininity is. If they have no commitments in accordance with those particular notions,
so you have to adhere to stereotypes to be a woman, is what you're saying? To feminine stereotypes? That's what you're saying.
No, you have to be committed in accordance with these particular notions. Absolutely.
You have to commit yourself to feminine stereotypes. That's what you're saying.
What do you mean by stereotypes?
To principles. Like I said, if they're dressing masculine, but according to you, they have to dress feminine.
What is stereotypes?
Stereotypes are the particular attitudes that our society has that is typically associated with the gender.
And so typically associated with the things that are typically associated with the female sex, you have to have commitments that are typically associated with the female sex.
You have to have...
Yes, that's a necessary... Yes, you have to have a commitment, yeah.
Man, that's...
I don't know how many times I have to say the same thing to you.
That flies in the face of like hundreds of years of feminism.
It really doesn't.
But like maybe 60 years.
It really doesn't.
Absolutely, they work to get rid of all these stereotypes. They work to...
in a prescriptive sense, not a descriptive.
Absolutely descriptive. Absolutely descriptive. What do you say to
not true. Not true.
What do you say to butch lesbians who are masculine by all accounts, but they definitely consider themselves females?
Well, they doesn't mean that they're men.
But they don't,
right? Because they're not engaging in those behaviors with the express purpose of being designated with that particular social group or social identity.
Wait, hold on.
Like I've literally clarified this a million times.
Wait, say that one more time. They don't express what?
I've said the same thing a million times. Like,
I know.
At this point, do you not want to? Do you just don't ever engage with anything I'm saying? I don't want to go over the same thing over and over again, bro.
Engaging. I don't know what you don't think I'm engaging in.
Because I literally have just showed you how you're not engaging. I've gone over the same thing a million times, man. We've been doing the same thing where we've gone in a circle for the past 30 minutes.
My point is, you're saying they have to express themselves with typical traits. That's what you're saying. That's what you've been saying.
These commitments towards these particular typical traits, yes.
There's tons of, first of all, adult human females that don't express themselves of the typical feminine traits. They're still women. They
have zero characteristics. They don't want their body to look a particular way that's typically associated with the female sex. Really? They don't want to wear anything. They have no commitments. Under that view, they're not. I don't know why I have to keep saying the same thing to you.
That's just, I mean, okay, so that flies in the face of like 100 years of feminism.
He's just going to say the same thing. I'm done having this conversation. Do you want to talk to someone else?
Fine. But there's tons of women who burn their bras for a reason. They cut their hair for a reason because they didn't want to conform to typical stereotypes of femininity.
I'm not saying you have to conform.
That's
in all
what you're
saying.
saying. That is what you're saying.
No, it's not. What I'm saying is that you have to be committed towards these particular ideas for me to consider someone to be a woman.
What does it mean to be committed?
That doesn't mean you have to have all of these characteristics or you have to engage in every single one of these things, right? Me as a man, I don't have to keep my hair short.
No, I know. So what do you have to do? What does it even mean to be?
I have to have commitments that are associated with the male sex, like typically associated with the male sex.
And if you just
do you want me to just say the same thing again?
Yeah, but that's my
point. I'm not going to do this anymore.
Right, that's exactly my point. You have to have commitments typically associated. So you have to have commitments to stereotypes, basically.
Are you just gonna say the same thing over and over again?
That's so you have to.
Are you just gonna say the same thing over and over again?
I'm just pointing out what you're saying.
Are you just gonna, after we've already gone over this multiple times already in this conversation?
You're saying, yeah.
Same things that we've already gone over in this conversation.
I'm classifying and clarifying what you're saying.
Yeah, so like for the 5th time already? I'm confused.
I think that leads to some pretty wacky conclusions.
There are no wacky conclusions that I've seen.
I don't think to be a woman you have to engage with any typically associated things. You could just have eggs and you could be a woman. I think that's.
So if you don't have eggs, you're not a woman?
Sorry, you could have the nature to have eggs, or
that's
have
nonsense.
The function.
That's straight nonsense.
It's littered in biology.
That's straight nonsense.
Function talk is all in biology. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, of the function doesn't mean you have that function.
Let me just give you an example.
Of the function does not mean you have that function.
Right. No, of course not. Of the
and
function.
Dude, I don't want to go over the same thing we already went over in this conversation. Do you want to? People have been asking. Do you want to talk to Danny or them?
Sure, I'll talk to.
Go pee after the bathroom.
I just hope your chat sees the flaws in your definition.
There's literally no flaw. You've literally just said the same thing over and over again.
I guess chat will decide, and people will decide that.
Sure. Yeah. People can do that. Yeah. I'll get Haley after this. I was gonna let Danny up. I need to go pee. Everyone, give me a second, y'all.
Hey, Danny, what's up?
So there are 3 things that that I think we should clarify.
Absolutely.
Number 1, that commitments and desires are different. All desires are commitments, though. Okay.
All desires are so okay. It seems like
this doesn't really change
It does.
I'm just pointing that out. I want to list these three things out, and then you can ask, right? Because I'll just give a quick example. You could be committed to a truth. Like if I believe that it's raining outside, that's some kind of commitment to a truth. But I don't desire anything. Okay.
Sure.
Okay. The second thing is that commitments generate expectations. Okay. So if I'm committed, let's take an example of a desire, which is a type of commitment. If I desire to eat cake at a particular time, all else being equal, if there's cake in front of me at that time, I'm going to try to eat the cake. And
maybe.
Well, then I don't want to. That's just something that I believe.
You might
I don't
desire.
really mean to say that I want cake, and then when I'm given the opportunity, cake at the time that I want it, I refuse.
I'll give you an example. I can give you an example.
You're coerced. You can be forced to fail. Okay.
But that's one counterexample. Another is like you want to eat cake, but also you don't want to have more sugar. So you have competing interests, and
that's how I cash out a type of coercion.
Okay, so just the net competing interest.
Yeah,
like
because your own desires can be coercive into your most fundamental desires. Like
got it.
Take the smoker, right? The smoker has competing desires. He's going to take that desire to smoke as coercive until his fundamental desire to quit. Okay.
So the most dominant desire is what you're defining desire.
Okay. And then the third one is that gender is socially understood, right? No, we don't have concepts of man and women without society. Okay.
I disagree.
So, well, I don't see how you could say, I mean, if you're defining,
I could tell you. I could explain it to you. I just think a man is an adult human male, a woman is an adult human female. That has female and male.
What I'm saying, right? The point is that without society, you won't understand the norms or expectations or predictions that are expected when someone is a woman or a man.
That doesn't necessarily define what a woman or a man is. You could have expectations without that being the defining characteristic or the definition of what it is to be something or have a property.
Okay, well then I don't agree, but I don't want to die on that hill. So I'm just gonna say we at least agree that masculinity and femininity are socially understood. We at least agree.
You pretty much socially understood.
But those are the three things. Those are the three assumptions that I carry. Now I'm going to give you an example of my case to kind of help you understand what's going on here. And this is speaking truly of my case. It's not a trans case, and maybe Haley can come up later and maybe tell me if it's where it's disanalogous. I think it's going to be a relevant analogy. Let me one sec turn on my camera because it's a little bit more personable. Okay, so I am an educator. All right, I'm a teacher. But I'm no scholar, okay? I'm not a scholar. And there are reasons for that we don't have to get into. But I think there's a difference between a teacher and a scholar. Think about when you go to college, you have some professors that are there to do research and publish, right? And you have some professors that like teaching, and you have professors that do both. But we know that professor that hates teaching, sucks at teaching, he's there to be a scholar, to do research, to study, blah, 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 right? So imagine I wanted to be an educator at a college and they hire me and then they expect me to do research 35 hours out of the week and only do teaching 5 hours of the week. Okay. So there I'm committed as an educator. I'm committed to being an educator. Right. And I would say I'm an educator, but everything that you would, if I took that job, everything that you would see is consistent with me being a scholar. Okay. And so what's happening there is that there's a situation that's coercive or undermines my commitment. It doesn't mean that I don't have the commitment. It doesn't mean that I'm not a teacher or an educator. It just means that the present circumstances are such that I'm unable to fulfill my commitments in being successful with respect to the norms of being a teacher. Okay. So
I take some language. Okay.
Yeah, in the same way, a trans person, right? Let's say a trans woman could look exactly like Parker or I, right? But they're not in the position to completely succeed with respect to with respect to these gender norms, right?
Nor have any desire to look
that
any
might be
different.
because they don't know
Nor
how to
have any desire
transition.
to
They
look.
don't have the means. Wait, almost done. I'm really almost done.
Okay.
That might be because a lot of trans people don't have the means of transitioning, don't have the means to
nor the desire.
anything from gender affirming care to surgeries. There's a whole spectrum of things that they could do, and they just don't have the means of doing that. What did you want to say?
Yeah, so they don't necessarily even have to have, they might not even be in a coercive situation. They might just not have the desire to look any different, yet they still identify.
That's what Parker said. In what sense would they be a woman, right? Look, if I told you, okay, if I told you that I'm an educator,
in the sense that it's all over Twitter everywhere. Like,
let me give you why. Let me answer your question. I'm telling you, I'm an educator, and then you look at my job and you see I'm only doing research and I'm barely teaching. Okay, and you might doubt. Well, are you really an educator? You don't seem like one. And I assure you that I'm an educator. You could test it. You know how you could test it? In the situation where I'm offered a job, same pay, same location, we control for everything, except that I teach 35 hours and I do research 5 hours. If I don't take that job, then you should question my claim that I'm an educator, because it seems like an educator would, since they see themselves or they see the norms of teacher as applying to them, they would take that job. But that's not what. If in the same way, if I say that I'm a trans woman, but I'm saying that these norms, these gender norms of women apply to me, but then I don't try at all to conform to them in an uncoerced way, then in what sense would I be a woman, right?
You have this internal sense of gender.
You understand internal sense, that's being committed to the norms.
Okay, right. That's what I'm saying. Wait. Hold on. That is exactly what I'm saying. That is being committed, but it seems like that's the only thing that you need to have to be committed. You can not commit any way externally, but if you have that internal commitment, that's what makes you a woman.
No, but you understand that the commitments are to something. I mean, we have to maybe think about the set of norms that are relevant here.
I disagree, because people will say we could rewrite what womanhood and femininity means, and they mean it to be their own things. I disagree.
Well, then they're just talking past us.
No, you're disagreeing with Simone de Beauvoir,
right?
Judith Butler, trans philosophers of all eras.
If someone like me says I'm a woman and I make no effort to present one, I don't care what my pronouns are.
What if you really identify as one?
And then you ask me, it's fair to ask, Danny, okay, you don't even try to conform to any of the norms that I associate with womanhood.
Maybe not externally, yeah.
So, 1 second. You're gonna ask, so what do you mean by woman when you say that you are? And I say, well, what I mean by woman is, then I give a stereotype. What I mean by woman is that I have a higher pitched voice than, or maybe something stereotypical, like I like to shop. That's probably a better stereotype, okay? Then they're just talking past society, okay? Because if we look, remember, I take gender to be
trans and feminine, that's what feminism and gender theory has been aiming to do, to rewrite what femininity and womanhood is. That's exactly
if you ask
what
a trans
it's
woman
been doing for like 6 years.
if you ask a trans woman what the norms of womanhood is, you will never find someone that says, "Oh, all I mean is that I like to shop," or that I conform to the norms of shopping. You will never find such a.
Of course, if you're asking trans women what it means to be a woman, they probably just mean they'll probably say, well, I feel like a woman, or identify, or internally I have this sense of gender that I am a woman, and I define what it means to have womanhood. That's probably what they'll say, and that's that's what decades of trans philosophy has been saying.
First of all, let me just clarify something. On both sides, people have a hard time describing what they mean here when they say, I'm in the wrong body, I'm a woman, but I'm male. This is hard to describe. It could be true that there are trans people that are legitimately trans and have a hard time describing what they're saying, right? It's like going to a painter. I think painters know what beauty is. But if you ask a painter what is beauty, you're going to get all sorts of different weird answers.
Sure, okay? Beauty is very vague.
So we should not rely on what the average, person says, like an average painter, on what beauty is, or the average trans person, what they mean. I think they're legitimately trans. They just need to work on describing and communicating what they mean. Okay, so let's just the job of the philosopher here, right, is to take what they say and charitably interpret it. So when someone tells me that if someone were to look like me and say I'm a woman, how do we interpret them? Okay,
Usually
I
we go
interpret
off.
them like this, and just like Parker does, I take them to say that there are gender norms associated with female that are relevant to me.
They're relevant, but not necessary, right? To be a woman.
I don't know what you mean there.
But what I mean is they are relevant, meaning you can adhere to those gender norms, but you don't necessarily have to adhere to any of those gender norms to be a woman. That's what we've that's what we've
No.
you don't have to. That's
You're
what feminism literally fought
something.
against.
You don't know what a commitment is. If I'm committed to becoming a doctor, I need to go to medical school in the United States, right?
Committed. I mean, I guess maybe if you're committed to being a doctor, if you're truly committed.
If you're committed to being a woman, then you do have needs or oughts as unto yourself because you have that commitment.
Wait, so what does it mean to be committed to be a woman? You have to follow social stereotypes of being of femininity? What does that mean?
The way that you understand that the word stereotype is literally by definition an oversimplification. Okay, I think it is a stereotype to say that women are the kinds of things that like shopping because it's an oversimplification of woman. It's not an oversimplification if you have this vast list of not only biological norms but behavioral norms and other things, right? So
I think that's what feminism fought against. Look, like all gender norms.
There are many.
That's what they fought against. All abolishing gender norms. I'm pretty sure that's what trans and gender ideology has fought against for like the past 100 years, to abolish gender norms, right? Like women don't have to be a mother.
It depends on the feminist, but no. Generally, most people,
mainstream feminists.
Excuse me, 1 second. Most average people, remember, what is our job here? Our job is when a trans person says, I'm a woman, right? How are we interpreting them? Our job here is not to look at fringe feminist philosophers that want to say there is no gender. Okay. We're not looking at philosophers that are saying there is no gender or gender doesn't exist. I think those people are fringe, right? The people that want to abolish gender are still going to accept what I'm saying because they think their gender still exists. They just want it to go away.
Right. Yes, you're hitting an important point. You're right. They used to define what it meant to be a woman by adhering to the traits and being committed to certain traits and to function a certain way in society. But they realized that excluded a lot of traits. Wait. Just let me finish. I think maybe Simone de Beauvoir used to classify it. Later on, she said, "Oh, I retract that definition because that actually excludes a large amount of not only a biological woman but quote unquote trans women." Because she realized that not all trans women are function like women in society. B, adhere to traits of femininity in society. So they moved away from that social role definition and opted more for like self-ID. To be a woman is to identify.
I don't agree, but I don't see how this turns the conversation. The point
because then the only way I'll tell you, because that changes the definition of woman from adhering to certain traits.
Obviously, look. Let's just stop right here.
Yeah, that changes the definition completely.
The concept of woman is fluid, just like the concept of water is actually not fixed. Right? Let me give you, right?
I disagree.
1,000 years ago, no one's concept of water included H2O.
Oh, yeah. No, I get what you're saying. Yeah, we pointed to a proxy of H2O.
So our concept of water has changed, okay, because of certain discoveries or whatever. Now,
kind of. We knew what it was. Okay, sorry. Go ahead. Yeah.
We didn't know what it was chemically, okay?
Right. We didn't know the defining necessary efficient conditions. We didn't know the necessary.
We knew what the phenomenal qualities of water were. Now that just shows you that even very strict scientific concepts change. This is not a scientific concept.
Science wasn't even invented really back then. I mean, maybe very.
That serves my point. If science wasn't invented, as you're saying, thousands of years ago, and we still had a concept of woman, right? That means that the concept of woman is more primitive than the biological.
They define it based on the property.
Why are you Look, are you? Wait 1 second.
You're going on a monologue. You did talk a lot. Like there. So I'm just you kind of talk in paragraphs. I was just saying that they're referring to a property that they didn't know the property was there. But when we say they were pointing to this proxy, the water, and the proxy, the property gives it this proxy in appearance, in texture, in qualities. So yeah, they didn't necessarily know the sufficient necessary. So pointed to it.
You're missing the forest for the trees. I agree that there's a disanalogy between water, our concept of water, and our concept of woman,
But it's
because
still
I
a
think
property.
I think the concept of water now, all right, it has some scientific chemical implications, whereas our concept of woman I don't think needs that. Okay, but that's our disagreement. I think that
I guess.
the idea though is I'm just trying to prove to you even thick scientific concepts of like water or atom or
It
whatever.
wasn't scientific back then.
Well, that just serves my point.
It wasn't a
right?
thick
Because then it
scientific
shows
concept
that
back then.
woman is not a scientific concept because it predates science as you understand it.
I think no, it's referring to a property that predates all social and cultural and societal any society really. The concept of sexual reproduction and gametes has been around before Saturn had its Mars, before any humans were here on Earth. That's what we're referring to.
The problem is that people knew what women were 2,000 years ago and had no clue what gametes were.
Right. They pointed to a proxy. That was right, like 99.97% of the time.
But that just shows you that the concept is fluid.
The concept, it grew organically over time.
So wait,
yes, I agree. It grew organically, but that's still, we know what the essence, they were referring to the essence of a woman. They didn't know exactly what it was, but they were referring to a good proxy, a darn good proxy.
Look, if you don't know the essence of a woman, then how can you know what a woman is?
But now we do know what the essence of what.
Now I don't know. Look,
biologists do.
You've invoked a notion of essence that's problematic because I think people 2,000 years ago knew what a woman was. But you're saying they didn't know what the essence of a woman is, and that implies that they didn't know the necessary conditions.
Right. They pointed to a concept that was.
But the concept, they already had conditions in their mind as to when to successfully apply the term woman in their language.
Yeah, and it's changed with science, of course, like all things do. But if you're going to redefine the word adult human female for adult human female, what are you redefining it as? What is this ameliorative inquiry?
We're not redefining it. Look, the point. Okay. We're not redefining it. I'm just undermining your claim that these concepts are fixed.
Well, I think I guess the details of the concepts they do change, absolutely. But I think we were referring to a pretty good proxy.
You were implying that the concepts are fixed. That's just not true.
I wasn't implying the concepts are fixed. I'm saying that we figured out the essence, like the scientific essence of what a woman is later on with science.
I don't. Well, look, this gets into really complicated stuff, but
not really.
But
definitions change over time. I'm not disagreeing with that. Hey, listen, I'm not disagreeing that definitions change over time. But if you're going to change the definition again, which you are, because we had adult human female for maybe 200 years, maybe 100 years. I got to look at that. But that was.
Did people not know what females were 500 years ago?
I don't think they knew the scientific essence of what it meant to be a female.
True or false? True or false? People knew what females were 500 years ago.
Not in the scientific sense of the word, no.
Can you give me a true or false there?
False.
So no one knew what a female was 500 years ago.
Not the scientific essence of it. Yeah.
You're changing my question. Now don't be dodgy.
So what do you mean by female? Then what do you mean by female? What do you mean by female?
I mean whatever you mean.
I'm explaining what it means. I'm not changing anything. I'm explaining what I mean.
Is there a sense of female that people had 500 years ago?
Wait, I'm sorry. Repeat that. What did you say?
Is there a sense? Did people 500 years ago know what females were? True or false? Because it's a huge reductio ad absurdum that if you say that they didn't know what females were, then they didn't know what women were.
They pointed to what they thought, and it was a good proxy, but
You're changing my question.
Look. How do we use language, man? We use it to point to the world. Yes, we don't know the exact feature.
In this context, concepts are mental representations. We don't look
for things
at
in the
mental
world, for properties in the world,
when we're looking at an external expression of physical.
Well, things with properties usually have a certain thing usually has certain properties. For example, females have certain properties usually.
No, look, you understand there's a difference between our concepts and the external properties.
Wait, a concept? No, I think that's what we base the concepts on. Usually it was the internal properties.
So there is a distinction. If you base the concept on the properties, then the concept and the properties are distinct.
No, the defining property. Like the defining property of what it meant to be.
I don't know how you're using the word defining there.
Sorry, so let me explain. So let's walk this back. So they didn't know women meant adult human female 5,000 years ago. They probably didn't know what female or how to really
Then your reductio is that they didn't know what women were. That's the reductio.
They pointed to a concept that was a good proxy for women.
We're again, You don't point to concepts. Concepts are mental representation.
Words point to concepts. Of course they do. What are you talking about?
But then that's words, right? You're talking about concepts.
So the word probably changed. Yeah, the definition of the word woman.
Look, think about. You need to slow down.
Yeah.
If there's water, if there's water in here, and I point to the water, am I pointing to the concept? No.
Oh, wait. Hold on. Are you pointing to the concept of water? Yeah, you're probably, when you're pointing to that.
No. Yeah. People can have, look.
Oh, no. Sorry, you're right. You're pointing to the thing. You're pointing to the essence of it. Yeah.
Right.
The water, right.
Well, I don't know how you're using, you probably have a gibberish understanding of
essence. No,
it's
common, it's common philosophical talk, but that's fine. Go ahead.
Look, it's not.
I'm not sure. I forgot. I can't philosophy, bro.
You're baiting me into a conversation to prove that you don't know what
I'm just saying, like, I'm not trying to detract or blur it.
Are you using the Aristotelian sense of essence, the Crippian sense of essence, the Cartesian sense of essence? Are you using a logical sense of essence?
Those are all the same for the purpose of this.
They're not the same, dumbass.
Absolutely. Dude, relax. They are the same. They're referring to what it is.
You think the Crippian? You think the Kripkean notion of essence?
Wait, say that word one more time.
Wait, do you think the Kripkean sense of essence is the same as the Aristotelian sense of essence?
For all purposes for this conversation, absolutely.
Okay, what is the Kripkean sense of essence?
They're pointing to the underlying fact that they can't necessarily gather the exact.
That's not the Kripkean sense of essence.
I'm sorry. In this example, it is.
You better Google it.
No. In this example, that's exactly what it is.
Oh, do you know what Kripke means?
It's a philosopher. Right.
Okay. Did he have he had a unique sense of essence that was not seen until the 1980s. Yeah. It was so. How could Descartes have or Aristotle?
Because they're not. Not in every philosophical paper. They're not always defining what term essence they use, because it could be used kind of vaguely.
Right, which is why it's so stupid to point out that there's only one sense
because
of
there's a generally
essence.
agreed upon. No, it's not stupid. It's just that there's a generally agreed upon
is there
usage
one,
of the term essence. Dude, read a philosophical paper.
Is there a unified sense of essence?
Please,
Armin, he's literally a philosophy professor, bro.
That's
is
good,
there one
then you'll know that the word essence is used without any sort, not always used with Cartesian or any sort of demarcator name in front of it.
Your point was that there's a univocal sense of essence in philosophy. That is false.
They were pointing to the essence of water. That's what they.
Excuse me, sir. I'm going to ask you: is there a univocal sense of essence in philosophy? Yes or no?
I don't even know what that means.
Univocal means in one sense. Is there one sense of essence
in a lot of situations? Yes. In a lot of situations, yes.
Is that what I'm asking? Am I saying in certain situations?
I think it matters. I'm not in every situation. Look, you don't like my answer?
Shut up.
Dude, relax.
The question was, here's what my question was not. My question was not, in certain contexts, is there a unified sense of essence? That was not the question. The question was, in philosophy, excuse me, sir, stop over talking me.
Then yes.
The question was, in philosophy, is there a unified sense of essence? The answer is no.
Somewhat. No, it's not. Somewhat. In certain situations, yes, absolutely.
Is that the question I asked?
Well, yeah, but you can't just answer that yes or no.
Yes, you can, because I know I study philosophy.
You're being too reductionist.
I teach a unit. Stop. Who's singing? Is that you or your girlfriend in the back? Right. The point is that I teach at community college and I teach at a local university. Right. Nice. I understand the literature way more than you do, and I can tell you that when philosophers use the term essence, they can mean radically different things. So there's no such thing as one sense of the term essence in philosophy. The answer is no.
I disagree. In a lot of senses, you can. You can get into the weeds a bit. I'm sure that you can use demarcators on the prefix for what kind of essence you're talking about. But a lot of times they use the word essence without any sort of prefix or any name.
Okay, well, I'm about to embarrass you because you gave a red herring and I'm eating it.
No. We're getting lost in the weeds. Right? I agree. We're way away from the point.
If the question I asked in philosophy is there a univocal sense of essence, if you said yes to that question, that means every philosopher's sense of the term essence is the same. You understand?
I didn't say yes. I said in most contexts, and you got mad.
Yeah, but then I got mad because that's a different question I'm asking. Right?
Well,
I'm not asking.
It's not a yes or no. I guess
What's
no.
not a
then.
yes or no? What question is not a yes
if
or
you
no?
mean by that, absolutely no, not absolutely no.
Thank you. Okay,
Yeah,
now moving
cool.
on. Okay.
Cool. Awesome.
So
But a
going
lot
back
of
to the
people.
gender thing, because you just showed that you did not understand that philosophers use the term essence so differently, and it's very likely that you have a gibberish understanding of essence. So
That's fine. I don't know how this has to do with anything that I said, but sure.
because we're talking about the concept of woman, and you appeal to the essence of a woman. God knows what that means.
No. So what I
Okay?
meant is that no, I'm just saying we don't even have to use the word essence. I'm just saying that
You're the one that invoked
wait,
it,
wait.
not me.
No, okay. So then I'll use a different word if it makes you happy. So over
You're
time,
gonna use a synonym?
sure, I'll use a different word. Let's see if
How
it
is
makes
that
you
gonna?
happy.
Okay,
Let's just see if it makes you happy. All right.
I want to get to look. We could have
Nice
a
hat.
conversation about. We can have a conversation about how much you don't know about the
We don't
literature and
need to. That's
philosophy.
fine.
But I want to move on to the gender thing. Okay.
Yes, please.
So the gender thing. Okay. The point is this: in my scholar example, I see myself as an educator. I am an educator. But if I'm doing scholarly work all the time and not teaching, right, I'm failing. Right. It may not be my fault, but nonetheless, I am committed to a certain sort of norms about educating and teaching, okay? But I am not adhering to them or not succeeding with
I
respect
don't.
to them.
So you're not a scholar then. If you don't have the property of
No, but I'm
teaching,
doing scholarly work.
Wait. So
Remember, the case is this. I'm hired by a university to do research for 35 hours out of the week, and I only teach for 5 hours. There, I'm not succeeding with respect to the norms of teaching or being a teacher.
the norms would be what is the definition of scholar then?
Someone that a scholar by profession is someone that does research and publishes that research. I'm just going to use that thin definition for the sake of this.
Someone that does research and publishes research. So are you doing research? You said you were, right?
Yes, but I'm not a scholar.
Wait, why?
I don't see
If you
myself
fit
as
the
a scholar.
definition of the word scholar, how are you not a scholar? Hold on. If you have the property of the defining property of being a scholar, how are you not a scholar? If you have that defining property,
Because there's a normative aspect of scholar or
people miss the word
scholar, and then there's a descriptive aspect.
There's a definition of the word scholar.
So
and
look,
if you have
let me show you what's going on here. Have you seen the movie Princess and the Frog?
I don't think I have actually, but I know.
Okay, you have no childhood, but that's okay. Well,
Yeah.
But you understand that the humans,
Descartes.
the humans, I think her name is Tiana or Tiana. I forgot. Chat will help me. She was a woman that got turned into a frog. Now, my question for you is: when Tiana tries to get her body back, is she a human?
Dude, this is like underpinning the notions of what it even means to have identity.
Yes.
I don't know what this has to do with gender, but okay.
Well,
So
I'm going to show you.
If she tries to get her body back, is she a human?
No. Is she a human trapped in a frog's body?
Is she a human trapped in a dog's body? I mean that break all biological rules, but I guess if that truly happened in a world,
so that shows
I don't know.
There's a
Actually, I don't know. I don't know. That's breaking all sort of rules.
The point is that there's two senses of being human. Okay, in
Perhaps.
one sense, she is not a human
Maybe
because
not.
she doesn't.
Like maybe not.
Every bit of her biology and presentation. Can you just let me finish? Every bit of her biology and presentation is that of frog. Okay,
Maybe it's just a really
but
smart
in
frog.
another sense, she is human. In another sense, she is human because she has a commitment to the norms and expectations and idea of human.
Yeah, no, she has an aspect of human, which is really sophisticated thinking and ability to conceptualize. But
You're missing the point.
And that's trapped in a that's trapped in a frog's body. But
there's two senses here.
If that makes her human.
There's one sense in which she is a human, and there's another sense in which she's not. So take trans women that have not transitioned at all. Okay,
I mean, this
They're
is a hard
trapped
example because
in
this is
the
getting
wrong
at
body.
the root of what I guess.
Many of these trans women that have not transitioned for whatever reason, right, would express something like this, like "I'm trapped in the wrong body." Okay, what they're saying is that even though they see those female norms as relevant to them, they are failing with respect to them, and it may not be their fault. Okay,
They're
so like.
failing with
Like,
Yeah.
look,
But
you
they're
have
still
a
a woman.
girlfriend.
Yeah, I do.
You know, have you seen the movie Freaky Friday?
Yeah.
Yeah, the mom and the daughter switched bodies, but maintained their commitments. Okay,
Dude,
if
you're
you and your
referring to like
girlfriend
non-biological
switched
things.
bodies but maintained your mental life, right?
Okay.
You would
Yeah.
be like, I'm a man trapped in a wrong body. Now
Maybe
you
I
are.
feel like that. But like again, this is not biologically possible. But this is getting at like the very depths of what even identity and what it means to be human. If I could answer this, bro, I should win a Nobel Peace Prize, bro. But I don't think I don't think that would make me under my view. I don't think that'd make me a man just because I had this previous experience and somehow that experience that I had got transferred
Wait.
to a
So
female
you're
body.
telling me if like the devil played a trick on you and your girlfriend,
Yeah.
and you
Yeah.
switch bodies,
I feel weird. I probably
wait
have
one
gender
second.
dysphoria.
Wait 1 second. If the devil played a trick on you and switched your bodies with your girlfriend says, "Oh my gosh, I'm in the wrong body," and you say, "No, this is me now. I'm a woman." That's what you would do.
No, whoa. You're just conflating. No, I'd probably be weirded out, of course, because this is a
Would you
not
be a
real
woman?
example. This is not reality. But yeah, it'd probably be feel really freaking weird.
Would
and
you
I'd
be a
probably have
woman?
wait. I just probably have gender dysphoria and would feel like I'm in the wrong body because I had a previous experience in like
It
I
doesn't
don't
matter
know.
why you have the commitment. Look, it does not matter why you have the commitments. That
But
does
it's not real. But this ain't real,
because
right? But
Parker's
this ain't real, right?
formulation of trans woman doesn't involve why you have dysphoria
But the
or
trans woman
commitments.
doesn't have a previous experience in a different sex of a different sex, right?
Again, it does not matter why
Kinda
you got the
matters,
commitments.
because
for the
that's not
sake of
biologically possible.
Okay, the point is that if the devil played a trick on you, right, and you switched bodies,
This is not real.
you
but
would be
okay.
said your girlfriend would be like, "Oh my gosh, I'm your girl." You, in fact,
You said
I
this.
bet you would
Yes.
even refer to your girlfriend as she when she's in your body.
Probably
You'd be like,
would
"Babe,
slip
it's
up,
okay.
yeah.
We'll get our bodies back." Right?
Yeah, maybe.
And
Yeah.
you refer to her as like, "Hey, my girlfriend's trapped in the wrong body."
Yeah.
That would those just be false statements?
Trapped in the wrong body. If there's a possibility of getting it back, that's probably not a wrong statement. And if we had a prior experience of it, and then
there
wait,
you go.
hold on.
So what
If
that
there's some way,
shows-
wait, hold on,
with that-
stop.
with that-
If there's some way to transfer your identity into a different body, maybe that's possible. But again, this is not real. This doesn't happen.
Obviously,
never
this is fantasy. Everyone understands it is fantasy. What the fantasy is supposed to show you is the concepts behind the fantasy,
I'd
which
feel
you're not
trapped in the
getting.
wrong body, but I'd still be a woman. No?
So,
a woman is
is
to have
it
a
false
property.
to say to someone or pray to God, "God, my girlfriend is trapped in the wrong body"? Would that be? You said that would be a true
But
statement.
that's because of the previous experiences, identities.
Well, it
that I
doesn't
had
matter
with the former
why.
body.
It's a true
No,
statement.
that does matter. That absolutely does matter.
Look, it doesn't. Is it a true statement? Yes or no?
Wait, what's the true statement? That
Is
she's
it
in the wrong
true?
body?
Is it a true statement that my girlfriend is trapped in the wrong body? Is that true? Doesn't
Oh,
matter
wait.
why it's true.
I'd say that even if she got, but that applies even if she got switched with another woman, right?
Is it true or false?
She's probably in the wrong body because she had. Yeah, this has never happened. But yeah,
Is it true?
in the wrong body.
You said earlier it was true, so you're backpedaling now.
Again, this is just getting. There's so many like
Stop
downstream
backpedaling.
conclusions you'd have to
Earlier
make by
you
saying
said,
wrong.
Stop backpedaling. Earlier it was true.
Say, is it true that she's in the wrong?
Are you
Yeah, if there's a chance to get
backpedaling?
it back, yeah.
Are you
Yes.
backpedaling?
Well, again, this. I mean, you're asking me to think of an example that's never happened and never could happen. So of
We
course,
see
there's going to be some
these examples all the
weird
time in
ramifications.
stories.
Well, but that doesn't. You're getting at like a thing that can never happen, and that doesn't apply to
Oh my gosh. What
my
you're
thing.
doing right now is something like this. If I said, RM, if you had $1 million, would you give
That's
money to
possible.
your family?
But properties
shut
work
your
that way.
mouth. Shut your
Wait,
mouth.
properties work that
Shut
way.
your mouth. Let me finish. What you're doing right now is something like this. If I asked you, RM, if you had $1 billion, would you give money to your family? Oh, but I don't have $1 billion. How could I ever get
because
$1
that's a
billion?
property that's
People
that's a
don't get $1
property that
billion.
can happen.
You know, I mean, like that's what you're doing,
Because
right?
that's an easily conceptualized property that can have. You
I
have
can
the billion-
conceptualize the
wait,
devil
wait.
played a trick on me.
But what does wrong mean?
my
Like, what does
body with
wrong
someone
body mean
else.
then? Right, then what does wrong body mean? What is all these words have a lot of loading? Like, you got to define what wrong body
I
means.
already did. The idea is
No, you
that
didn't.
the physical or presentation, the presentation of those commitments don't conform to those commitments.
Okay.
Sorry, the presentation doesn't conform to the commitments that the person has about their gender.
the presentation, like your body doesn't conform to the commitments. So you'd probably have gender dysphoria again
Okay,
because of the
if you're
previous
so
experience.
stuck
Right.
on the fact that this is a hypothetical, there's actually an example of this in real life, but with not with gender, but with age. There's a girl who had and chat can tell me her name. She's kind of famous, at least recently in the last 5 years. There's a girl that it had a tumor on her pituitary gland, or some kind of gland that helped puberty or what, right? And she's 23 years old, but when you look at her, she literally looks like a 7-year-old.
Yeah, this doesn't change anything about defining what woman means and how it doesn't include trans.
No, what that shows is that she expresses in the interview that she's stuck in the wrong body, because when people see her,
She could feel
they
that way.
perceive
Sure.
her. What?
She could feel that way, of course.
Why? What was the point of saying she could feel that way?
Because that doesn't necessarily detract from the property of age that she has.
Okay, would you consider her to be a woman?
Would I consider her to be? Wasn't it about age? It wasn't about like her gender, right?
She's 23 years old.
Yeah.
Shauna Ray. Everyone Google Shauna Ray. Shauna Ray, Google images. And I'm going to ask you, are you interested in women? Presumably you're not interested in.
No.
Okay.
No.
So you're going to tell me. Okay, let me get a picture. This is her.
Yeah.
Let me show you the picture. 1 second.
Right. We can use physical appearance as a
Okay, you
proxy
see
for
that?
property. Okay. This doesn't really prove anything.
Is she a woman?
I don't see that.
Huh?
I don't see that.
Oh, whoops, sorry, my bad. Is this a woman?
Upon looking at her, I'd probably say no. If I knew the age, I'd probably say yes, because that's she has the biological property of being an adult, no? Or is she not adult in the biological sense?
Why can't you just use look, the point is that she presents as what?
I guess she
presents as a 7-year-old.
She looks, she has traits that would align with like a 7-year-old.
So if someone said that they're attracted to this person, that's her boyfriend.
But that's not how we define adult, is it?
Oh, but look, the point is that she has expressed that I feel stuck in the wrong body. I feel stuck in the wrong body.
Yeah, of course.
Why
I can
did
see
she
why.
say that? Why does she say that?
Because she has an experience of being 3, and she looks like that.
No,
of course.
that is not. And what was the last part of that sentence?
Because she looks way younger than 23. Yeah.
She presents as a 7-year-old.
Yeah, she has a biological property of
She
or not even
presents as a
biological.
child.
She just has the trait
Right.
of being a 23-year-old,
But
and she has
her commitments are that of adulthood norms are relevant to her.
Of course, she probably feels
very
weird.
Is she the part of those adult norms is not looking like this, by the way.
Of course.
Okay.
But that doesn't necessarily make her not
So
an adult
then,
if she's-
look.
if
So
she's
when a
biologically
trans
an adult.
person, when a trans woman says that they are stuck
doesn't-
in the wrong
mhm.
body, it's exactly what's going on here.
Okay, so what is a woman then? What is a trans woman? What is a woman then? Because I'm taking issue that even though she feels that way, that doesn't necessarily make her a child, right? Just because she looks that way doesn't necessarily make her a child. That's why the dude
you
is able.
understand-
Wait. That's why the dude is able to get away with dating her legally, right?
You understand that you're missing the point of this. What do you think the point of Shauna Ray is? What do you think my point was?
You're trying to say that she has an incongruence between her like external appearance and her internal experience, of course.
Right. Okay.
Yes, right.
And so the idea is that it's making sense of the idea. I'm in the wrong body.
It makes sense, yeah, but that doesn't necessarily make her an adult or.
Would
a
you
child.
say if she were to tell you, RM,
Yeah.
I'm stuck in the wrong body, would you understand her?
What's the word? I could sympathize, but not empathize, right? Yeah, probably.
You wouldn't understand. No, the question is, look, why do you answer different questions than what I'm asking?
I could conceptualize. Like, what do you mean by understand? What do you mean by understand? Like,
you might not see yourself as a Dodger, but you are one.
Okay, wait, but no, you got to define what you mean understand. What does understand mean?
Understand, would you successfully interpret her?
Successfully interpret?
Because everybody knows, but you understand that when she says, I'm stuck in the wrong body, everybody and their mother understands what's going on.
Yeah. No, I get that. Yeah, of course.
Okay, so trans women,
that doesn't make her not an adult.
Especially when they haven't transitioned or especially exhibit, it's the same phenomenon. Their presentation does not conform to the standards that they hold themselves to.
So, well, first of all, it's a little different because they don't have a prior experience to compare it against, but also they.
It's the same with respect to the commitments, though.
Hold on. That doesn't define. That doesn't change the property that.
Look,
for
you're
example,
obsessed.
Wait.
Here's what you're obsessed with.
Yeah. Of course I am, because that's my whole claim that you can't. That no matter what
Then you're just talking past Parker and I.
Just let me finish. One thought, please. No matter how you define the word woman, it does not logically follow that all trans women are women.
That's a separate topic, right? Now it is.
That's what I was up here for. Not at all.
What are we talking right now? We're talking about how do we interpret the problem is this, and this is what you're not getting. You are not charitable to a trans person when they say I'm a woman, but they present as a man. Okay,
I'm not
you're
charitable. What does that mean?
I'm trying to help you understand to
that
some
mean?
extent what they are saying. Okay, forget about the definition of woman as independent of the expressions that we have when they say stuff like I'm a woman or I'm a man.
But that's what I care about.
Because what you and your kind, these right-wing, like anti-trans people,
how do you know I'm right-wing and anti-trans?
What you and your kind, y'all are obsessed with the definition.
With the definition. Because wait, hold on.
Can you shut
You
up?
should be able to define
Can
citizen?
you shut up?
No, because do you think you're changing the topic?
Shut up. Stop over-talking me, right?
You railroaded.
Shut your mouth.
Just
shut your
railroad.
mouth. I'm almost done. You and your people are obsessed with the definition of woman outside of the usages of the term in this context.
I'm an absolute leftist, first of all. Second of all,
the whole issue here is how do we interpret someone when a trans woman says that they're a woman? How are we to interpret them? That is what the issue is. The issue is not what is the lexical definition of woman. That is just simply not the issue.
No, it's not. My issue is that definitions matter. For example, you have to define tax. You have to define citizen. You have to have logically concrete and infallible definitions of these things, or else you can't run a country. And same thing for a politically relevant term like woman or man, right?
Yeah, this is, again, I corrected you on this. If you think that the trans debate is about what is the lexical definition of woman in the dictionary?
So why can't I say a woman is a human female?
You are missing the point.
No, why can't I say that then? If it's not about that, why can't I say that? Why is that wrong to say?
Because look, people are talking because the whole issue is when a trans woman says they're a woman, what do they mean?
Right. What does woman mean? Right.
So when the way I interpret the way Parker interprets them is that they hold themselves to the standard of femaleness, the norms of that's a type of commitment.
Not necessarily. They don't necessarily adhere to the norms. They don't necessarily adhere to any norms. They don't have to.
That doesn't look if they're and what you did not get about the scholar example, the frog example, and the Shauna Ray example is that just because you can still commit to a standard and not succeed with respect to the standard.
What if they don't want? What if they don't think that makes them woman? Because like they don't think any sort of traits that they have to adhere to make them a woman. Rather, the internal sense of gender is what makes them a woman.
What are you asking? You're like you're not getting it. This is the same issue you had with Parker.
I'm asking, what is a woman? I know it sounds cringy and corny and like Matt Walsh.
When trans women say that they're a woman, or when any woman says that they're a woman, right?
What does that mean? What is a woman?
Because we have to take into account those that have not transitioned or agree that they're stuck in the wrong body. Okay, those cases, that's the center case here.
Well, I think the center case is defining if not adult human female, what is a woman?
Okay,
that's my issue.
Okay, but that's just missing the point. When a trans woman were to tell me, okay, again, I'm going to say this for the third time. Do you agree with me that the issue at hand is not what the dictionary says what a woman is? You agree? Right?
No, I think that is the issue at hand. For like example, if you want to say,
you are just missing the point.
You don't care about truth. It's okay. You don't care about truth. We have to define tax. We have to define citizen.
Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth.
You talk so much.
Shut your mouth.
Parker, he talks a lot, right?
Shut your mouth. The issue is this. The issue is this. When a trans person says, I'm stuck in the wrong body. When a trans woman says, I'm a woman, but they don't present as what we would take to be a woman, okay? Does that mean that suddenly they're not a woman? That is the question. And so what we do is we interpret them in the most charitable way possible. We think about our own concepts, and we are not uncharitable douchebags.
No,
Okay?
I could be charitable, but I need to understand what a woman is. If you're
Okay,
saying
so
I
I'm
am
telling
one, what
you,
is it? Right.
when a trans woman that presents something like me or Parker, when they say a woman, what they're saying is that I hold myself to standards of femaleness.
Not necessarily. What are standards? Like
No,
external
that's what
standards?
look,
Like
not
wait,
necessarily.
wait. Physical standards?
You're missing it. I'm
No. What
pointing
kind of
out
standards?
that-
What kind of
shut-
standards?
Shut your
What kind
mouth.
of
You're
standards?
missing it.
What kind of standards?
I'm telling
Answer
you,
that.
I'm making
What
an
kind of standards?
empirical claim. I'm making
kind
an
of
empirical.
standards?
Hey, I'm not making a philosophical claim here. I'm making an empirical claim.
Kind of
I'm
need to
telling
if you're going to
you-
say that.
I'm telling you that this is what people mean when they say they're trapped in the wrong body. I'm a woman, but they don't present as so.
I don't know what that means. What is a woman then? That you have to define. Can you define the word woman, please? I know it's like Mimi and
I'm totally fine. I'm actually totally fine with the definition an adult female human. But the notion of female is social in this context, not biological.
I don't think there is. Yeah, there's some social baggage that we've attributed to the word, but I think the definition of female is just large gametes.
You think it? Okay, well then
that's what biologists think. That's not what I think. That's what biologists think.
If that's true, you have a huge reductio ad absurdum.
Nope, that is what biologists think.
Nobody knew what a woman was 1,000 years ago. That's the reductio on your view.
No. But we know now, right? We know now that's what a woman is.
Look,
just
look,
like here's an example.
not getting it. You're not
Here's
getting
an example. I'll give you an example.
Look, if you know what a woman is, do you know what female is?
If you know what a woman is, right now, I think you should. Yeah.
Is that what I'm asking right now?
You got to define. You got to say more than that. You're just.
I'm saying for any case, unqualified.
Not necessarily. I'll say not
view.
necessarily. I'll say
on your view. If you know what a woman is, do you know what a female is?
It depends on what you're defining woman and female, but I'll say not necessarily.
That's just not your definition. If it depends, it's not your fucking definition.
No, wait, we're going with my definition? We're going with my definition?
Yes.
Oh, then yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Your definition, is your sense of female strictly biological?
Yes.
Okay. So that means to know what a woman is, you have to know the modern biological notion of female, correct?
To truly know what a woman is, yes.
Okay, I didn't say you're adding words to my question.
That's right, to truly know. Because no, it's not dishonest. It's because people use the word know vaguely. For example, you could say, "I know my car is parked outside." Do you really know that? Do you really know that? No, because somebody could have just stolen it in the time that you were looking.
What is going on right now? Look, I did not ask.
You got it. You got to define what you mean by know. Like this, I know you don't like it.
You don't know what know is?
We don't, dude. That's a huge topic.
Do you know that you're a man?
Of course, that's epistemology. How do we know what know is?
Do you know what a man is?
Adult human male. Yeah.
Okay. Do you know that you're a man?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you truly know that you're a man? Did I add anything?
That's not how we. Well, that's not how we operate in the world. But no. Yeah.
Hey, did I add anything to the sentence by asking you? Do you truly know?
Do you truly know? I think you did because I don't.
Okay, good.
I don't think I got
like a moron is distinguishing between truly know and know, right? Because guess what knowledge is? Justified true belief. So do you truly know that you're justified in a true belief?
Well, that was a question in philosophy, right? That was a huge debate in philosophy. So don't act like it's not a debate that was hotly contested.
No. Look, those are taken to be the necessary conditions for knowledge. It's true. You're right. Usually they're not taken to be a sufficient condition, but those are taken to be necessary conditions. Okay.
Yes.
But we can. The thing is, there's a workable definition here. If knowledge already implies truth, when you say truly know, you sound stupid.
Okay. So then, but I'm just clarifying what you mean by know.
In this case, I'm fine with using the Platonic notion of know. It doesn't matter.
Cool. Then I'd say yeah.
Okay,
but I don't think it even matters.
Let's go back to the question, you slippery fuck. Okay.
Thanks,
do you know that if you know what a man is, do you know, or let's just stick with woman, do you know, if you know what a woman is, do you know what a biological female is necessarily?
If you know what a woman is, adult human female, do I know what a biological female is? Yeah.
Okay, so here's the problem with your view. You're saying necessarily to know what a woman is, you must know what a biological female is, right? Which means that if you don't know what a biological female is, you don't know what a woman is, correct?
Yeah, I think we misuse the word, yes.
Now, did people 500 years ago know what a woman was?
For which definition? For their definition? Yeah. For our definition,
the definition that you offered.
Right. The adult human female? No, they didn't know that it was an adult human female.
No, I'm asking your definition.
Yeah.
Did they know what a woman is? Yes or no? And
My
don't be a
definition of woman.
snake.
Yeah. No, I'm not being. Dude, relax. I'm not being a snake. I'm clarifying.
I'm not relaxed around
answering
king
every
cobras.
question.
Okay,
I'm
I'm not
answering every
relaxed
question. You can
around
relax
venomous
and
people like you.
chill pill,
Okay,
dude.
you're a
You can take a chill
poison.
pill.
You're a poison. Okay,
Dude, oh
so
my
I'm not
Danny.
relaxed.
Just I'm answering every question. Parker, I'm sure you can
No,
attest to that.
you're not.
I am. I'm just clarifying. I
All I want
literally.
from you, all I want from you is a yes
Oh
or
my
no,
God.
nothing else.
It's,
Okay?
You can't always do that. You can't answer everything in a yes or no.
Shut your mouth.
You can't do that.
Did people know what a woman was 500 years ago?
No, they did not know woman meant adult human
And
female.
that's the reductio to your view.
That's the reductive. Well, they didn't know what the modern sense. Again, woman is my definition, or the biological definition, which is adult human female.
Yeah,
No,
your
they had concepts that
notion
pointed
of
to it.
woman-
Of course.
your
Wait.
no-
That just
your
all you proved is that language changes
shut
over
up,
time.
shut up.
That's all you proved.
Stop over
You just
talking
proved
me.
language changes over time.
Your notion of woman, right, makes it
Change.
such that most humans don't know what a woman is.
For all of history, yeah.
Yeah, that's
But it changed.
stupid.
The word woman.
That's
Well, except that the
stupid.
woman. Well, no. The word woman changed over time. Of course it did. What are you talking about? Yeah, they pointed toward a
I'm not,
concept
sa-
of
did
what they
I,
thought
I'm,
women
not,
were.
I'm not making that claim. You're saying people thousands of years ago
They didn't know, again,
what a
my
woman
definition.
was.
Yeah, they didn't know what my definition is. But
Yeah,
what
your
their-
definition is useless.
It's not. It's what biologists use. What are you talking about, bro?
Look, the definition of a female in biology is useful for that context of doing biology, not for the social context.
I think it is too, because it's a good proxy.
Look,
If not,
okay,
and then if not,
okay.
wait, and
Do
if you're going to change,
tenure-
wait, hold on. If not, what is the definition that we should use? If not, what is that definition we should use?
Okay, well,
Define
if
it.
you want my
Please,
personal
define woman.
view, I'm not an essentialist about women. I don't think there are necessary and sufficient conditions for that
I
kind
do.
of thing.
Adult
What
human female.
I'm a kind of Wittgensteinian, right? Which means that, since you're so studied on philosophy, that
Yeah.
the meaning is fixed by the speaker and the
So it's
community
subjective.
of practitioners, language what's the
Sure.
phrase again? Right? It's
Linguistic.
not fixed by some ethereal definition of the dictionary or whatever, right?
Well, but we're pointing to a property that we now know is what the property is. So I think that's important, right? We have words for other adult adult species. Like for example, cows would be heifer and.
No, we're not moving on from this
well,
point, right? We're not.
I'm just saying, we have words. So if you're going to change the word,
Look, chat. I
offer
want
a
to talk to
definition.
chat. Chat. Here's what happened. He
Yeah,
knows he
please.
failed. He offered a definition of woman, right?
Yeah.
And he knows that most humans don't know what woman is under
Because
his
the word
definition.
changed over time. Of course it did.
Is that what my claim? This was not the question. The question. This is why you're a snake. The question was, have people's concept of woman changed? That was not the
Kind
question.
of.
The question was this: did people 500 years ago know what a woman was? You said fucking no.
Yeah,
which is-
my definition. The modern
your
definition.
definition would
The
imply
modern
that people
biological.
didn't know. Your definition implies that people didn't know that they were heterosexual. Right? To
Wait,
know that
what?
you're heterosexual, you have to know what a woman is.
Not as I think you could be attracted to the opposite sex. But for what they knew women to be back then, yeah, but it's changed. They evolve. Of course they do. What's new
Look, you
now?
understand that if they didn't know what a woman was, they can't know that they're heterosexual.
I guess back then, according to my definition, the modern
Yeah, according to your
Wait,
definition,
you're not
they
letting me
didn't know
finish.
that they were straight or gay or whatever.
Yeah, I guess they didn't truly know, but proxies worked well back then, and that's why we've evolved to be a very
Parker,
scientific,
yeah.
granular sense of the word.
Yeah, people want us to like move on.
Okay. No problem.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I
I appreciate it,
think if you're
Danielle,
gonna change
as always,
Yeah.
man.
Bye.
If you're
See you,
just
man.
going to change the meaning of a word, you have to have a logically sound way to put it. You can't just have no definition. And I know you think you do, Parker, but I don't. I just disagree.
I mean, well, he doesn't. You don't have to necessarily, but
I do. I think it's a politically relevant term like tax or citizen that you have to define very clearly. And if we have a definition already,
do you think there are irreducible terms?
I think so. In terms of politics, absolutely.
Can you define experience to me?
Define experience?
Yeah.
Like the word experience? What do you mean?
Yeah.
Define the word experience.
Oh my god.
Practical contact or like observation of facts and events?
Observation of facts and events.
Yeah, I mean that's how Oxford. I guess.
Sure, yeah.
And people can misuse words. I'm not saying that, but like we have to have a concrete definition of what these terms are. And experience, of course, is a very vague term. Tax, woman, citizen, not so much. We have certain properties.
Well, I mean, hold up. So, like, I mean, couldn't you say that they're similar within that respect, though? I don't want to, like, debate you on this. I'm just saying this one point.
I'm sorry, it's similar in what respect?
Never mind. I'll just let y'all go.
Okay.
Hi, Ahmad.
Hi, Haley. How's it going?
I'm screaming inside, but Parker finally got me up.
Hey, it's Wednesday.
So I want to start by saying, look, what Danny was saying was right. I think it was just going over your head a little bit. So we can break it down a little more simple if you like.
So can I just give my claim and explain? I honestly don't know how that was.
I've heard your claim. I mean, I've heard your claim.
What's relevant about that?
About what Danny said.
I didn't address my claim at all.
Okay, so let's go, because I understand that you're all about definitions and dictionary definitions and stuff. Cool. We can work. Sure, we can work with that, right? So your definition of a woman is adult human female, right?
Yeah,
according to the dictionary definitions. Yeah, cool. I can go with that.
Yeah.
What's the definition of a female? It's of or denoting the sex that can bear offspring, according to Oxford, which has been around since the 1800s. Do you agree with that?
Kind of. I think biologists use it. So, I mean, some people say some definitions have different words of sex because it's kind of a vague term. But I think biologists.
Right. I get it. But we're talking about dictionary. Hold up. We're talking about dictionary definitions, which is what you have been sticking to this whole time, right?
Not necessarily. I've been pointing out biological papers and peer-reviewed studies that have been around for like hundreds of years. Like again.
So has the Oxford Dictionary.
Okay, but sex, when biologists, it's a biological term that refers to the size of your gametes.
Hold up. I get it. I'm just asking you, do you agree with that? Of or denoting the sex that can bear offspring?
I kind of disagree with that because it has the function to bear offspring. Like some women are born without a uterus or ovaries and they can't bear, or like
Why do you disagree with that?
I'm explaining.
What about that? Oh yeah, but what about that specific definition?
I'm explaining. Okay, so not all that says they can. Not all women can. Like if you get too old as a woman, you're not going to be able to bear offspring, right?
Sure, I agree.
And that happens across most species. So it is of the function to have females are of the function to have eggs or large gametes. That's the biological definition.
They're of the nature, right? Typically.
Of the nature of the function. That bothers some people, but I mean that's literally in any biology.
Typically.
Yeah. Not typically. Okay. But more of the nature of both too.
Okay, so if we go by, of or denoting the sex to bear offspring, I'm going to use that, right? Because that's written in stone, basically. It's the gospel. It's the Oxford Dictionary.
I'd say gamete, because some species that sexually reproduce.
Okay, all right.
Well, they lay eggs.
So when we talk about, So when we talk about denoting, what does that mean, right? It means to signify or indicate towards something, right?
Yeah, I don't like this definition already, but yeah, sure.
You don't like? I mean, these are just dictionary definitions, and that's what you've been sticking to this whole time.
Right. Well, the dictionary definition,
especially when you said binary. Yeah. Well, you didn't mind sticking to the dictionary when you were talking about binary.
You'd have to give a different usage of the word binary that proves that it's used differently.
Sure, but Parker gave you that.
Yeah,
Parker gave you that.
Differently, but well, I'm sorry. What's up?
Parker gave you a different definition from yours.
Who
for binary? Parker. Sorry, it's my accent, maybe.
I don't think so. I don't think he gave me any different thing that contradicted what my definition was.
Well,
or of sex.
They were different. Your two definitions were different. That's what I'm saying.
No. It did not.
So if we talk about someone of or denoting the sex that can bear offspring, transsexual women meet that, right? We denote the sex that can bear offspring. We may not be of the sex.
I don't like this definition for sure.
Of course you don't, because it debunks what you've been saying.
Again, because this is not the biological view of sex. Sex literally just refers to your size of your gametes, and I can pull up other definitions that will say that. So if you want to play a definition game, it gets really it's not consistent at all. So you have to look at why we use the word.
So now it's not consistent.
Okay. Well, no. You can use dictionaries if you can prove that they are used. Sure. That's why they're used. I mean, some people use the word sex for chromosomes and stuff, but the uniting factor across all species that sexually reproduce that biologists use is literally the size of your gametes. That's
and
all
some people don't have gametes, right? So
right, of the function, right? If they get too old, if they have some abnormality or injury, of course, that's why it's of the function to produce larger gametes.
My argument
of the function.
My argument is that transsexual women meet the definition of woman and female. And what I found earlier was that, I mean, you both kind of got a little confused. Like, when Parker says trans women are women, right? He's not wrong. He's not wrong. And I think the problem that we have is that you were bringing up things like femboys who aren't trans.
Right.
If you're a femboy, you're not trans.
But they commit to certain traits and stuff that are typically associated with femininity, and that's part of his definition. They sure do commit to it. Huh?
It wasn't, but it wasn't the whole thing, right? It wasn't what he was, that's not what he's saying.
Right, that's not
Sure, they can put on a mini skirt, and some eyeliner, but they're still femboys.
Right, because their internal sense of gender, according to that's his definition. That the only part that mattered to him was that their internal sense of gender. All they're doing, they recognize that this is feminine clothing, or not female, but like womanly clothing, but they still have this internal sense of gender or commitment to being a man. So therefore, they are a man. So
I don't think
the only necessary thing to be a man is have this internal sense of commitment toward being a man.
No, but I think, but I think like femboys aren't trying, like, so trans women, they dedicate their lives to fit the binary, right?
Oh wait, I'm sorry, trans women do what?
We dedicate our lives, everything we do in our life to fit the binary, whether it be one way or the other.
Not all trans women. No.
Right, so that's when we come down to things like transvestite, transsexual, and transgender.
Well,
do you know the difference between all three?
Not really, I guess, but not all trans women do adhere to this.
Right, but all three of them are trans. But one of them's a cross-dresser, basically. A transvestite's a cross-dresser. So no, while they're trans, they're not going to fit that definition.
Because they don't identify internally.
Because they're not correct.
Right. So it seems like the only thing that needs to one or the other is the way which internally identify it, correct?
Well, I think the most consistent thing we can look at in science is the neurological side of things. Because they can differentiate whether someone's male, female, or trans just from their brain alone.
I don't think so, and I think a lot of gender
you don't?
A lot of gender philosophers and trans philosophers push back against medicalizing the term, and they just say I identify as that, and therefore I am. Because a lot of trans people don't get checked out by like a healthcare professional or any sort of thing. So they rather just say I am a woman because I identify or have this internal sense of gender and commitment to it. They don't have any sort of medical affirmation.
Yeah, that's fine. That's a transgender person, right?
Okay. So the only thing to be a woman,
but then we go to transsexuals.
Well,
then we go to transsexuals.
So that's important to point out. You just said that even if they don't get checked out by a medical professional,
they can still be trans.
Internal sense right? They could still be trans. They could still. But let's say an adult human male has this internal commitment, sense of gender as a woman. They don't get checked out by a healthcare. They don't feel any. It's not proven that their brain is female, whatever that means. They just have this internal sense of gender. A lot of people, including mainstream trans and gender philosophers, say, no, that's fine. That's all you need to be a woman, a trans woman, therefore a woman, because all trans women are women, is just have that internal sense of commitment. So therefore, the only necessary condition to be a woman is to simply truthfully identify as one. Does that make sense?
Well, I think as a transgender woman, yes. But as a transsexual, you need to go through steps to medically transition.
But transgender women are women is the claim.
They're still women.
Right. So the only necessary component to be a woman is just truthfully identify. That's my point. Right?
So you think that? So you're saying that transgender women just need to identify in order to be a woman? Is that
that's not what I'm saying? That's what people. I mean, I'm saying that, but that's what other people say. That's what tons of people say. Yeah, Parker's shaking his head, but I mean, like, look at any mainstream gender philosopher.
Okay, can you name one?
Woman, yeah. Here, one second.
See, but bro, that's not what my claim was, and that's what you're trying to say my claim was the whole time.
I'm sorry?
Yeah.
You were trying to say that was my claim the whole time when that was not my claim.
No.
It's going to be like the internal desires, right, in accordance with these particular notions, right? And what you were trying to do with your analogy is you're trying to essentially get rid of all of these ideas of any of commitments and act like that's some crazy view for me to hold when it just doesn't relate to it.
Yeah, what if
they didn't have the commitments? They don't fall under the view, right?
What if they don't
just saying that they can be committed to nothing?
Yeah, what if they don't act in accordance? What if they don't commit to any of those traits? Is my point, because there are trans women.
Then they don't fit the definition because they don't have a commitment.
So there are
correct. This is where hold up, sorry, this is where you brought up femboys, right?
Right, wait, that's at odds with trans women. That's at odds with a tons of so-called trans women who dress masculine, act masculine, are masculine every single way except they say they identify. Womanhood is defined internally. Womanhood is subjective. That is what. If you're denying that, you're denying like tons of mainstream philosophers, which I'm pulling up.
I've been trans for 22 years. Hold up. I've been trans for 22 years. I've seen many types of trans. I know 200 trans women personally. And I'm telling you now, I know what a trans woman is, and I know what a transgender woman is. I know what a transvestite is. You've explained all three and tried to correlate them together throughout this whole discussion. And they're different. We need to differentiate.
Right. You said that a trans woman could be somebody who merely identifies truthfully, internally only, as a woman. They don't have to dress a certain way. Right.
No, well, so I'm wearing a men's shirt right now. That doesn't mean anything.
So they don't have to dress or act any way. They just have to internally identify a certain way to be a woman.
Right? And act upon those, again.
No, but you just said they don't have to act.
You've got to
you just said they don't have to act.
No, I didn't say that. No, I didn't say that.
Okay, then please clarify what you mean, because I just said a woman.
So you still have to, but you still have to, like, if you're a trans woman, and great, if you identify as a trans woman, you've got to ask yourself: are you transgender? Are you transsexual? Are you transvestite? You have to differentiate that. Also, why not?
Because there's tons of trans women who state that they're a woman, and they're defended that they're a woman because they identify truthfully as a woman, and yet they don't have to dress or act in any certain way.
Yeah, and I'm just going to be honest. Sometimes they're not.
Well, sometimes
I'm just going to be honest. As a trans woman, I know that sometimes they're not.
Sometimes I don't know.
Sometimes they're not. Sometimes they're non-binary. Sometimes they detransition, and a detransitioner most of the time was never trans.
Have you heard of? Right? Yeah, sometimes that's like what isn't the stat you recite like 1% or 5% of detransitioners? Very rare. First of all, second of all, it's a very common statement to say trans women don't owe you femininity. They don't owe you to act in accordance with any feminine principles. But they have this internal sense of being in the wrong body, in being a woman. So therefore, they don't have to be. They don't have to act in any way except have this truthful internal sense of gender. It's
so much more than that. It's so much more than that. And as a trans woman, I know this.
What else?
All right.
And what else? Because according to
you're talking about psychologically, right?
You're denying the experience of hundreds of trans people that I've seen.
No, I'm not.
You are. No, you are.
No, I just don't think you're getting it. That's all.
No. I'm just saying.
It's actually very simple.
You're denying the experience of tons of trans people that I've seen online that say they don't owe you femininity in any way, any shape at all.
Sure, women don't owe femininity to no one. I get that. No one's denying that. Yeah, but no one's denying that. No one's denying it.
It seems like you were denying that too.
Oh, he's not. I don't think I heard him say women don't owe anyone femininity. I don't think he said that. Right?
His definition. Have to act on that, but that's exactly what they're saying. They don't have to act on that. That's what.
What would you say is acting? What would you say is acting upon something?
Acting, expressing it externally.
Just externally, like.
Yeah, that's acting.
Yeah, so yeah, sure. Like everything down to the way you speak, the way you talk.
You don't have to. I mean, that's what I consider. Parker says you could do one. Like Parker says you could just literally dress if you have this internal desire.
I'll defend the view.
Sure,
but
I'm sorry. What's up?
I can defend the view, or do you like?
Yeah, go Parker.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sure. So like again, it's in accordance with these particular notions. What you're trying to do within the analogies, you're trying to get rid of like the idea of that the internal desires are in accordance with these sort of ideas. You're saying if there's no sort of idea of femininity at all, right? They have no like internal desire in accordance with that, right? Then they would still be considered women, right? Yeah. So like there is no notion of what a woman is in terms of what their commitment is towards or what their desire is towards. So I mean, they completely like it's a vacuous sort of notion.
Well, it is, unless they say that I define what womanhood is. I define what and that's like literally. I'll read you again. Julie Bindel, Kathleen Stock, Helen Joyce. These are intellectual and political commentators of gender and philosophy. Gender and trans philosophy. They say, what is womanhood? It's for you to define. I mean, if you identify as a woman, that's why the self-ID view is so prominent right now. Because if you, that is the only.
You're jumping to too many things, right? People can have their own internal sense and definition is of what a woman is.
Right.
I'm not denying that when I make this definition.
That's
what I'm saying is that this is what is considered, right? It sounds like under that notion, right, they don't have a concept of what the desire is in accordance with. Right?
It's
just a desire to what?
To not be in the body that they have, or not be a different gender with them than what they are.
Yeah, and what is that?
Gender, I guess
it relates to these particular concepts. So again, you're trying to like evade that.
Not necessarily. Like a butch lesbian could be masculine, but if they want to identify like as a butch lesbian, and be very masculine. So that doesn't fit your.
You understand? It's not just expressing the character; it's the internal desire in accordance with these particular expectations or norms and whatnot.
See, this is what you're not understanding. The example I just gave does not does not follow in accordance to those. That's the example I'm giving. That's my point.
So they're not. They don't have a desire in accordance with these notions at all. Then they don't have the desire. They don't fit under the definition.
They have an internal desire.
Well, to what? Dude, you're not answering that question.
That's my point. But that's my point. They have an internal desire to be the different gender that they are.
Well, then again, what is that?
What is that? I guess that'd be a woman if you are a man, or a man if you are a woman.
Again, what is that?
That would be. It could be anything that they want, according to again.
So this
leaders
is, this
of
is
trans.
This is
wait, no. I'm saying this is. I'm literally reading. Grace Lavery, Helen Joyce, Julie Bindel, Kathleen Stock. They are.
Are you just going to name names? Can you just tell me? Can you answer the question?
Yeah. They say. I've answered it many times. Womanhood.
No, you haven't.
You. I did, and I will again. Womanhood.
You're saying that other people are going to have other definitions. I'm asking you what it means.
For me, I'm talking about what it means to other people. But if you want to ask me for me, it's womanhood is literally just the state of being a woman. So being an adult human female. You might have external social typical roles associated with that, but that's not what defines you. You're saying that is what defines you. I'm saying that's not what defines you to be a woman.
Okay.
No. Okay.
It might be technically associated with that, but that's not what defines what a woman is, right?
I know, but here we go again. Right. You're using a dictionary. You're using a dictionary definition of female. Woman, adult human female. I gave you the dictionary definition of a female, and then expanded on that, and you said, "Oh no, actually, it's not just dictionary."
Well, that's
and
not
stuff.
what biology.
But you have to be consistent.
That's not the biology.
You have to be consistent.
That's not biology's view of sex. So,
how do you know that that's the biological?
Because I read tons of
biologists.
Well,
yeah, but so did Danny, and Danny was proving you wrong too.
Just let me well, he wasn't. He was going on about the linguistic stuff. Sex, if you read any,
which is what you're doing.
Just let me finish for once, please. Sex is literally, if you read any biological textbook, is just the size of your gametes. That is how it's been defined for, I think, almost 200 years now. That is the defining factor across all sexually reproducing species of the function to produce a certain gamete. That is time, like paper after paper. That is how it's cited. That's how it's referenced. Maybe some people want to change that, like definition. Certain dictionaries want to change the definition a little bit, but that is if you look in biology.
Okay.
Any sort of reputable biology.
Sure.
That is what they're
so can you show me? Can you put up a screenshot or something that shows in your scientific studies the exact verbiage that you were using?
Sure. Ready? Hold on.
Yeah, I just want to see what you're talking about here.
Okay.
And again, bro, like that still is absolute and utter nonsense to say that that's a necessary and sufficient condition, because essentially what you're saying is that typically speaking, they have these characteristics. So you can't say it's necessary and sufficient if you're saying typical. Okay.
I'm not saying typical. I'm saying of the function. That's different than.
Yeah, that's essentially saying
no, that's
typical.
not. It's not.
Okay.
Of the function means.
Yes, it is.
No, it's really not. It's not. It might be typically, but it might be typically, but it is of the function.
Tell me what does of the function mean?
Of the function means produces in a healthy body and is designed to produce.
Yeah, so typically, there we go. That's exactly what I mean. Like, dude, don't try to walk yourself around it. You know exactly what it means.
No, that's not walking
play
around.
These games with me, bro.
Distinctly different than typically. Evolved to produce.
So typically speaking, they're going to have this because that's how you reconcile that. Like probably. They're evolved to do this, right? Probably, that's like descriptively, typically speaking, they have these characteristics. So again, all you're saying is typically. Stop trying to run around it.
It's typically, but that's
Thank you very much. So when you say it's necessary and sufficient, you can't say it's typical. That's a contradiction in terms, my guy.
I could say, but that's why I'm saying it is of the function.
Correct.
It is evolved to, designed to. That is the only way we can categorize stuff in technology, because there's
yes, but that's still a typical. That's still a typical. So you're saying typically they have large gains.
No. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why.
You're saying.
No, I'll tell you why it's different. Of the function implies it's not just typical. There's certain organs or certain design of the creature or the organism.
Yeah, so typically speaking, they have that due to these particular organs. That's exactly what you're saying.
That's true, but that doesn't mean the same as it is designed to be a certain way.
So give me the distinction.
So I'll give you an extinction. So typically,
design. Now you're implying that there's an intent behind the universe. So all you're saying is typically speaking, it has these characteristics. That's when you're saying design there.
I'm not saying there's like a
okay. So then you say typically speaking by design then.
Typically speaking, sure, by design, that works.
Thank you very much. You just said typical. Thank you.
You
just
added by design. Yeah, and you said by design.
Yeah.
So
no. You said by design, and I said what you meant by design was typical.
Oh no. I meant by like its function. It's evolved to do a certain thing. Which
how do you know that? How do you know that?
Wait. I'll give you an example here.
No. How do you know that? Answer my question.
How do I know what?
How do you know that it's evolved to be that way? Is it because typically speaking it is that way?
Biologically, we know that. Because
typically speaking, in biology, it is that way?
Evolutionary advantage conferred onto the offspring. That's
because typically speaking, it is that way?
Well, I'll give you an example in which it's not typical.
No. Typically speaking, it is that way?
I'll give you an example that is a counterexample. Ready? So what if there is a mass extinction event that only affected sperm that wasn't... sorry. Let's say males. There's males and females of a certain species. A mass extinction event wipes out all the males with sperm and all the females with eggs. So there's only the 0.001% of species that don't have that. It's now in this species, it would be typical not to have sperm and eggs, but that's not by function. That's not by design.
Wait, no, can you say that one more time? Sorry, I don't know what you're saying.
I'll give it. So there's a species, sexually reproducing species, so sperm and egg. Mass extinction, let's say an asteroid wipes out, and just by chance it wipes out all the organisms with sperm and eggs, so it only leaves like the 0.001% of organisms of the species that by abnormality don't have any eggs or sperm. You could still classify them probably by sexual organs as male or female, unless it's really, really hairy, which is, again, is super rare. But these now it's typical that the species has no sperm or eggs, but that's not of the function. So that's where of the function and typical would...
why is it not of the function?
Because that's not... Of the function refers to evolutionarily passed down. That's why. That's the difference.
Evolutionarily passed down.
Right, but I just gave you...
So then when you're looking at the evolutionary timeline... This is why it's typical. Because when you look at the evolutionary timeline, you say that the majority of them function this way, and this is how it was able to be passed down.
Yeah.
That's not you saying that this applies to everything, because this only applies to particular individuals, not all. Thank you, Stacey, up your description. This is why it doesn't make sense. It absolutely is typical.
Of the function applies to all species. Yeah, that's what DNA encodes that. The only way we can reproduce is through instructions that give you the function to do certain things. Yeah, of course.
But also you still haven't answered how trans women don't meet the definition of female, right?
Define woman. I'll tell you why.
I already did. Actually, three people have.
I know. Well, no, Danny did not. But you can do it if you would like.
Okay, I'll give you the Matt Walsh answer you want. Adult human female.
So trans women are not women under this view, under this definition.
Why?
Because not all trans women are adult human femals. So
but some are. So trans women, the statement trans women.
That's what I'm proving. I'm proving.
Well, by your statement, trans women. No, you didn't say all trans women.
I did.
You said trans women don't meet that definition.
I said not all trans women meet.
You just said it right now.
Talking about.
No.
Oh, wait, hold on. That's what we're talking about when we say trans women, right? Unless you're.
So do I meet the definition?
I'm sorry.
No. What do you mean? I've just explained to you the three types of trans people, right?
I'm trying to explain. I would like to explain. So,
okay,
what I mean, if you're going to define a word, it has to include all, unless it's written into the word like typical or something, which usually isn't a very
or denoting.
That's usually not. Yeah, it depends. But usually not a really meaningful definition. Usually definitions point to linguistics, I guess.
Linguistics says that it's a valid word.
If it's a vague definition that has a lot of exceptions, that's not a good definition. The definition needs to be as concrete as possible and categorized as distinctly as possible.
But if that definition includes a more people, then why is it not valid?
Because it doesn't include every person under that definition, and that matters when you're defining a word.
Well, sure. Example, there's many words. Yeah, there's many words that don't include absolutely everyone. But that's
sure.
You know,
but
there's many.
Most, but we're talking about a word that has a definition, and if you want to explain the definition,
what is a woman to you? I want to ask, what is a woman to you?
Yeah, adult human female.
Okay, and so I heard you say earlier that it goes back to gametes, right?
Yes, that's what biologists.
So what if a woman is born with no gametes, which has happened?
Yeah,
are they still female?
Of the function to produce gametes. So if they still have sexual reproductive.
So every human is typically of the function to produce gametes, whether it be large or small.
Yeah.
So that's right.
Unless you're born without any sexual parts, and this has happened so rarely.
But they would be of the nature.
Wait, can I finish? This has happened like kind of. It gets a little gray, but that's why there's a paper right now being written right now about a woman with Swyer syndrome, and there's like hardly any reproductive parts there. It's really hairy. Like it's not easy to identify what the function would be. Wait, just let me finish. So yeah, there's a whole philosophical paper that's going to probably be published in an academic journal about literally classifying this person as a woman or a man, a male or a female. But that doesn't take away that there are male and females.
Wait, isn't binary unambiguous?
Binary, like I said, you don't need to answer the question of if
binary has no exceptions. Do you know what that means in science? A binary has no exceptions.
Well, we've been over this argument, Parker and I.
Right. I heard, but a binary, something that's binary.
Yeah. So
hold on.
Very well. Wait, can I talk? Yeah, I'll tell you. So it could be very well that this person doesn't have sex because they literally have no reproductive parts at all, and there's no function there, and that's so rare. That's an academic journal type. So yeah, that's still binary.
Sure, but this is why we include language. This is why we include language like denoting to include them.
I know, but that's why. But this person really had no sexual reproductive parts at all, like internally, no organs, and the person with Swyer syndrome. They consider themselves, I believe, a woman.
Sure, but that's when we look at other things, right? Like neurologically speaking, we look at their brain sex. Right. We look at multiple things, and then we can still say that they're women and females regardless of gametes, which is why your gamete statement is flawed.
No. They did. Their hormones, I believe, were all out of whack. Literally, hardly any sexual reproductive parts, or some of both, where it's really hard to tell which one, what would it lean more toward the functional. Therefore,
who are you talking about?
I'm telling you, this person with Swyer syndrome had
who?
I think hardly any reproductive. I'll tell you, hardly any reproductive parts. But they also had some male characteristics, some female characteristics. Very ambiguous. It was so hard to tell that this is literally the first time it's being used in an academic journal as an example of somebody to classify as male or female. Whether they classify it male, female, the person as male, female, both or none, it doesn't take away that sex is binary. It does not. And this is the debate that Parker and I already have gone over.
Yeah, okay, but what I'm saying is, first of all, I don't necessarily disagree with the binary thing. I think, sure, in some respect, but trans women still fit that binary, and I'm still yet to hear how we don't.
All right, so if you define adult human female as a woman, not all trans women are adult human females. In fact, that leaves out most.
Oh my gosh! Oh my God! It's like going around in circles with you. It's circular.
That leaves out. I don't know what's circular about that. It leaves. You just asked me to define it. So under that definition.
Because this whole conversation, you've been saying the same thing.
You asked me.
But every time someone gives you every time someone gives you something that sort of not debunks, but challenges that. You deny it and then go back to it 10 minutes later.
It's called arguing, right? It's called debating. Yeah.
But you haven't brought anything. You haven't brought anything to the table.
But people want to change the ordinary definition of adult human female, and I'm saying if you're going to change it, fine. Language can change. What is the definition that makes it so that all trans women are women? What is that definition?
Well, that's not going to happen because, hold up, that won't happen because then you'll have to include transvestites and drag queens, which actually fall under the trans umbrella. They won't meet that, but transgender and transsexual will.
Yeah, not all trans women. There's no definition.
This is why we have to differentiate. This is why we have to differentiate between transvestites, transgender, transsexual, because those transsexuals and transgender can meet that, right? That definition. Transvestites will not. I know you don't think so.
Under your Oxford under your Oxford dictionary definition of female, maybe if you're using denote in like the most ambiguous, vague way possible. But if you're using the actual ordinary sense of the term sex and of what it means to be a female, that's been I don't know, agreed upon by biologists for like almost 200 years. Yeah, I think that then you can't define women as trans women as adult human females. Yeah, no.
Can you show me some studies that prove that of a transsexual women do not meet that?
I don't have to show studies. It's a philosophical problem.
Well, I can. I mean, I can, and I expect you would too.
No,
if you're coming into this debate with this topic, even though I think it was about Trump in the start, so I'm a bit like, how did we get here?
I shoehorned it in. Yeah.
Yeah, and didn't even engage with any of it, right? So like, come on, bro.
Yeah.
Like, I actually like I literally. It's like no, I've explained things to you, and over again, you've literally
given me the definition.
So you complained like this entire time about not letting people letting you speak, and then immediately when I start speaking, what happens?
You're right. I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, so throughout the entire conversation, I've given you an explanation for why these things are a particular way, and instead of actually understanding what I'm explaining or trying to understand, you've said the same thing over and over again while I've given responses to those things. Right?
I don't think
even in the conversation.
Sorry, I thought you were done. Go ahead.
Did I stop?
You did for a second.
Really?
I was a little excited.
I'm confused when I stopped.
I was a little excited. You took a breath. My bad.
No, I'll let you go, man. Like, did you even know what I said? Can you tell me what I said?
Yeah, you're saying that I'm not responding to anything you said. You've given me, I guess you disprove everything I said. And I just don't think you have. I don't think any definition you gave me proves that all trans women are women. It's a simple
I gave you a definition.
I disagree.
Right? Because trans women, in order to be a trans woman, you have to be a woman and biologically male, right? Under that definition, right? It's very clear here that every single trans woman would be a woman. It's just the people that you'd be referencing, if they don't have any types of commitments, wouldn't be a trans woman.
What is a woman? Here we go, all around again. Like, what is a woman then?
An adult human person. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, can I just say the Merriam-Webster's dictionary version of actually fits what you're saying even more. I mean, what I'm saying even more, right? In terms of the game. Do you want me to pull it up?
Sure, yeah.
Of female, right? Hold up. I won't be a second.
I mean, I'm going based off of like how it's referenced in biological
so
studies.
Let me reference. So like an adult human person that is committed towards biology that's typically associated with females, roles and expectations that are typically associated with. And he also went over it, like you could just say norms, roles and expectations, right? Because the biology part is just going to be another role or expectation. I could probably shorten it within that respect. But like again, you have misunderstood what the commitments are in accordance to. You brought up hypotheticals in which posit they have an internal desire to nothing. Right? That's not anything that demonstrates anything conceptually.
They have an internal. Sorry, yeah.
No, okay, go for it, man.
Well, I know you said that. So I'm just saying they have an internal desire to be female. They have an internal identity as a woman. What does that mean? Well, that's why I'm saying that's
what you were saying. I gave particular things you can relate to. That's what you were saying, right? And I'm asking you to clarify what that meant.
Right. So you gave particular things where, so if
in the hypothetical.
Right. So you gave me all of those, and then I'm saying if there's a trans woman, or in other words, an adult human male who identifies as a woman truthfully, internally, that doesn't do any of those things, you're saying that
do any of what things? Have any commitments?
Right, external commitments, just internal.
Okay, so so external commitments means like they engage in behavior.
Right, they engage in the typical behaviors. Right.
Okay, so internal commitments are like I have a desire in accordance with fulfilling these particular external commitments, right?
It could be internal. Why can't it be internal?
Did you hear what I just said? What did I just say?
In accordance to external commitments.
Yeah. So do you hear what I'm saying there?
Yeah.
So it's still in accordance with that notion, is it not?
As long as they have the internal commitment?
In accordance with those notions.
Yeah, again, what if they don't want to be in accordance with like typical female, feminine, I guess female for you, but feminine notions.
So no norms, zero norms.
Right, like a butch lesbian, yeah.
That's not someone that has zero norms.
At first they did, right? They were going against any feminine norms. Yeah. So you're saying at the beginning of butch lesbian stereotypes and culture and fashion,
you're saying against every single norm.
Well, they cut their hair. They talk to the.
But is that every single norm?
I'm going through every norm. You tell me which ones I'm missing. They cut their hair. They got masculine.
No. I want you to tell me where it says every single norm. Right, at least traditionally, historically speaking. I'd love to see the particular source that you're referencing. Yeah,
I'm just saying, like a hypothetical. There's a butch.
No. You said historically, so I'm asking you what.
No. So my point, what I meant by historically is that if you're saying that they have to be a woman, they have to act on these things from a place of.
They have to have a commitment.
Right.
Yeah.
Commitment externally.
No. Commitment. You could say an internal commitment about these external acts, right? About these particular things.
Yeah, and I'm saying there are butch lesbians that didn't have this commitment to external acts of being feminine.
Yeah. Okay. Give me a single reference.
Right.
Appreciate it, Jax. Thank you.
There's been butch women. Again, I'll go through the list. They act masculine, meaning they talk with a deeper voice.
No, I want a reference. I don't want you to say anything. I want a reference.
You can't think of
No. I want a reference.
Well,
I want a reference.
No, I don't need a reference because this is a hypothetical that follows from your definition. I don't need a reference. I'm
asking for a reference right now. I'm asking you. Do you not have a reference?
It doesn't matter
because you're saying historically speaking this has happened. I'm asking you. Give me the reference in which there was absolutely zero.
Single trans woman.
Give me a single one. Historically,
I don't think I can name a butch lesbian.
No. Go find it. I'll give you time to go find it.
I don't
on the
think
internet.
I need to because again.
No, I'm asking for it. Can you not find one?
Possible. Wait, just listen. I'm coming up with a counterexample that's possible, and to say that.
I don't think it is. I don't think because if you're saying that they don't have any commitments, so under my view, it's not. So they don't fit under the definition.
Let me just get this right.
You're saying that all butch lesbians, historically speaking, right, were against every single norm. No norms were at all engaged in. Wait, no, that's what you were saying, dude.
I said there has to be one. It's a hypothetical, a counterexample that probably did happen with at least one. There's a butch
under that notion would just be that they just wouldn't be fitting under the definition. But you were saying that we were not accepting hundreds of people that right, don't fit these characteristics.
There's trans women like that. Yeah, absolutely. It's so much so that it's a saying on the left: trans women don't owe you femininity. Trans women.
That is completely distinct from the fact that they have commitments towards these.
But how so? They don't owe you any femininity. How so?
That means that they don't owe it to another individual.
In terms that they don't express it. That's what I mean by that, obviously.
In terms of they don't have internal desires in accordance with expressing those things?
They don't have to owe you femininity. That's what they mean by that, yeah.
No, can you show me?
Yeah, I'm looking at
it. There's a butch lesbian on TikTok called Paige Dumas. Now, she phenotypically and everything about she actually looks like a hot guy, right? I'm just being honest. She's got the beard and everything, muscles. Hold up. But she identifies. She's not trans at all. She's a cis woman. The only reason she looks that way is because of her. She bodybuilds and stuff, right? But she's still a woman.
Still a woman. Oh wait, I'm sorry. Yeah, so she's still a woman even though she bodybuilds. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, she rejects. Rejects every feminine norm.
No, but what I'm saying is she. Like even though she typically looks a certain way, she's not trans, right? And she doesn't identify as trans. Parker's saying if you're trans and you put in that effort, or like whether it be internal, external, whatever, and you are trans, then you're trans, right? But what you were saying before just didn't match.
What I'm saying before doesn't match.
Didn't match. It didn't match, yeah. This whole conversation actually hasn't matched. You've been contradicting yourself this whole conversation. I've been here for a while.
I really don't see that. Tons of trans women.
I know you don't.
Because what Parker's purporting is a social role theory that's backed by a self-ID. Like it's 2 in 1. Yeah, it seems like that, Parker. If not, please explain why.
Dude, like he's just saying like it's a combination or something. Like literally, can you just give me a single site for this? I'm asking for it.
Yeah, wait. Sorry, a site for a.
Just one.
Yeah, right. Just one.
For the trans women that say I don't owe you. Feminine.
No. That means that not that it's like, oh, I don't have to express it to you to show you what these characteristics are, right? But instead that they have absolutely zero of those characteristics.
Yeah, like external characteristics, right?
Internal desires towards like these external states.
Well,
right? Because there are people that don't. What's that?
They say they have these internal
desires, or truthful internal desires about these external states.
What if they find a t-shirt and jeans to be feminine, but it's like male t-shirt and jeans? What if they find that feminine?
Say that again.
What if a trans woman finds, like, okay, I'll even make it more masculine. A trans woman wears masculine clothes, but they define that to themselves to be feminine. Because again, what is femininity? I'll ask you, what is femininity?
Femininity is descriptive.
Right. Oh, thank you. Right. So it's not really one thing.
We're talking about norms, right?
Well, norms, I mean, that's what feminism has been aiming to break. There is no norms with femininity. A lot of gender and trans philosophers will argue that femininity is to be rewritten for whatever to be taken away from what men define it to be, and to be anything women what anything women define it to be.
Yeah, so that there's no definition there.
Right, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
That's not relating to anything I'm saying here. Like, that doesn't respond to anything I've said. No, literally nothing.
Saying, what if they act on it by saying, I'm wearing basketball shorts and a tank top, and that's, I guess, right, what masculine and what is stereotypical.
By the way, the point is that they have internal desires towards these states. So you're saying that they have no desire for their body to look a particular way that's typically associated with female sex.
They love.
They do. Okay, boom. There we go.
Definition. Yeah, they do. They think what they think that.
Nailed it, Parker.
Yeah, you just agreed that it fit the definition, and I've been saying that same line since the very beginning. So all you've done here is just misunderstand my
view. They want their body to look a certain
view.
way that's not stereotypically feminine. That's what I was gonna say.
Oh, okay. So you mean, like, what's the social norm about what's considered feminine, like typically feminine? So you like something that you just didn't respond to my view. Then you just misunderstood what I said then, because I said typically associated with the female sex, and so you just completely changed it, and now it's not typically associated with the female sex.
So if they're wearing something that's not typically associated with the female sex,
no. I said they want their body to look a particular way that's typically associated with the female sex.
What if they, again, some trans women don't want that. They don't get surgery because they don't want to. They think their male reproductive parts are just fine, and it's just as
I'm asking if it's one's. I'm just asking one part, right? Mm-hmm. So are you saying that they have none of these commitments? They have none, whether it be the clothes, whether it be like what the body to look like, the types of personality, the ways they present themselves, everything. Nothing of that exists.
Yeah, none of the.
So what is the commitment in accordance with? I don't hear a single thing.
Their internal sense of gender, their internal sense of femininity.
And what is that?
It could be identifying with butch lesbians, I guess. What they wear masculine clothes.
You understand butch? Yeah, that doesn't mean that they have no feminine characteristic.
That some butch lesbians could have feminine characteristic.
That doesn't mean that they don't have an internal desire towards those notions.
They could, though. What if they did?
What do you mean they could? What do you think?
There's a lot of what ifs going on.
Right. What if this trans woman did have internal desire to replicate masculine characteristics as seen on butch lesbians, which would be women?
No,
Parker,
so they don't have any.
Dean?
So it's not traditional. It's not stereotypically feminine.
So do you want me to actually like be able to respond, my guy?
Yeah.
So is the internal desire isn't in accordance with anything that is typically associated with either sex?
It's. So butch lesbian.
So it's not a feminine or a masculine characteristic then?
I guess so.
So they don't have a commitment towards any feminine or masculine characteristic?
They would consider butch lesbians to be feminine. Because what?
So I'm saying, feminine or masculine. Feminine is typically associated with this.
Feminine is typically associated with what?
That's what it means. Typically associated with the female sex.
Typically.
That's what's always going to relate to.
But not always.
What do you mean not always? What do you think? Typically, yeah.
So I'm trying to think, like, what? So does it change based on what they wear? Like, does their gender change based on what they wear? According to you, it does.
Again, we're talking about the internal desire in accordance with this.
Internal, right? In accordance. So if they don't
in accordance with this norm, if it's not categorized as a norm, it's not a masculine or feminine characteristic.
You're saying as soon as they break a norm, that they're not trans women anymore.
Are they a norm? Is it a norm? Is the thing that you're referencing, the commitment they have in accordance to, is that a norm?
Let's say it is a norm.
Okay, so then they fit under that particular norm.
No, let's say, I'm sorry, you misunderstood me. Let's say they break a norm. It's a feminine norm. They wear, I don't know, basketball shorts for a day. Are they just not a woman that day?
So it's not a masculine or feminine characteristic?
No, it's a masculine. I mean, I would consider basketball, like baggy basketball shorts, to be pretty masculine.
But they're not engaging in it with the internal desire in accordance with that. So
they are.
They don't have it, not in accordance with it being masculine, right?
But who cares if it's, what if they don't care that it's masculine? They think, they make it feel
No, because again, the reference is that it's for a particular identity, right?
Right. So
That's the
according
express
to you,
purpose
when
within
a
the
trans
action.
woman wears basketball shorts for one day, they are no longer a woman.
No, dude, what? You're not listening to me at all. Right? It's based on their internal desires in accordance with these external states. Whether or not they're wearing something, right, won't necessarily determine it. It's again having those particular desires in accordance with these states.
Yeah. What if they're not?
They work in tandem. They work in tandem.
Right. My entire point. I mean, what do you not understand? They are not in accordance with the external state.
That's what
the point.
So then they don't have the commitment.
Right.
So you're just literally describing a scenario in which an individual doesn't have commitments towards anything.
No. I'm
right. So if they don't have any commitments, they're non-binary.
But you're explaining commitment in terms of what they wear. That's again social role. That is you're literally saying that if they don't wear the typical.
He's not. He just doesn't understand. He just doesn't understand what I'm saying.
No, I'm saying
like it's like I've just dude, RM. I've literally described the same thing to you over and over again. There's nothing that we're getting from this conversation. Like literally,
three people have,
one novel example. I'll give you one novel example that I haven't used. I've never used.
I'm going to drop Parker.
For sure.
Okay.
I got
Thank you, Haley.
Thank you so much, Parker.
Thank you.
For sure.
See ya.
Bye, Haley.
Dean holds a neurobiology. Peace out, Haley. Appreciate you coming on. Dean,
so I'll give you
Dean
one
has
novel.
like a neurobiology you wanted to.
Okay, dope. I was just gonna give you one novel example that I haven't before. Whoa, Giga. No, dude, it's your cheekbones are nice. I appreciate it. I'm just giving you one novel example, Parker, when you're done. And Dean, maybe you could listen. I don't know how long you've been listening, but let's say there's a trans woman who lives in accordance with oh my gosh, so many words. They live in accordance with the typically feminine traits, such as dressing in a dress every day. They want their body to, actually, no. The only thing they live in accordance with is dressing like in a dress. But they don't have any other principles that they want to live in accordance with. But one day they go to play basketball and they break that accordance by dressing in masculine clothes. Are they not a woman for that day?
No. The in accordance is based upon the desire that they have. So it's a desire in accordance with this external state. What you're misunderstanding is that when they change the external state, that somehow changes the desire, which is not true. So the desire is in accordance with the external state. External state changes does not mean that the desire changed. So again, this is just a misunderstanding of the view.
But it's not in accordance according to you, because they're not. It's not feminine clothing. Right? Is how, or because you said that it has to be feminine.
No. They don't have to wear it every single day. It's the desire in accordance with that external state.
What if they want to desire it but not wear it? I think you could desire something without adhering to any sort of external stereotypes or states. I absolutely
like you mean like wearing it.
Yeah, like you don't have
to wear it at the moment. I've already gone over this. Yeah. You don't have to wear it at the moment in order to do it. Like people prior to like being able to come out, they're still trans within that notion, right? Because they have a desire towards this external state.
Because they have but they don't have to wear
desire
it.
Towards this external state. What does that mean?
A desire towards this external state.
Doesn't mean that they currently possess that. That means that they desire in accordance with that.
And this desire is typically feminine, so they have to desire to look typically feminine, have an external state of typically feminine. Sorry, Dean.
That would be one part, right?
Ooh, man, I don't think you're great. What's up, Dean?
You mind if I offer an alternative perspective on this issue, Parker?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay with you.
Appreciate
All right. Well, let's talk about it. So I've been listening. I've been listening for quite a while. I want to say maybe 40 minutes now.
Wow, I feel like
I've been contemplating what the best way would be to really get through to you. I mean, pure contemplation here.
Parker.
I think the best question I could use as an opener is what must necessarily be true, or what qualities does a trans woman possess in order for her to be considered a woman?
That's what I've been asking this entire conversation. Thank you, Dean. For me? That's for me? Oh, yeah. For me, I don't think that they must be able to be of the nature to produce female gametes, which they cannot do. So therefore, they are not women.
Okay, so of the nature to produce female gametes. We're going to start out with a few questions. You may be like, well, I already kind of stated a few of these things, but it's going to be a build-up, right? So swires, what happens? They produce like gametes. They don't have, in severe cases, don't have any part of the reproductive system.
So that's, I actually brought this up. There is an academic, a research paper being published in an academic journal. I forget if it's like philosophical, or I think it's philosophical, about this exact case where a person with Swyer syndrome particularly doesn't have any, so it's so messed up, like they don't have hardly any reproductive parts. So it's hard to tell what the function of it was. I believe that person considers themselves a woman because there's some feminine traits, but there's also some masculine traits, especially in the reproductive area. It's so hard to determine that they're writing an academic paper on this. But I don't think, again, I'm almost finished. I don't think that takes away from the binary of the function. You could have one property to produce male gametes, you have the other property to produce female gametes, or you could have both properties or none. That is still a binary system.
Okay, sounds good. So when we talk about sex, when we go ahead.
Parker doesn't think that's binary. He defines binary as only being able to be one or the other, meaning like you can't have, because you can have both properties or none of the properties. Those are other options that make the system non-binary. And I'm saying no, a binary means you just have two properties, and you even being able to have both still means or none still means the system is binary.
So I agree with Parker. Am I going to debate that with you? I'm not going to debate that with you.
Okay, that's fine.
Would you be willing to admit that there'd be ambiguity within your definition of a female or a woman, regardless of if that ambiguity matters?
Ambiguity in female? No. I think gametes are really, unless there's some novel gamete that's kind of ambiguous that I've never seen. No. I think
you must have got a call.
Yeah.
Did you get a call, Dean?
I did. Get a call.
You're good.
Yeah, I did. Okay, yeah. So I didn't hear your answer. Concise, please.
My answer is no. There should be no ambiguity because gametes are sperm or eggs. Yeah, or larger. Not necessarily sperm or eggs, but larger or smaller. Yes.
So the ambiguity I'm specifically referring to would be the fact that there would be individuals that walk this earth, such as ones with Swyer syndrome, in which you would not be able to classify, and you seem to have admitted.
I can explain why. Again, this is a binary system. They don't have either property, so they are neither male. If there truly is no way to tell what the function of the reproductive system would be, which is extremely, extremely rare, like I just explained, then they would neither be male, that doesn't defeat the binary. He's popping.
He's getting calls.
Tonight.
Yeah.
Jeez.
You good, bro?
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, okay. Yeah, I'm good. Okay, so I was kind of hoping that you'd be willing to admit that there's ambiguity, but you don't see it. That's fine.
There's no ambiguity.
We'll move on. So I take a stance that also has no ambiguity, right? So when we talk about what it means to be trans and how being trans would occur, what we're talking about is a misconjunction between the deterministic factors of sex. Do you know what the deterministic factors of sex are?
Gametes. It's the biological determinants. Yeah. Across all species that sexually reproduce. Yeah, Parker. It is.
No, that's what you were doing, bro.
I know. I just felt like I should show my face.
So when we're talking about
that is literally the defining factor. Yeah.
This is funny. So when we're talking about 8 weeks gestation in womb, like the determinants of sex, we're talking about 5. So the first is going to be chromosomes. Okay, so let me speak. Thank you. The next is going to be activation, inactivation, presence of or absence of the SRY gene. The third one is going to be hormone configuration. The fourth one is going to be hormone function. And then the fifth one is going to be neurology. And it's these factors and how they correlate to one another, and especially with the activation or inactivation of the SRY gene at 8 weeks gestation, where sex is determined, right? And when you talk about gametes, these are so obviously not a deterministic factor of sex. These would be like what's the word here? A dependent factor of sex. This is an outcome of sex. So how like these 5 deterministic factors of sex to do with chromosomes, SRY, hormone function and configuration, and neurology, these decide how big or small your gametes are. This is what decides what phenotypical sex traits you have. This is what decides your anatomy, your bone density, your muscle density, how high or low your voice is, etc. Right? And so this is so blatantly obvious. And what in a trans individual for them to occur within the world is going to be a discrepancy between the 5 deterministic factors of sex. And the most common one that we see is going to be the neurology aspect. And, the justification for my claim, because I must justify myself empirically, would be the simple fact that studies have been done by the Netherlands Institute for Brain Research, the Center for Neurodoctrine Studies by the University of Pittsburgh, and the Center for Neurodoctrine Studies by the University of Massachusetts that show there does exist a quote-unquote male brain and a quote-unquote female brain. And the differences that exist within these brains, specifically on the topic of gender identity, fall down to the BNST terminalis of the hypothalamus and the density of neurons and the density of gray matter in the left putamen. Now, this is complex neuroscience, I understand. Hopefully you understand the words I'm saying. But the line is that trans women exhibit the female brain and trans men exhibit the male brain. And the exhibit of this says that they have, the one of the 5 deterministic factors of sex of the other sex.
Can you point me in that, first of all, can you point me in that study, please? What's the name of it?
Oh yeah, I have like 5 studies. Do you want the DOIs?
What makes a female brain and male brain?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, like, how do you want me to send them to you? I mean, I
got a computer. If you like, just I guess like what the title is. I guess I don't know.
So, are you going to sit here and like read and refute the evidence?
No.
Or do you
I just like to
be true and give me your feedback.
Well, I'll give you your feedback too. So I just want to look them up later. I wasn't going to read them now. No, I think when people use the term sex, it's some vague. Some people use it in humans in the sense of, like you said, the 5 defining factors like chromosomes and among other characteristics that usually follow. But that is not what sex in the biological deterministic view means. It is literally the size of your gametes. Across all species that sexually reproduce, it is of the function to produce a certain gamete.
No, you're like unequivocally wrong. Like that's actually just misinformation.
I mean, here, I'll got 3 sources that prove you wrong.
No, this isn't what determines sex. Like the gametes.
Really? Oxford Academic Journal, males and females are a fundamental aspect of human reproduction. Procreation is perfectly possible without this division. So it says males.
There's a miscommunication in the conversation. I identified it. So you're thank you for the cowboy hat. I appreciate it. Dean is saying that like there are these particular biological states that through development lead to the sex existing in a particular way, and you're defining it, RM, as sex is this, and we can tell that it is this way by looking at this characteristic that's already has been developed, right?
Yeah, and just because in humans it develops.
Dean, is that you're saying? You're saying that like it determines it? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, in humans it might develop this way, not across all species. That's not the defining factor across all species. In fact, in academic.oep, Oxford Academic Journal, this is it says biologically males are defined as the sex that produces smaller gametes, implying that the male and female sexes only exist in species with gamete dimorphism. So that's first of all 1 of 3, and that's just literally on the front page, on the first page that I found. Another one, I guess, here we go, gamete competition, evolution. This is another one in Oxford Academic. No, that's the same one I just pulled up.
Wait a minute, like, what are you debating? So you're like...
No, my point is, you're trying to say that, like, I think you're trying to say that, like, there's other factors of sex besides just gamete. That's not true. That is just absolutely not true.
That's not what I'm saying at all. So I understand that you're quite defensive. You're in an argumentative mood, but like listen.
I've been going for 4 hours. You have to.
So no. This is. I'm talking about what determines your sex. I'm talking about what determines the size of your gametes.
Oh.
I'm talking about what you pee out of, right? Or what determines what you pee out of, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking about what determines other physicalities that are associated by sex. I'm talking about what determines the physicalities and the structure of your brain. And for you to say no, you're wrong. All that matters is the size of your gametes. You're saying that the size of the gametes is what determines, if they're male or female.
That is exactly what it is.
The size of the gametes is the deterministic traits of sex.
Not across. Mm-hmm. That's not consistent across all species, right? That's not the definition of what a male is, though, right?
No. This is. So again.
Tell me.
No, what is consistent across all species that give birth through the womb is that in some period of this gestation there will be an activation or an inactivation of a gene like the SRY alongside hormone configuration, function, and then a chromosomal structure that will determine what kind of if they have ovaries, testes, the size of their gametes, etc. This is fact.
So, sorry. So what about species that reproduce sexually that we still use the terms male and female that don't have a womb? Because that's the defining factor across all species.
I'm unfamiliar.
I don't know, like eels that lay eggs on the ground, and then the male eels come across with sperm in clouds and fertilize it that way. Any other, like they lay eggs. Let's see, there's plants even that have male and female like angiosperms and I forget the other part. It's larger gametes, smaller gametes. That is the determining factor across all species.
Again, I don't think you're not understanding me at all.
But how would you define male is my point. I'm just trying to understand what you're debunking. Like I said, male is of the nature to produce smaller gametes. What issue do you have with that statement?
I don't have any issue. I just think it's ambiguity. It's sorry. I was looking up. One second. So actually, yes. So eels and other animals that lay eggs, their sex is determined in the same system that humans would be. So I'm looking at this right now. So we could go to like in chickens, like they have different chromosomal structures. Like humans use XY, birds use ZW. Yeah.
What does this prove?
There's ZZ and ZW, right? But like at the end of the day, there is like a gene. In humans, it's SRY. In chickens, it's DMRT1 that will activate or inactivate at some point through the gestational period, of the given animal that will determine if it is a male or a female and will determine if it has large or small gametes. I don't understand if you know quite what I'm saying.
I don't know what the point of that is.
What's the point of it, right? So are you willing to accept that there's traits that determine if you produce large or small gametes?
Yeah, but that's not ambiguous. But yeah, there are, yeah, sure.
Yeah, so these traits, would you agree that they would go down to like the 5 deterministic factors of sex that I
Not necessarily, not across all species, no.
How about in humans? Because we're talking about
humans. No, I think one of them hormones or chromosomes?
I actually said both of those, right?
Yeah. So no, hormones are easily, I wouldn't agree because hormones are easily manipulated. You could be like the most masculine man on earth and have sperm and yet have testosterone lower than a female. Like, I disagree.
Hormones here. We're talking about like FSH. We're not talking about your general like...
Even FSH manipulate that.
So like, I don't understand like quite what you're saying. Like this is how like the things are
It's
developed.
not what defines man and woman. That's my point. It's not... It might determine. It's not what defines it. It might typically be associated with it.
Accept what I'm saying. It's what determines it, and that's all I'm arguing for.
Okay, so there might be certain pathways that I'd have to read up. There might be certain pathways that lead to what kind of gametes you use. Sure.
Okay, so those certain pathways, as I already told you, are chromosomes, hormone configuration, hormone function, activation and inactivation of the SRY gene in your neurology, right? So these are the 5 factors. And what happens in a typical male, like me, like you, like Parker, is all 5 of these factors are in alignment, right?
In alignment. In a male, all that's in alignment is the gametes. But sure.
Those 5 deterministic factors are what would determine that, right? So what happens within a trans person, right, is they have an incongruence between these, particularly an incongruence between the neurology, which is the 5th deterministic factor of sex, and the other 4, right? So what is this?
Wait. So neurology is way downstream of anything you just talked about, is it not? Like neurology happens like months later. The formation of the brain is way later, is it not?
No, it starts at 8 weeks.
It starts at 8 weeks. But the neurological traits.
6 weeks.
Yeah, but the neurological your traits. Can you prove that those neurological traits are there at 8 weeks?
The dendrites, the structure of the neurons.
Okay.
Okay, cool. So now that we've agreed on this, so now I'm going to tell you what happens in a trans person, right? So a trans person is an individual that is like, let's say chromosomally male, right? So this is one of the factors. Hormonally male. These are, two of the factors. And then, what was the other one besides neurology? It was like the activation of the SRY gene. So they're like SRY gene was activated. They have these 4 traits that have a male. But the thing is, and this is the scientific grounding, this is the biological grounding for the existence and validity of trans folk. The last point, the neurology, they are neurologically female. And this is a fact of science.
Yeah.
So I'm going to give you 3 DOIs. DOI 10.1523/J neurosi.22-03-01027.202. We're also looking at 10.1038/S415998-02-65-2-W.
Yeah, could you just give me I guess I'm not going to remember that. So just one title and I'll look it up later.
Sexual differentiation of the bed nucleus of the striatum terminalis in humans may extend into adulthood.
Sexual differentiation. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, awesome. So now that I'm educating you, I'm helping you though. So what makes a trans person is a incongruity between the 4 traits, the 4 deterministic factors of sex, and the neurology, right? And so this
not necessarily. No, because it depends on how you define trans woman. Because I think anybody will on Twitter would first of all criticize for suggesting that trans is in your brain. It's an identity. It depends on obviously it depends on how you define trans, but that's not typical of any mainstream gender or trans philosopher. You're gonna have to tell me who's determining trans like that.
Why are you appealing to authority, right? So I'm appealing to empirical fact.
Because
I'm appealing to data. I'm empirical.
You're saying this is trans woman. You're saying this is trans woman. So who's using this definition of trans woman? That's why.
So the best definition of a woman is going to be an adult human with the neurobiology of a typical female. Why do I say this? It's because every woman will have the neurology or the neurobiology of the typical female. We're talking about things like neuronic substructure, neurohormones, and neuronic substructure, neurohormones like FSH, then your dendritic density, and then you also have what's the last one? The overall neuronic density women, and then also volume of gray matter in the left column. So when we look at these attributes, they're very similar by sex, but then they're very different across the sexes. But what we see is trans women will have very similar factors such as these to the females, which is very this is very atypical for a male to have, and this is the biological grounding for trans people.
So you're saying every woman has the same neuron density, neuron substructure, and that is a defined. That's probably very good proxy to go by, but that's not what biologists mean by female. And if you want to define woman that way, I don't know why we define it by the secondary characteristics that come.
It's not secondary at all.
Oh, sorry, you're right. I guess you're saying it comes before, but.
Wait, hold up. You're saying that you don't know why we define it as a secondary characteristic?
No, I know.
So
I forgot that you said it comes before even determination of sex. But so you're saying every woman has this typical, or at least most females have typical neuron density and stuff. That's not a differing thing.
Yes, this is true. In the same way that most females have certain ranges of estrogen, in the same way that most females have
I don't think that's a good way to define it, though.
So do you agree, or why don't you think it's a good way?
Because I think we have terms for the adult sex of both species, and across all species, sex is the only defining factor. The definition of it is the size of your gametes.
Yeah, I'm talking about gender identity here.
Gender. So. Why would I go against that? Because let's see. I think I'd rather use sex as the defining characteristic of since we're a sexually dimorphous species. That's why.
So what deterministic factor is sex, right? So this is a deterministic.
I don't think it matters. I don't think that matters, right? Because we're so this is why we're a sexually dimorphous species. We have 2 sexes. And so I think we could just go by whether you produce, what kind of gametes you produce, just like any other species. That's why I'd like to keep that definition.
Okay, so then what do you think should be done about the fact that like there's like legitimate men who have like the like as you would define a man, right? Legitimate men as you would define it with a neurobiology of a female. Like what I'm trying to get across here is like this isn't like a mental illness. It's not it's not a culture. It's literal biology of science that exists. And like one second, I'm almost done here, right?
Okay,
so if we know it's of science, if we know it's of biology, if we know it objectively exists and it is not of a delusion or a mental illness, then what shall we do about it, right? And if we also know that this is an incongruence between the deterministic factors of sex, then what shall we do about it? Because what does trans mean? Trans means of the opposite. It is like a Latin prefix. You take one literature class, you'll learn this. And what this individual has is neurobiology of the opposite sex. So, I mean, this would categorically be a transsexual. And the grounding for them being a transsexual would be the biology. And this is the truth.
Just because, wait, transsexual just because of one of the determining factors? That doesn't make sense.
Transsexual would denote a incongruence between the deterministic factors.
Okay. I still don't think that changes your sex, though. So you could define it like that, but that doesn't change your sex.
I never said this changes the size of of the gametes that you produce. But what we've denoted is transsexuals exist with a justified biological backing, and they exist in such a manner that it provokes discussion, right? So if we've accepted that there is justification for the existence of them, and that we've accepted that this would promote discussion on this issue, then what's next? You know what I mean? This is when we talk about how we define a woman. And if we shall define a woman to be inclusive of all individuals with that gender identity, and if gender identity is rooted within the hypothalamus, it seems quite intuitive that we'd want to include the trans women as well. And also to defeat ambiguity, right? So like in your position, woman is, you said an adult female. When you said an adult female designed to produce large gametes, I hit you with Swires, and then there's
fits in the binary
position, right? And there exists absolutely no ambiguity within my definition of a woman. Everyone will either be a woman or a man under the definition of a woman, which is an adult human with the neurobiology of a typical female. This is 100% uncategorically, not ambiguous.
Wait, why would we only
can I just ask a question real quick? This is so random. Like, we were at like 2K people for like the whole time, and just randomly in like 5 seconds, I swear it dropped 1,000 people out of nowhere, and I was so confused. I thought it was a glitch. Did something happen? Did anyone else notice that?
Yeah, we're at 1K. Yeah.
I do that.
No. Like I'm just like, I thought it was a glitch because it literally like happened in 2 seconds after literally like the entire live. I've been above 2K people, so I was like so confused what was going on.
Yeah, I don't know that. I see that 1.1K.
No, because it's not even like I wouldn't even think it's because it's like boring or like people are just like leaving. It never happens no matter what.
Seems pretty sudden.
It did glitch for me. Maybe it was. I thought it was lagging. I thought that's what it was.
Yeah. I do have to go. I'm not trying to duck, but I do have to go soon.
We can set it up for another time. I've been on for 7.5 hours. Okay. I can't get off.
I just would like to say, why define it in terms of only the neurobiology facet? Why not any of the other four? Why don't those matter? And it seems like,
he's paused.
Okay. I don't know why only focus on one of those four deterministic. First of all, those are deterministic, but they're not sex. That's not what sex is. My hope is, but that is not the definition of what sex is. And I don't know why, if you're going to do it, why only focus on one and not the other four?
Well, I mean, he's not here right now, so I don't know.
I know. Oh, hey, Dean. Dang, I don't have any gifts, people.
Is Dean getting called over and over again?
He's popping.
I was.
You can go answer, Dean. We can set this up for another time.
Yeah, Dean, I do have to go. But that's interesting. I'll look into that. I just don't know why you'd only focus on neurobiology instead of any of the other four facets that you listed. And also, that doesn't define sex. But yeah, why only focus on the neurobiology part instead of the other four?
It's not focusing on the neurobiology part. It's focusing on the incongruence because being trans defines an incongruence, right? And if an incongruence exists, rather that be because of the neurology, because of the activation of the SRY chromosomes or hormones, incongruence is going to exist, and it's the incongruence that matters in like validifying these identities.
I don't know why incongruence matters when you're defining woman. Like, so you're saying you are focusing on it for that definition of a woman. You're saying define woman based on only one of the 5 that you gave me. Why only choose one to define what woman is?
Sure, I could answer this question real quick, because this is like the one necessary constant for a female.
I don't think so. I think the necessary constant is producing gametes, the large.
I mean, look, like, dude, come on. Like, in all reality, if a woman does not produce large gametes,
all species,
if a woman has like squires,
including
like,
including plants,
still a woman.
You just said, sorry, you said that's the only constant. That's not true. Across all species, including plants, including nematodes, it is the size of gametes.
Okay, well, the reason that we're talking.
Why change it now?
Wait, why change it now? Why change anything at any time?
No, I'm saying why change sex? Why change the adult sexed term?
It's not
over like one of the 5 facets.
It's not changing anything. All of it's doing is gaining like a better, more knowledgeable understanding of sex and gender identity.
Why choose that one? Why choose out of the 5?
Okay, I just answered this question. This was like a micro circle.
It doesn't seem like a compelling answer.
Yeah, so like, why choose this one? Because you okay, I'll run through it really quick. I'm pretty sure Parker's like bored and he wants to go. I'll just run it through it really quick. We could talk later time. Why does not produce large gametes? It seems like so obviously intuitive that this is still a woman. If you go face to face with a person and this person exhibits all other traits of of a female, but they just lack the production of large gametes, why would we not consider this individual a female, right? We got other things like chromosomes. Let's say they have Swires is chromosomes. Hold on.
Yeah.
I just recognize this. Wait, Swires has nothing to do with the production of large gametes. That's MRKH. But anyways, so rather they have the inverse chromosomes or the lack of producing large gametes, you are still going to look at this individual like a female. You could talk about philosophical rhetoric all day long. If an individual walked up to you on the street, you would say this is a woman. So it seems that the only, necessary, similarity in these 2 cases is the. But I don't want to keep drawing this out for Parker.
Yeah. It still seems arbitrary to me. Why not hormones? Hormones could affect the way a person looks way more than neurobiology. Like I don't. If you're going, and that's you going off of flux.
It's not about
first of all,
look. It's how they feel, right? And how they feel.
Well, I don't. Why is it how they feel? Why?
Yeah, because how they feels justified with their neurobiology and justified by deterministic fact.
Not necessarily, because it could be different hormones. Not necessarily.
No, I'm telling you that all the scientific evidence that exists points to that being a necessity.
No, they could have different hormones of a man and still have the neurobiology of a woman. No, the other 5 factors.
I'm referring specifically to how they feel as if they're a man or a woman. This is completely dependent upon their dendritic density, neuronic substructure, neurohormones, and other related similarities in the BNST terminology.
I think there's abnormalities with neuron density and substructure. I don't think it's constant. I'm sorry.
What do you mean? Parker?
I think there could be an injury or abnormality that affects the neuron substructure and neuron density of a person. Don't you think? That would break away from your definition. And also one more thing, because you addressed it. I said you said not all women produce eggs. Of course, you get too old, you're not going to produce any eggs. I'm saying of the function to produce eggs. And if you don't like that talk, you don't like biology. Of the function is littered in biology. It is the only way biologists can categorize.
How about we have this conversation? We finish this conversation on a later date.
Okay, sounds good, bro.
Sounds good. I mean, yeah, there you go, Parker.
So,
yeah, dude, I'm dead. It's been almost 8 hours.
I know.
been alive since I ate lunch, and now it's 10 p.m.
Yeah, and I haven't eaten. Yeah, I know. I need to get off.
Can I tell you a secret, Parker? Can I tell you a secret?
What?
I don't like Trump. I just wanted to sandwich this in. I had nothing to do. Of course you fucking did. I found a way.
Stupid fuck.
Thanks, bro.
You.
All right, it was interesting. I respect you guys. Like you're smart. Obviously, I don't think you're like idiots, of course, but like I just don't see compelling arguments. I respect you all, and it was a good talk.
Yeah, your brain just doesn't function, buddy. See you later.
Parker, it was good seeing you.
All right, y'all, I'm getting off. I can't do this anymore. Thank you for the paper crane. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. That wasn't nice. It wasn't meant to be nice. That was meant to not be nice. Okay. I get at least one in my life. Okay, chat. I get like at least one. Okay. I'm always fucking nice to people. I get at least one, bro. I get one. Okay. After all of that. Yes, I will. I will all the time. All right. I'm gonna get off, everyone. I love everyone so much. I'll see everyone later. Peace out, everyone.